And now, it's time for the grand finals of the SMITE World Champions. Introducing your teams, first up, the Jade Dragons. First up, someone who's grown up in front of our eyes, a hunter known for his unbridled aggression, from Newcastle, England, the Penta Man, Vaporish Coast. A leader of the league, a staple of the scene, someone you can look up to, representing Baltimore, Maryland. Give it up for Polar Bear Mike. A multi-role superstar with an unparalleled understanding of the game. He is better from Paris, France, Darden. With SMITE in his blood, he is the wind in this team's sails, the king of Stirrer, Ladbrokes! A man of the people, a winner in every sense of the word. Hailing from the country of Georgia, put it together for Nika! And with a heart as big as his playbook and the experience to match, hailing from Cairo, Egypt, Cherio! One more time, welcome to the stage, the Jade Dragons! And their opponents, across the way, please welcome the Oni Warriors! the hardest working hunter in SMITE, finally making his way to the final stage, all the way from Lima, Peru, Netrion. Undefeated on the world stage. From Leeds, England, last year's world champion support, Genetics. They promised us greatness, and boy, he's delivered. The future of the mid lane, and the future is now. Say hello to Pega! The best jungler of the modern era. From Guatemala, the Jungle Diff, Peloton. Unrelenting and unstoppable. He is not trolling. SMITE! A coach with over a decade of experience, he's been here since game one. It's Coach Oxy! And this is your Oni Warriors!
And just as thousands of SMITE fans have descended into Arlington, Texas, our eyes now turn to the final, the pinnacle, the greatest game of SMITE that will be played this year, and it's the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors who will play it. A best of 5 separates one of these two teams from lifting the hammer on that stage. My name is Dolson. To join me for the rest of this day, Mifflin, Inbound, and Hazer. A long weekend, fellas, some long days. Friday, Saturday, we got here, and we have whittled it down to 2. 2 teams coming into this set on a 3-game win streak, Hazer.
Yeah, and it's not the top 2 seeds. First and second seeds knocked out already. The 3rd and 4th seeds will battle out. Both teams that they had expectations weighted upon them, but I feel like they've already exceeded what a lot of people thought they could do.
Yeah, and both of these teams have reached those heights that we expected out of them that we hadn't really seen the entire rest of the year, and now they're finally at that point. They're hitting that pinnacle, and they're going head-to-head.
Miff, what's your read here? You talk about momentum coming into a final set. I mean, gotta be the team that hasn't dropped a game all weekend long, right?
I mean, it could be, but it's also the team that has the crowd at their back. If it's a 6v6, including coaches on the stage. That's true. It feels like the Jade Dragons just have an army behind them with the fans here.
There's a lot of comparisons, apples to apples. Fans to fans might be a worthwhile comparison later on in the day as well when these teams are needing energy. But we will start over in the duo lane. an exciting matchup here, guys, because you look at Netrioid versus Vaporish Coast. Coast no stranger to playing aggressive and trying to find 1v1s. Netrioid has played that way in the past as well, but what do you look at here in the duo lane inbound?
I think I look at Netroid. I think Netroid has supremely, like, almost reinvented himself for this tournament. He's willing to play those early game gods. He's willing to dominate. We've been seeing him build consistent crit, which is something we want to see. And he's been dominating in those team fights. Perfect positioning, perfect follow-up, and always where he needs to be.
Yeah, and on the other side, it took Coast a little bit to warm into this tournament, I think. Those first two games in the semi-final, he went down this road of the Kins build with Silver Branch, switched over to the crit, and started dominating team fights. I want to see him stick with that. The Hachi man that he's played 6 out of 7 games so far this event. I don't think he's going to be getting it.
Maybe that's something Oni Warriors are able to key in on. Remember, pivotal plays from Vaporish Coast at the end of that Game 5 yesterday to help the Jade Dragons make their way into the grand finals. Okay. Understood. And that's, you know what, no, because bias might start leaking through here. Let's compare the next guy over there in the duo lane, Genetics versus Polar Bear Mike. Polar opposites, maybe, with current sentiment. And Genetics is playing this role, not only support, but the villain role very, very well, Myth.
I mean, but look at his God pool, Dave. It runs so deep. We've seen Genetics be the most target banned player at just about every single event he's played at, and still somehow has something in the back pocket. PBM's got great pressure in lane, but if we're talking pure adaptability, I don't think anyone's topping Genetics.
And that's for sure true, but the one thing I'm eyeing in on is that Ganesh, something that Mike is now showing that he is willing to play, which is perfect going into these finals. I expect Ganesh to be that highly targeted god.
For me, it's the Yamoja for Genetics. I do not want to see him get this pick. I want it taken away. I do not want to see it at all. And we do all dream of a team of PBMs.
I think Mike has some fans here today. Sounds like it to me. And a throwback to the Jazzberry Jammers. We'll see if the squad gets some of that going here today in our grand finals. Over in the mid lane, another great one, a veteran of years of SMITE in Dardes for the Jade Dragons against Mifflin. One of the best newcomers we've seen step on stage.
I mean, if we're talking raw mechanical skill, you can't look any further than Pagon. This guy has been a force out of the mid lane. Gets a bit crazy sometimes. He's a loose cannon. But Dardes on the other side playing his own unique meta. He's going to play whatever he wants. He's got the entirety of the SMITE God list there.
There's an Erlang Shen in the middle there. And how about the guts inbound to go to an Erlang Shen in a must-win Game 5?
And that's what I like to see, that confidence. He knows that that Erlang set matchup is so dominated by this Erlang, and he's happy to go back to it. We haven't seen it in a while, and he still has that confidence to pull it out in that Game 5, and he dominated with it. So that's something that the Warriors are going to have to pay attention to.
A guy with a god pull so large, he puts our graphics to their limits. Unbelievable. So many gods, and I think he might have to go deep in this set.
Not a pixel wasted in that comparison graphic. It is the year of the dragon, I might add. See if it holds true for the Jade Dragons. A jungle matchup for the ages. Lasbra started to have a really good set towards the end of the best of 5 yesterday. And Mifflin Panatom, maybe one of the best to ever do it.
I mean, I am an unabashed Panatom stan. I've been talking this guy up all year. He has only impressed me. I think you could count bad games on no hands. You can't find one from him.
And this is the time I'll let you gush about junglers, because these two have been playing to the top of their game. And Panatom, as you said, incredibly impressive games. I mean, all throughout this tournament, all throughout this year. And he has this kind of eclectic god pool of what he wants to play also. He'll play that Athena just to be able to flex it somewhere else. So he's not just stuck on those more hard carry assassins.
Yeah, I feel like both of these guys have evolved into role players, right? They're both able to play many different styles and provide whatever the team comp that they're in needs.
You ready for this one here, fellas? Let's look over at the solo lane. We've got SOT and Nika going toe-to-toe.
Jeez.
And, I mean, our poor graphics folks, they have used every single inch of these graphics. And I'll let the crowd speak for itself here for a moment. And Myth, I think that is going to be important here today. Energy and support, it really turned that set around yesterday. A lot of it started around Totem, and Nika, he fueled into it, he played into it.
There's got to be additional pressure on these soul laners to control Totem just to keep the crowd on their side. I mean, I've not heard cheering like that in a very long time.
No way.
They'll fight over it.
Oh, come on now.
He's got to breathe.
Yeah, he gets
some for
through
the
it.
rest of us.
Inbound. What do you see over in the solo lane?
I mean, I've doubled down on that totem sentiment. I expect Osiris's Bolognas, they're going to want to play for these because more so than just helping your team out, you're getting the crowd behind you cheering for these totems. And it means a lot when we get to these emotional finals. Like, you're playing with everything in you, with everything behind you, and it's an emotional game.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to manage as well because it's something you don't deal with for the rest of the year. And then 1 set a year, 2 sets a year, 3 sets a year, you deal with the pressure of the crowd, and you need to take the momentum away from the Jade Dragons if you're the Oni Warriors.
I'm judging by what I'm hearing that a couple of our players have joined Kelly over on the stage. Miff, I want to talk about normally the second game is the most important, of course, in a best of 5. I actually think it might be game 1, and I might agree with you here in this set, Miff. Do you think these two teams very momentum based?
I mean, not even just these two teams. When you have a best of 5 matchup, when the stakes are this high, setting the tone, setting the pace, letting the enemy team know this is exactly how things are going to go down is so, so important. The Jade Dragons always been a momentum-based team. Important for the Oni Warriors to stop them there, but I think the Warriors equally so capable of running with that wind in their sails.
We'll talk a bit more about this matchup here in just a moment. Player mentality, player energy, so, so important in moments, in games, in sets like this. Kelly standing by on stage with a couple of our players prior to the grand finals.
Thank you so much, Dolson. Everyone, please welcome to the stage Netrioid and Nika. Two absolutely incredible players representing amazing teams that deserve to be on this grand final stage. Netrioid, an undefeated run so far. What is it that separates your team from the rest?
I think we're just playing pretty confident. We know that we are good players, so I think we just play our game. I think we're pretty smart when it comes to drafts as well, so yeah, I think that's why.
I'm excited to see how you guys play today. Now, Nika, you had an incredible run yesterday, going down 2 games, then reverse sweeping. What does it feel like to be here on the grand final stage for the SMITE World Championships?
It's my first time in the finals. It's the same for a few of the other boys, and we just can't wait. It's a new experience, and you know, it's a pleasure to be here in front of all of you, and I just can't wait to play.
Netroid, I would love to know your thoughts on going up against the Jade Dragons. What has the preparation been like since yesterday?
I mean, it's kind of hard to say about the preparation without leaking something, but all I want to say is that they are great players, great people. I think I have a lot of respect for all of them, especially for Coast. I'm really happy for him. He's playing on the finals, so yeah, may the best team win.
Same question for you. Obviously, you saw how dominant Oni Warriors was. What exactly have you and the team been doing to prepare mentally and for the game?
Likewise, you know, everything Royd said, like I echo it back to them. We have a lot of respect for them as well. And prep-wise, I think we're just going to go in and do a lot of what we've been doing and, you know, stuff that we're confident in. And yeah, just give it our best and good luck to them as well.
Well, to have you both here on stage in front of all of these incredible people in the audience and to the tens of thousands watching at home, is there anything that you would like to say before getting into game to your fans watching?
You guys have been a great audience, honestly. And I think we all know that whatever happens today, I think we're going with a happy ending, right? So.
Nika, same question to you. Anything that you would like to say before getting into game?
Yeah, just thank you to the fans for the great support and everyone watching as well. It's been my favorite Worlds I've been at, and yeah, let's just put on a show.
And one final question before I let you guys sit down. Is there anything that you would like to say to your opponents?
Not really. I mean, let's play some good SMITE. Let's give the audience some good games, and yeah, let's do it.
Nika, same for you.
Yeah, I mean, let's just have the best set we could possibly have, and best of luck.
I love to hear it, gentlemen. Shake hands. Good luck, guys, and we're heading back to the desk.
It's like positivity overload. Every time Nika's been on stage for an interview, you know, you get moved to tears. The energy, the emotion, these are the moments you talk about when you look at the SMITE World Championship. Plenty of conversation around the Jade Dragons because of what was a dramatic reverse sweep yesterday. And Hazer, I don't want it to get missed here. The Oni Warriors, maybe less talked about, but it's only because of how clean and how dominant they've been. The big dramatic headlines are the Dragons reverse sweep. The quieter headlines, but should still be a headline, is just how scary and just how clean this Oni Warriors team has been.
Absolutely. I mean, they proved how much they've done over the break, how much practice they've put in, and how much they've learned. They lost to the Atlantis Leviathans in the tournament coming into this World Championship, and then they go and sweep them 3-0, absolutely crushed them. And the Warriors have just looked fantastic, clean, and that's why we're not talking about them. We've seen so little to judge them on. They've just been dominant across the 5 games that we've seen them in.
Ladies, gentlemen, SMITE fans everywhere, it is time. Picks and bans for game number 1 of your grand final starts right now. And it's the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. Teams that have brilliant head coaches, and draft strategy certainly will have been calculated based on either side. Inbound, what are some early things you want to key in on here in game 1 of the set?
I want to touch on the support bans, because we've seen a couple different ideas of how you want to deal with genetics. And the Bologna ban started off, totems are important. That's what they're saying. They're saying totems are important, this early game solo pressure is important, but just as important, those support bans, Yamoja, Ganesh, Shobek, Kepri, what are we going to see from the Dragons? What are they going to let genetics play?
With the Bologna ban there, that makes my mind go immediately towards things like Osiris. If you want lane bully pressure, that's the exact other pick, and still makes his way through those bans.
It's not all centered towards genetics, actually only one. So spreading the wealth, Hazer, there's a lot of draft strategy around this Oni Warriors team. Sometimes all towards genetics, sometimes spreading the wealth. Are you partial towards one strategy or the other?
Well, what I like in terms of their strategy here is their hunter strategy. They see the first pick Hachi Man and they take it away. They banned the Anher from Coast. He's played the Hachi Man non-stop and they take that away. They're trying to make Coast uncomfortable.
Guys, where's the Athena ban? Where is the Athena ban? Where is she going to get picked?
Right.
There's no Athena in the top pick, no Athena in the top 2. We are going Osiris, Aphrodite. They want those solo totems and they want to get Mike on the solo pressure.
Is. 100% ban rate, Myth, and the Athena makes it through.
Global presence, pressure, ease of play, initiation. Athena brings it all. Essentially permaban throughout this entire event for good reason.
Not essentially.
Her win rate has just been ridiculous. I think this is maybe a major misstep from the Jade Dragons early on.
I love it. I love it. This is starting out this game 1 with a different strategy that the Warriors haven't had to play yet. They've played that the Yamoja. They've played that Kepri. They've dominated that way. The Jade Dragons say, we haven't seen you play the Athena yet. Play this Athena.
And what it does as well is it throws the Oni Warriors prep out of whack. They've spent all last night, no doubt, sitting in a sweaty hotel room trying to figure out what the Dragons were going to do. And this is something that they most likely didn't predict. If Athena were to get through, they were expecting the Dragons to take it. They don't. Wow. And instead, it's the Afro support and the Kukulkan. Dardes has been denied this pick all tournament long, and he finally gets it.
No longer. Haven't seen it yet, which seems surprising to me, but it'll be a first here for the Jade Dragons. What are some things you need to see here inbound in the next wave of bans?
I want a little more setup from the Dragons. So if I'm on the Warrior side, I want to ban away any setup god I can. I think that Thor is something that comes to mind, but the Dragons already got to it. Something like that Hunbots, something like that Ratatasker, anything that'll allow them to set up for this Kukulkan.
Hunbots, Naja immediately comes to my mind. Spear of the 9 Winds, not the easiest ability to line up. So anything that makes it easier for the Jade Dragons, something the Oni Warriors likely to put eyes on. That Lancelot, that throws me for a bit of a loop.
That's strange.
Yeah, we have seen Lasra pick it one time, and he did get a win with it, so it's something that he likes to go to in the jungle. Maybe the CC immunity on the ult, able to punish the Athena when the Athena goes for a dash taunt. You don't want the Lance ulting through, denying your backline follow-up, and isolating the Athena as she puts herself out of position.
As we get to these next 2 bans, the Maman is still something I'm really curious about. Is it going to be in that jungle? Is it going to be in mid? Who is going to be playing it? We have mids on both sides, but we still have that jungle potential available for Lasbra, for Panatom. And Panatom especially is something that I'm thinking about. Maman would be really strong in his hands in this comp.
And if it's going to be a team fight based composition for the Oni Warriors, which is generally what we see Athena compositions lean towards, things like Gilgamesh come to mind for Panatom. Thor as well as a great ban from the Jade Dragons. So I think smart to take it away away. But Susano as another AoE CC setup style pick. There are a lot of avenues available to both of these sides, but I feel like the Warriors just have a much easier time lining out the rest of their draft because their top 3 essentially is just dictating all of it.
Yeah, I'd quite like to see the Jade Dragons go towards some more objective pressure here in the bottom 2 as well. They have that Kukulkan, great DPS, as well as the Secure on that mid lane mage. Now I want to see them able to open up objectives, have a Hunter that's going to be able to go the crit build, burst down Gold Furies, and maybe another pick to help zone, a jungle pick for Laspra that helps them set up these Gold Fury fights.
And something that kind of fits both of those is that Erlang Shen, objective damage, setup, CC, all types of stuff that this Jade Dragons comp wants to play around. And on the opposite side, I'm curious to see if the Warriors are going to be looking for something that can match this Osiris in lane, something like that Surtur, which we haven't seen Solar Troll play it yet, but I know he likes it. I know he likes how much totem pressure it brings, and is that something where maybe they want to pick that to shut down Nico?
I feel like it's so hard to match Osiris in pressure in lane. You might have to forego a bit of that totem pressure, but you can instead look towards backline dive, someone that can punish things like the Kukulkan from the Jade Dragons. My mind goes towards maybe even a Sun Wukong here.
Yeah, I think the Sun Wukong makes a little bit of sense. I'm just worried about, last time we saw this Osiris-Wukong matchup, it was 12 totems to 0.
It's not fun.
You said forego lane pressure. You're definitely foregoing lane pressure, but when we got out of that laning phase, that Wukong was able to waste a lot of time, get a lot of space. I don't hate it, but it is a little risky with how much we're putting on this solo lane.
Super interested in this Chernobog pick as well. Chernobog, Afro, not a lane that does especially well in the early game. We've only really seen this out of Cyclone Spin this event so far, pairing it with a Sobek.
Athena Jungle.
Doing very
Jungle.
well.
Panatom.
And yes, it will be the Athena Jungle. Ganesh comes through for genetics in the bottom 2.
Athena Jungle has superior just jungle clear. Her ability to deal with those camps is actually very fast. Her scaling into the mid game is really where she starts to hit her pace though. So early on, expect to see Panatom just farming it up, playing it a little bit safer. Tick over to level 5, can't sleep on the damage from that ultimate.
And I really like the Athena Jungle. I'm a little bit more worried about this Ganesh, into the Aphrodite, into this Kukulkan, and even into the Chernobog. There's a lot of survivability, a lot of avoidability of this Ganesh ult. Is genetics going to be able to get enough value out of this Ganesh? I almost think, I don't hate the Athena, but I almost would have preferred the Athena in the support.
I quite like the Ganesh into the Chernobog. That's one matchup that I quite like. You're able to catch that dash both going into and coming out of the wall with this silence. Ganesh, called the counter for a reason, very, very good at canceling abilities out, and Chernobog really relies on that dash into the wall for safety.
But now that we have eyes on all 5 of the Warriors picks, all I'm seeing is initiation, CC lockdown, team fights in the jungle. They've got it all. Amaterasu can burn beads. Athena can do it on their own.
No.
Where's the CC?
I do not like this Nemesis. Exactly. Where is the CC that this Jade Dragons comp has? The only CC that they have is a single target Afro Kiss or a 3-second delay sit close enough for the Osiris Sun. I don't like it. I would have way preferred that Naja.
Yeah, I mean, it's a high pressure situation. Neja, a very difficult character to pilot, could be punished by the Athena and the Ganesh with that immobility. You have to ult out often, so it's a scary one to go towards. But I think this Nemesis just doesn't round out the comp very well for the Jade Dragons.
Myth, anything positive to say about this Nemesis pick? We are not liking it due to lack of CC, but is there something that you think it does bring to the table for the Dragons?
I mean, I got to dig deep to compliment the Nemesis here.
You can say
I
no.
suppose as counter initiation, there's some value if you're worried about the tanky front line of the Oni Warriors, defense shred. It's a low-hanging fruit, but it's what Nemesis brings. She's got relative safety, double dash to avoid the Dharmic pillars, but I agree with the other analysts here, Dave. I would have much preferred to see anything with confirmable hard CC.
I will say, though, last time we saw this 3 auto attack Jade Dragons comp, they didn't go for that XC. That's like the one thing I do want to see. If you're going for this Nem, you're going for the Osiris, this Chernobog, build the Executioner. Allow your team to just shred who is ever frontline. Because as you said, that's really all she's going to be able to do in this comp is shred. So allow her to do that, get an XC somewhere.
Yeah, it's going to make it very difficult for Panatom to play here. If he dash taunts and it gets beadsed out, he's getting Nem ulted, he's getting slowed, he's getting autoed down by everybody. And this Osiris is going to be able to solo zone while that goes on. So this puts a lot of pressure onto Panatom, on this Athena. He'd better have practiced this, and he'd better have practiced it hard.
But the vast majority of the Jade Dragons composition is so reliant on that auto attack damage. Good luck sticking to the priority targets on the Oni Warriors. we already talked about initiation, but it's just a change of mentality to turn initiation into peel. There is so much ability to just say, all right, well, you're walking down my Tiamat. Probably won't be. We've seen this Tiamat incredibly tanky, but you're trying your best to stick to him, and now there's slows around you. There's the defense aura. You disrupt some of those auto attacks. The executioner passive falls off, and you're just losing out on some of this shred.
Anyone else?
Me too. I'm a little stressed up here, and we're just watching so far. We're in P's and B's, and it's getting a little stressful. But the one thing I really do actually really like about the NEM is that solo lane gank potential, that solo lane value that this Osiris will have with that NEM. Solo's gonna have to be really careful on this Ama to not get that dash caught out, because if he does, they can shred him before he can even get out.
Fellas, it's time to embark on a journey. There will be twists and turns and ups and downs, but it starts right now. Game number 1 of the Grand Finals with Gormizer and Trelly.
Thanks so much, Dave, and everyone there on the desk. Of course, Trelly, in a little bit, it's going to be Doug who gives us the game. Of course, it's this amazing crowd here in the Esports Arena Arlington, and I think a very electric set that's facing us, especially if you've been watching the bracket, if you listen to us at any point, Trelly. The Dragons getting here, the Warriors getting here. A lot of people did not expect either of that happening. One maybe a little more than the others, but the energy they've brought, the fact that Genetics undefeated on stage, the way the Dragons won yesterday, all of it, it's going to culminate in what I expect to be a great set.
And listen, we got to hear the analysts on the desk. They didn't have their great things to say about the Jade Dragons composition, but as far as I'm concerned, they could play whatever they want. The electricity in this building to support this team has been ridiculous. If you got to see the semifinals yesterday, you know the crowd loves these guys, and they could play just about anything, right?
Did you see the graphic that had Dardez's God pool?
Yep.
Was insane how many different gods that guy will play. Of course, if we're looking at insane, and we're about to get into game, it's something I want to pick your brain on, because we have seen a god banned so much over the last 2 months. And not only does that god go through, but also to a role we haven't seen in a minute. But for now, it's game 1 of the finals, Warriors and Dragons. And as we kick it off, Charlie, I want to ask you about this Athena jungle more than anything. How does Panatom have to play? And if anything, I'm surprised that it's him and not someone like Lasbro.
I mean, Gore, so much is on the line right now. Nerves run high, and so what do you do? What do you do to make your team life just a little bit easier? What do you do to make your team fight a little bit easier? Ease of engage, right? Athena Taunt is going to set up for just about everything. Panatom can be across the map at any moment with Defender of Olympus. I tend to agree that when I saw this pick locked in, I definitely thought it was leaning more towards the support role. But maybe Genetics called it off. He said, you know what? The Ganesh is open. We can make a pivot here. We can flex that pick. But later on, it's going to be so impactful.
Right now, I know the desk was talking a lot about lack of CC on the Dragons. I think we're going to have it in spades over on the Warriors. It's making sure that it works. Eyes are on Lasbro, that last pick Nemesis. Took a lot of fire from the analysts. Do you think it's going to be able to hold on to its own? I mean, they were struggling to find nice things to say, but it does help deal with some of the tanky bodies.
Gore, as far as I'm concerned, you go with comfort. In times like this, you go with comfort. I don't care if you get the best 5 gods in the game. If you're playing lights out on Nemesis, you go towards Nemesis. So Lasbro, he was feeling confident. That's exactly why this pick came through. There were other options that had CC, but that's not what you go to. In the World Finals, you go to what you're feeling. And I don't hate this pick too much as long as they're able to use the strengths of Nemesis, right? That tank shred. Look at the tankier targets. There are 3 of them on the side of the Oni Warriors. Panatom may be building full damage, but he's still a Guardian at heart, so getting that prot shred, that prot steal, I should say, could be a big deal, just trying to burn through some of these tankier targets. Connect him to Polar Bear Mike, now you've got an unkillable carry.
Well, Genetics doing something interesting as well, splitting some farm around just to make sure that Netroid maybe can catch up, getting a small lead. Charlie, you can see, again, small rotations on the map. Blue buff invades have been a topic of conversation. Those are going to be coming up soon. Pagon leaps in, knock up good, Dardez low. They need a little bit more damage from the beads. He walks on out of there and he stays alive.
The reach needed to connect there from Panatom, not quite, but Dardez loses the beads. Remember, Panatom has Blink. He could come back in at any moment with a Blink taunt and set up for another engage. And let's not forget what happened yesterday. Pagon was constantly leaping in on this Tiamat. He is not going to play defensive at all, and it does not matter if we're on the World's Finals. He is still leaping in aggressively, pulling those relics and getting down. Pagon is going to be an absolute threat for the rest of this game.
The pressure he can apply, the way I was talking about him yesterday, the epitome of hold W, it feels like in a lot of these instances. There are times where you will question his play, but he'll make it work anyway. Right now, we're going to be questioning Nika. Lasbra getting aggressive around the blue buff and looking for the invade. They've got Panatom. The taunt is good. The steal is there. And that's what you need. And the pressure right now, Nika, Lasbra on right. I just saw Mike and Coast in the jungle of the Warriors on left as well. And slowly but surely, Trelly, again, it's small golds right now. But 400, if they can keep this kind of pressure up and keep these surprises, force the Warriors to play back, they're going to slowly start taking control of the jungle.
And let's not forget Vaporage Coast is on the Chernobog, right? In one level, once he gets about one more wave, he'll be able to fly across the map at any given moment. This Chernobog can be so impactful if you just take a fight over in solo lane. You recognize someone use their dash, you recognize someone use their ultimate. Vaporage Coast could certainly use that dash aggressively. He loves to go for those 1v1s. And you can hear the crowd, they're hyped about Nika. This Osiris pick has been dominant in lane. The blue buff invade's coming through, and Sod is stuck under his tower.
I mean, the way he played yesterday, look, when you look at the Warriors, you know, we've seen what Sod can do. We've seen mechanically. But when you go back to yesterday and you look at the Ferryman and you look at like Baskin's tenure in SMITE, what he's been able to do, no one usually beats Baskin that badly in lane, and let alone does it 2 games back-to-back. Nika and the crowd hyping him up, I think really let him play back to his full potential, what we've gotten used to seeing, and kind of surprised when it comes to fruition and to the forefront that Nika has not yet won a ring. Massive plays here. And the control in solo lane was a huge portion of the Dragons' win. Right now, he's controlling, and he's got a little help to get it done. Sot is going to have the Athena coming in, turns it around with a stun. Lasbra getting low, needs a little help. The taunt is good, but the damage, the follow-up doesn't seem to be there. He might be slow, but he's walking out. Meanwhile, Nika not only taking the fight, but he's got the assistance. Coast comes over, and it's first blood for the Dragons.
And that's what I'm talking about. Vaporage Coast flies in from left field, and he can do that whenever he wants, as long as that ultimate is available. It was looking a little bit sketchy. When Panatom ulted in, I thought those mitigations might be enough to change the way that fight goes. But you also give the first blood to Coast. He's going to get the Devos online a bit sooner. He's going to get the stacks online a bit sooner. And you better believe he's going to get aggressive in lane with that kill.
Well, now, like you said, you're playing with the hot hand. You recognize where you can start to put some pressure. Now, Coast, yeah, maybe he can't make the rotation. But like you said, that small lead can really start to steamroll. Not a lot of CC for the Dragons, but they're kind of buying that out with pressure. Luckily for the Warriors right now, blue buff immediately grabbed up, and they don't have to worry about that invade. And as just mentioned, a couple of the ults down on the Dragons slows the roll just a bit. But you've got to be worried about the pressure again. Lasbra, this is what we saw them doing yesterday, Charlie. Just Dragons, pressure, on right, be there exactly when you need to. And whether it's getting the crowd on your side or it's invading a blue buff, it's really giving them a lead.
And that's why Lasbra's sitting on this side of the map. Panatom, remember, he's got his ultimate. He could get here whenever he wants, but I think this Athena is going to be a lot more beneficial on the left or even in mid lane. Remember, Dardan's beads got pulled very early on in this game. Not much came from it. Aegon actually hadn't backed in quite some time. I think he stayed in lane for the majority of that beads timer being down, so it wasn't as if he had the Book of Thoth and could have used that damage to aggress. But Panatom had the blink taunt. He still didn't want to go in and put more pressure towards the Kukulkan. And this is one of those mages that can stack up real scary. That Spirit of the Nine wins. You let him get 6 slotted. You let him send that ultimate down Main Street, get a multi-man stun, or multi-man knockback rather. So much damage can really change a team fight.
And the pressure in the jungle, right? That's what we really saw. Last week, you know, I'm having flashbacks, 4-man ult in the jungle corridor from a Kukulkan, like that kind of lineup. Yeah, Dardes does things like that often. So the Warriors have to be aware of positioning. And right now, Charlie, they have to be aware it's almost 2,000 gold in their favor. And, you know, you could give a little bit of credit to that in the solo lane because Nika, again, has been controlling. Invades have gone their way. First Blood has gone their way, but the gold is slowly pooling in their pockets.
And don't get me wrong, the ultimates to confirm Totem are all nice and flashy, but that opens you up to ganks. I mean, right now you can see that Lasbra's nearby, knows that Dazzling Offensive is gone, so SOT has to play very safe. Panatom was hovering on this side of the map as well, but Genetics wants to get aggressive.
Yeah, Dharmic Pillars get dropped. He should be able to walk away there, and that's where one of those moments where that CC comes into question. Yes, you can lock him down a little bit on Genetics, half health, but not enough to really put him in too much danger. He gets to fall back. Shield buff could still be threatened out by him. Dardes secures the mid camps over on left. A little bit of a presence from the Dragons being matched now by the Warriors. They've got 4. Mike and Coast safe with the Aphrodite. All fall back to their tower line, worried right now about Panatom's just kind of movement. And that's the thing. Panatom right now, it's not just can he gank, it's where can he be, because it's global, it's everywhere. Whenever that ult is up, Trelly, he's a massive threat.
He certainly is, but he doesn't have that much DPS early on, right? It really is set up for the team. Panatom's not getting too many solo kills. He wants to taunt for his team. He wants to set up for these big burst damage ultimates from Pagon and Netroid. He's not going to get the heavy lifting done himself. Because of that, the Oni Warriors on the back foot here in the early game. Only 8 minutes in. It's not going to be the biggest deal. They are scaling. They're looking towards that later stage. But the Jade Dragons have been pretty dominant so far, just showing up right side of the map. Nika has been owning with totems 7-0, I believe, in favor of the Jade Dragons. Blue buff invades, etc. Sod has just been stuck underneath that tower. But remember, upgraded relics start to be a big deal at about this point. Teleport, only halfway upgraded for Nika, so cannot show up to left lane unannounced unless it's towards a tower. But Genetics goes to that Cloak of the Ascetic very early on. That meditation fully upgraded already.
We've seen the difference that can make. Maybe you trying to match the healing, do you think, of the Aphrodite, considering Mike only has the tier 2 on med, he's not upgrading it just yet, or is there something else it's giving? I mean, the cooldown can be pretty massive.
Yeah, I think the cooldown's the bigger deal. If you could use it in the middle of a team fight, Panatom might get a second taunt, SOT might be able to get a second silence. Those sort of things can definitely add up. But remember, these Gold Fury parts, these Gold Fury fights has been very impactful as well for these teams early on. When the supports, they show anything, they can find someone walking forward, just trying to pull a relic. Anything at all could open up this Gold Fury wide. But the dual lane hasn't really left. It was that one time that Coast ulted away. Besides that, the supports have been just chained to this dual lane.
We also haven't seen much rotation from either jungler since then, right? They show up in the solo lane, they get the job done, and then since then, Lasbrus slowed down a little bit, actually fallen slightly behind Panatom in terms of farm level, just now hitting 10 versus Panatom, who is sitting there comfortably. Now you're wondering maybe where they're going to show face. It's left side, around the mid camps, nothing too serious. Panatom with a dash is able to get out of there. Charlie, it's 10 minutes in, it's 1-0. Still, about 1,500 gold over towards the Dragons. Maybe something more. Nika is walking in the jungle, again, looking, fishing for something, someone to bite the bait, take the bait, go for the fight. Won't quite find as we eclipse 10 minutes. And we have a small lull. I'm gonna ask the crowd right now, who is rooting for the Warriors in this set?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Pretty good, pretty good. But it's the question on the other side, and you already hear some chants. Who out there is rooting for the Dragons? And Charlie, we talk about this team being a team that feeds off energy. That's the kind of energy that can really elevate your play to the next level.
Yeah, this is definitely a squad that has been a fan favorite, one that has been wanting and just trying to get back to the grand finals for quite some time. Finally done it. They're doing a great job at the moment of just holding this lead that they got for themselves, thanks to that first blood, thanks to that ultimate from Vaporish Coast. But I've seen the grouping around this Gold Fury a few times. Remember, with Dardes here, with Spirit of the 9 wins for confirmation, could be a risky call to let the Oni Warriors get any sort of pull or anywhere near this objective. So the Jade Dragons, they've had vision, they've been around. I think they keep doing a little bit of checks, right? They're not actually DPSing the objective, but they're saying, hey, what would you do if we pulled the Gold Fury? What would you do if we went in for just a little bit of damage? But 12 minutes, fast approaching. The beacon is gonna spawn in, and both of these solo laners fully upgraded the teleport. Both Sot and Nika could make a rotation at any moment. As far as who's gonna be more impactful though, SOT's got the dazzling offensive. You just want to pull these beats down. That's what Athena is here for, but Panatom hasn't been able to do it too much.
Well, Nika right now, again, good stun onto Sot. But it is that rotation that we got to see yesterday. That's where a lot of that power came from. And he's dominating lane. Sot doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. The slows are looking pretty good for Nika. It'd be a slow burn, if anything. The build isn't allowing a lot of damage, but he gets them pretty low. And again, just asserts dominance in his own lane. But the question is going to be the pressure. Right now, Beacon is where I turn my eyes. It spawns in. You've got Mike, you've got Dardes, Genetics, and Pagon standing by. Mike with control. And the Dragons slowly building up everything they need to pick it up. Taunt from Panatom onto Mike. You can burn down an Aphrodite pretty simply, but you got Lasbrus coming in the back. Pagon has to be careful. And the Warriors will not step up. Dragons get themselves the totem.
Beacon goes down, now Gold Fury is still that target. I mean, when you get the beacon, You get that extra damage, you get that extra movement, but you have to watch out because of the rotations the Jade Dragons have been making. They're still sitting so closely around the Fury. They have not went in for a call yet. Netroid, very quiet game so far, has been just ignoring Coast and going for farm. When your ADC counterpart just flies away, gets a first blood, and comes back ahead, it's never fun, right? You like, guys, really, did you have to just get me behind in lane? So Net has to just sit there and understand that items-wise, he's going to be a bit behind, at least for the foreseeable future. So Coast gets to do essentially whatever he wants. I want the Jade Dragons to go in for a pull here, whether it's an actual pull they commit to or just a bait to step forward. They have so much damage. Dardas can go as far forward as possible. Maybe after the Staff of Mirrodin comes through, that's what they'll feel, but there is not burst on the map that is going to counter Dardas at the moment.
Yeah, it feels, you know, we've been talking a little bit about the farm and getting to jump into it, but kind of unanswered so far from the Warriors. The Dragons have been able to amass a good stockpile of gold, 13.5 minutes in, 2,800 Trelly.
There we go.
1,900 experience. They're going to go ahead, step up to the Gold Fury. Maybe just a heat check. Genetic spots it out. They don't want the actual full fight. They just wanted to see how quick the response time would be, and it was a little too quick for them. So instead, they back away. Blue buff maybe invaded here by Sot, looking for some of the damage. Dash is good. Strips part of it away from Nika, and is able to steal it away fully, but now you're in a bad spot. Lasber's in the jungle nearby. If Nika can keep him slowed down just enough, you might have some backup. Instead, opts the split ways. Lasber goes towards mid, and it's going to be a small reset.
Yeah, that shield just does so much burst damage. Not easy to outconfirm the blue buff there. Pop the Frenzy just to go in for the totem. They're going to trade ultimates as well. It looks like Sot might actually have this one. That is the first totem for the Oni Warriors, and the stare down afterwards. That one's got to hurt.
Yeah, Nika knows. I mean, look, you can hear the crowd. He knows he's on his side of the totem fight. Pyromancer, heat check from the Dragons, 14.5 in. Now taunt. Good from Panatom. But that's another danger, and right now, it's been kind of sleepy. We haven't seen a lot of fighting in mid, and that's the sneaky damage that they can start to provide. Like if that tornado suddenly connects, all of a sudden, we're having a different conversation for Panatom. The Athena also, and this is something we've seen in some builds, with the breastplate early, sometimes in the jungle can be a lot squishier than someone that you're trying to have initiate as often as you would like an Athena to. That's one of the dangers it feels like for Panatom in this game.
And that's why I want to see the Jade Dragons, you know, look to be aggressive, right? Panatom isn't doing that level of damage. Not the magic as Lasber could do, right? He has the Hydra's Lament, he's got the Atalanta's bow. He's going to be doing some great DPS, but Panatom's looking more towards late game. He wants Bumba's hammer, he wants plenty of CDR. It's just a night and day difference, and the Jade Dragons should feel much more confident to fight at this moment. And I cannot believe Pagon sends the lizards over to right lane just to steal some farm. That's messed up.
Sometimes you need it. You need it go your way. Totem this time goes the way of the Dragons. Again, Pyromancer started up. And again, a heat check. Dardes has the ult, throws it through, gets the Pyro, and a double ult. Pagon forced to fall back. Same for Panatom. And it might not get a kill, but it gets the objective.
And I'm wondering why it took so long for the Jade Dragons to realize they could do that. I mean, Pagon picked Tiamat. This is not a burst mage by any stretch of the imagination. Primordial Onslaught does not outburst that ultimate any day of the week. Now they get to step forward. Remember, they have the Pyro, they've got the Runic Bomb, and Tier 1 Tower is going to be gone. Even more gold in the pocket of the Jade Dragons. And this grouping, there's nothing else over here, Gore. They might be looking for gold.
Yeah, Coast already pulling it and dealing some damage. Netroid, Genetics are going to spot it, and they've got Pagon coming up behind to make sure they have some pressure. So we have a numbers game. The Warriors, especially with Dardes' ult down, feel confident pulling it themselves. They drop the Dharmic Pillars. They've got the burn. Someone's got to get in, but no one from the Dragons shows up. Warriors pick up their Gold Fury and take a little chunk out of that gold lead.
Not only did Dardes not have the ultimate, but Nika's teleport down for 70 seconds. What a beautiful rotation from SOT. He showed up with the Shoguns, and he said, yeah, we've got the damage. Let's go ahead and burst down this Gold Fury. Try to stem some of that bleeding that's happening as far as the gold lead goes. The Jade Dragons are still going to be okay with that, right? The Tier 1 tower sort of helps equalize that play. It wasn't just the Runic Bomb. Lasber's nearby. It doesn't seem like Sot can die even with a nice gank. It's just the Dazzling Offensive is going to get you out of trouble, and Amaterasu so fast with that first ability. It's not easy to try and chase her down. And Sot's just going to trade auto attacks here. Yeah, he's got Deathful. Why not? You're going to be able to heal through this.
And speaking of I guess just trading and also just itemization, straight up for Lasbra, Last time you checked in, he's got the same, so I have to imagine he's got plenty of gold in his pocket right now to spin.
They're roll swapping.
And yeah, he's got 2487, and exactly like you said, I see Coast now going over towards right, Nika towards left. They did this yesterday as well.
They did. Boris Coast is going to be just fine clearing waves. He's not going to want a 1v1 SOT, but Nika should be able to force out the mounted archery if he closes gap. I think that's the call here. Try and run down Netroid, maybe force some relics or get something going on the left side of the map. Either way, the Oni Warriors, very quiet so far besides that Gold Fury pull. They recognize their opening. Once that Spear of the Nine Winds is down, they can go in for objectives with little threat. But still, the ganks, Panatom, this is one of the more quiet jungle games I've ever seen from him. Lasbra got the 1 assist, of course, and besides that, has not been getting active across this map. And actually, Panatom going into a second defense item. They are really leaning on Pagon and Netroid to be the damage dealers as this game continues. Because if you're going double defense, it's going to be a while before this Athena starts swinging.
Did
they trade back? They did. They sent Sot left.
Keep him over there, man. He's doing everything that they can.
He said, hey, I'm here to fight Nika. I'm switching lanes wherever you go.
They're not worried about totem fights anymore, right? Like, you can send the carries over there. There's nothing interesting on right anymore now that it's not spawning back in. Instead, now you've got your carries in the interesting spot. We always talk about how important they are. Great dash from Coast, by the way, dodging out the taunt. Little things like that. And Trelly, that feels like what Panatom is becoming is a taunt machine, right? It's show up, dash, taunt, pull somebody in, and just hope you live through the engagement. The thing that I'm really curious about, if you go back a couple of years, he's having an MVP level performance on every jungle he picks up. It feels maybe kind of at odds with the typical style we see from Panatom.
But remember, because we've sent the ADCs over to right lane, Fire Giant becomes so much more accessible. You don't have to make that rotation all the way over. They're already here, near the blue buff, just sort of staring each other down. More specifically, though, it seems like Pyromancer is what they're looking at. It's about to spawn in here in a couple seconds with Netroid and Coast. And Genetics and Lasbra are over here as well. It's basically the duo lane. They've just swapped sides of the map. Of course, Panatom could show up at any moment, so remember that global presence is going to be a factor. But I think a grouping for the Pyromancer is what the Jade Dragons are after. That ultimate. Dardes gets the Polynomicon. He has so much burst damage. This Cuckoo has been kind of slept on so far this tournament, but in the group stages was an absolute menace.
Now, I want to ask you about the lane swap. Because we usually would see it if a tower falls down in one side or you need some farm, need someone to catch up. Right now, you are on the money about the Pyromancer. Good attempt from Genetics, but not quite good enough. And that's going to be a Runic Bomb in the pocket of PBM. But going to the lane swap, it feels like if it was a standard hunter for the Dragons, maybe, yes, you're going to throw him over there, but it feels like with the Chernobog, you could make bigger plays.
Oh, yeah.
You've got Sot dead to rights on left. Fire.
Dardes has ult.
Started up by the Dragons, like you said. Dardes with half health already. You've got a few Warriors now, all 5 stepping up to the Dragons. A little bit of damage thrown their way. Nika into the backline immediately, causing some disruption. Damage on to Pagon. Zoning out, jumps in, has Genetics locked down. Oh, straight down, hits on 2, and that's what you need from Dardes. Completely opens up this fight, but Sot goes in. Oh my God, Sot with the damage towards the back. They pick off Lasbra, and now you've got a little help. Panatom again, taunt machine. What can he do and what can he bring? And right now, it's the damage from the mid laner who's getting it all done. Coast in a bad spot. He turns one around. It's 3-3. Both teams just collapsing around the FG.
That was ridiculous. That looked so bad for the Oni Warriors at first, but this Tiamat, those Soul Gem procs were absolutely popping. Pagon should have had a triple kill there. I was seeing the lines of a Penta with some low health bars, but luckily everyone decides to go back. And remember, all that breaks out because SOT is over in left. You can see the Amaterasu going for a tier 1. They say, hey, let's go in for Fire Giant. We've got Spear of the Nine Winds. We have the confirmation. But with teleport available, they made it over just in time. SOT starting it up. Netroid has the crit online already, but Nika, PBM, they spot this out immediately.
Still have 2 from the Dragons that aren't going to be there, and very specifically, no Dardes and no Dardes ult available to try and secure this one. Could be the full coin flip. Nika into the back immediately on towards Netroid. Warriors secure themselves the Fire Giant. Now the fight afterward is going to be just as massive. What can the Dragons do? Right now it's just try to get away, but Sot doesn't seem to get the memo. Goes a little far, takes a little damage. The Warriors retreat and they've got fire on 5.
Yep, FG on all 5 means they can play this one slow. Matt's a tier 1 tower. They still have plenty more real estate on the map to try and go for, but it looks like Primal Fury has caught their eye. The gold, still very important. No one's 6 slotted just yet. Those recipes still locked in that last option. So the Oni Warriors would love to get more gold in their pocket. And that's exactly what they'll do. And this is where I want to see Coast using that global presence to his advantage, right? Splitting up the map, staying away from the Oni Warriors as much as possible until he has to fly in. At this point, you're just trying to find some gold. The Jade Dragons, they have good defense. Undying Love is going to be a great defense tool, and Dardes can clear waves like it's nothing. But there's a big advantage towards the Oni Warriors when it comes to actually walking forward because of Panatom.
And earlier we were talking a lot, Dragons, early game, up to even 16 minutes, absolute control over the gold lead. Now it has swapped around. It's 1700, not too much 23 minutes into the game, but it's gonna build up Trelly as they start to find these siege. Early Fire Giants, these 21-minute Fire Giants that we see though, struggle sometimes around even tier 2 lines. So I'm curious, in your mind, where do the Dragons draw the line? Where can they step up to the Warriors and say, you do not pass here?
Tier 2. When you're this close in gold, you can defend tier 2 towers. This is not a, we're going to retreat and let you have everything on the map. The tier 2 towers should be at least a soft defense at this moment in time because, again, 3K gold, just about. It's not that big of a deal. The Jade Dragons should still feel confident. If this was EFG, it'd be a little bit different, but the Oni Warriors splitting up the map. They have Pagon's Tiamat Lizards helping out with the push, and they'll knock down one more tier 1. Still 2 minutes left on the power play, and splitting up at the moment is actually Lasbra. He doesn't have the ability to fly over in a second, so he's gonna have to channel that back.
Has to play, like you said, a little slower. Tier 2, oh my god, getting chunked down quickly by the Warriors, and Panatom goes in, forces the beads onto Coast. And now falls back, has Genetics, Dharmic Pillars dropped, locked in and corralled are the Dragons, but the turnaround, and specifically the ult from Dardes, gets the job done, and the damage is there to start mounting their defense. Pagon leaps in, good stun, allows the Dragons to fall back and slows the Warriors in their tracks.
Well, I thought that wraparound from Genetics was gonna be clean, but Dardes says, hey, you cannot walk up to this ultimate, and SOT realizes he's not as tanky as he thought. The tier 2 tower is gonna be the win, but Titans have been unleashed, walking up right side of the map. Pyromancer should be grabbed here for free by the Oni Warriors. I mean, with SOT down, he has teleported up, so it shouldn't be a big deal. But I don't think the Jade Dragons have enough time to push up with their Titan. They might just walk up slowly and sort of heat check what the Oni Warriors want to go for.
And just a minute left now on the power play to try and get anything done. How much can they step up? I mean, this feels like the massive reset, right? This feels like a step towards the next FG, maybe even a step towards having to defend. Titans are going to clash over in right, but the third beacon was capped. Should be pretty easy for the Dragons with the Chaos Titan here behind them, Trelly. How much do you think they could get done?
I mean, with Dardes building the way he has, it's usually Obsidian Shard and a Soul Reaver, but goes for the Polynomicon. That means he has plenty of damage towards squishy targets notably, but also structures. Nika taunted back in, takes a good bit of damage. The Oni Warriors, remember, they still have Fire Giant buff for a bit. They are okay to defend. They just have to watch out for the Spirit of the 9 Winds. Dardes is still a target.
Panatom again, double taunt. He's gone to Nika. Nika jumps in. He wants this fight. Dardes shoots it straight down mid. Only connects onto one, but it's Sot, who's half health, and the rest of the Warriors taking out Pagon. Alternate timeline, tries to get the job done. Nika goes too deep and dies. Lasbra, Coast combine and get themselves a traded out kill mid for Solo. The Titan knocking down this tier 2 tower, and with a little bit of pressure and a little bit of help from the Dragons, they're gonna get it.
They don't have to leave. I don't know what the Jade Dragons are doing. Push forward. You've got the Titan on your side, but they don't want to gamble. They don't want to risk it. They know Fire Giant is spawning here shortly. This is going to be a wand defense as far as I'm concerned. The Fire Giant went to the Warriors, with the Jade Dragons were able to trade out tier 2s. And that's all for now. We're going to be back to the Fire Giant dance and Gore. How much is at stake here? I wouldn't be surprised if we're stalling this one out until Enhanced Fire Giant. And because I've already brought it up, might as well dial back in one more time. Another defense item for Panatom. He went Spear of Death, so that's the only damage besides the Bumbus Hammer.
And again, do you like this style? I mean, he's gone in and taunting. He's pulled Nika twice, but it's only a little bit.
I don't like it, but I'm not saying I don't like it because it doesn't work. It certainly does work, but Panatom is arguably one of the best junglers to ever touch this game. A hard carry player, the Susanos, the Thors, the Dajis, and you sent him on tank Athena? I just feel like you're not using all your strengths.
Now, it's Spectral Armor, very specifically, is that item. Not a ton of crit, and I guess I should add yet onto that, right? Is there a good chance for Coast to lean into that? We've definitely seen it be a big build. I think it helped him out a ton yesterday, but he's really been going towards some of the more penetration-oriented builds pretty much all weekend.
Yeah, that's true. And Panatom also, you know, I was already talking about the Athena going mid-tank, the Gilgamesh as well. He's been going towards more supporty style jungles anyways. Wants to set up for the squad, and the Oni Warriors are going to go for the pull. Dardes is close by, though. Got to watch that ultimate.
Now we're still sub 30. This isn't enhanced just yet. And again, the Dragons have secure over the wall if they need it. Nika caught out on the right, or maybe he's the one doing the catching. Slows thrown onto Sot. Watch Lasbra on the left as well. Looking for the loop around. Instead, they fall back. Fire Giant regens back to full. And Charlie, this is that awkward moment, right? The 2.5 minutes now until it's enhanced creates this dynamic between these teams. Who can step up? Do you want to burn it right now? Do you want to wait? And can you find a pick? Those are all questions both of these teams need to answer.
Because Wake Forest Coast has that ultimate, he's going to be sticking around. Doesn't need to be here. Could go over, try and solo Primal Fury, could push left, but you don't want to fly into some damage. And once again, we see an attempted pull. Dardes sends the Divine Ruin procs to the back line off a good Zephyr. Lasbra taunted back in, actually does beats. There wasn't much follow-up there, but he didn't know, and SOT's in the back line.
Oh, there's a shot from Dardes. This one doesn't connect, though. The damage, not the follow-up from the mid laner, but you've got this front line. Sot forced to fall back. Lasbra kind of in no man's land, waiting for Panatom, has him locked down, slowed down. You need a little more from your carries. They're not able to find the hits they need. Low health bars on either side, and both teams call it off immediately, fall back, get a small reset, get everyone regened, back to full health, and back for a fire.
Those were some low health bars and some risky calls, but no one falls down. Netroid, still full HP though, so does decide to go for a Pyromancer pull. I think Mike heard it and decided against it, is going to stick around, just let that Runic Bomb come through. So now, Oni Warriors have a little bit more contest to Dardes' ultimate, which is going to be up any second now. Take a look at those relics though. The Jade Dragons have an Aegis to their name. That's about it. While as the Oni Warriors, Pagon's got the beads, the Aegis, and Netroid. These carries have been just fine because Panatom, Sot, and Genetics have been doing all the dive.
We've seen, I mean, this Hachi as well has been such a highly contested pick, mainly for Coast over anybody else, but we've seen Netroid a couple days ago on a Shibalanke who was just standing back as far as he could, free firing. You've got a little bit of range on this Hachi. It feels like if he can play that style, I mean, this is, you know, he's gone the build for it, he's got the play style for it, and like you said, without pressure on the beats, who can dive him? Is it supposed to be Lasbra?
It's not easy to get to a Hachimon at this point. Netroid has a red buff as well because Pagon's been able to eat them and spawn 2, so now you've got both carries with red buffs. He doesn't have the Deathbringer just yet. That's going to be the big difference as far as I'm concerned. The Demon Blade helps, like those crits are flying, and as I say that, does actually pick up the Deathbringer. So now, if Lasbra gets to the back line, you can shield like 1 crit. That's about it. Then Netroid is just going to shred through you, so not easy to do. It is going to be mostly on Nika to try and get to the ADC. And now the Oni Warriors, once again, started up. It's going to be enhanced.
30 minutes, enhanced Fire Giant on the board. It's just a heat check for now. Can they pull the Dragons into a fight? Not a lot of gold separating these teams, but it favors the Warriors. And they're once again going to start their DPS on this Fire Giant, trying to find their way towards the back. Pagon has been playing very far forward as well as Sot. It's been Nika, the one who has engaged the most on these. Charlie, if the Dragons get their way, you had highlighted the relics earlier, now you've got beads for Lasbra. 15 seconds until Nika has them, and then 30 seconds on relics for Dardes and Coast. It feels like they want this to go a little bit longer just so they have all utility for the fight.
Yeah, the Jade Dragons are happy to stall this one out. I think it was the Warriors that were trying to bait out something, right? It wasn't a pull to go in for Enhanced Fire Giant. It was, hey, can you guys ult? Do you want to use a relic? Can we just find any sort of opening where we can find the fight after the fact? Make no mistake, the Oni Warriors don't want a 50-50. They want an all-out jungle brawl. And it looks like they're setting up for one. Dardes comes around the corner. Remember, Panatom has the taunt, but sees the link and knows PBM would be there with the kiss the second he dashed forward. So calls it off. Now we're back to the drawing board. Hey, Beacon is here. Primal Fury is here. There is stuff to do on the left side of the map, but everyone is around Enhanced Fire Giant. This could be the fight that breaks this game wide open.
It'd be massive if it's over a Beacon. Taunt onto Nika. Damage follow-up from Netroid is there. The crits are ringing true, and that's got the solo lane. Osiris already down to half, but he's got some backup this time. Panatom, again, dash forward, taunt back. But Nika's able to walk away from this one. Beads had to be used. The solo laner utilizing a little bit less of that utility.
Yeah, but SOT could teleport back in, and Fire Giant could still be the target. That's exactly what he does. He shows up at the Jade Dragons. They've got healing. They have Aphrodite. They have Polar Bear Mike. So they don't have to leave either. Still, the dance continues. One opening is all it takes. It was a beautiful taunt in from Panatom. Hold the beads, get a little aggressive, so Nika could be the target once again, but this Osiris does not die easily.
You had said it, this is the portion of the game the Warriors like to play for. It feels like between the taunt, having the Dharmic Pillars available to your name as well to add some shred in there, and we've mentioned the lack of CC from the Dragons. I'm looking at the positioning on the board right now. It feels like they're already on the defensive with the way the Warriors are pressuring them in mid, forcing them to step to this tier tower. But Trelly, we also saw what they can do on a defense yesterday. Right now, not just holding on here, maybe even trying to get aggressive. What kind of opening do the Dragons wait for? Are they just waiting for a counter punch?
Well, that wasn't it. I can tell you that much. Genetics uses the ultimate, tries to see it engage, doesn't come through. The Jade Dragons just want the Fire Giant to go down, right? They're okay with it getting half health. They're okay with going in for a 50-50 because they have Dardes. This Kukulkan can just use that ultimate and break up a team fight. Mike has been leading the charge. It doesn't have much engage though. That kiss doesn't start much. You can see, there it goes. SOT gets ulted, and that's the end of the engagement because the kiss does not last long enough. The Jade Dragons cannot be the ones to start the fight. They have to play reactive.
We'll try to be the ones that end it. Right now, Pyromancer thrown over the wall, stolen by Nika, but is he gonna pay for it with his life? Has his ult, can he hit over the wall, jump over, gets on out, the stolen Pyromancer, but you've got to keep running because the Warriors are on their way. Dharmic Pillars doesn't catch him, and the Dragons back away, but this is the opening, Trelly, that they have been waiting for. Fire Giant already picked up. Nika teleporting back in and unspotted just over the wall as they set this up and the Warriors start to fall back.
Low health bars on the side of the Warriors. They have to back up. The Jade Dragons should pick this up. They should go in for this enhanced Fire Giant. Why are they playing so defensive? The Oni Warriors used everything. They're going back to base core.
You've got the secure Dardes reset. Maybe they want something else to be able to give them that extra bit of push. Right now, a Potion of Power is going to be nice for what Dardes is able to bring to the board. But Trelly does enter this awkward time, especially, I mean, we talk about it a lot, but Dharmic Pillars is on such a low cooldown, Genetics almost has it again.
I mean, Hagon used his ult, which short cooldown. Genetics used his ult, short cooldown. Net used his ult, and they were low health bars. Like, I don't know what more of an opening you're looking for. The Jade Dragons still playing this one safe. There's no doubt in my mind the comms were clear. We are not pulling Enhanced Fire Giant without a pick. It's not going to happen. I don't care if I see low health bars. I don't care if I see everyone 1 HP. We are playing this calculated, and they've got plenty of time to do so. The Oni Warriors don't want to burst it, and the Jade Dragons don't want to start a fight. Someone is going to have to break this game open, and I bet it's going to be Panatom. This Athena is going to either go too far or set up the taunt of a lifetime.
And look, yesterday, the Dragons' first game of a 5-game set goes 56 minutes. They do not mind burying their heels in the dirt and pushing back as much as they need to, holding on as long as they have to. Maybe they can find some openings, good slows. That's what this team has open to them. But right now, again, you had mentioned maybe the counterpunch, their strong suit. Pyromancer, not gonna be up for a little bit. So right-hand side of the map, it's just this Fire Giant. The Warriors, unable to really find that opening. Who's got to start it? I mean, Panatom, these blinks into a taunt have been absolutely massive, but he's only ever grabbing Nika. He's never getting one of these squishies. How does he get to the backline a little easier to try and get coast your Lasbers or your Dardes?
It's just so scary for Panatom to blink in and go for a taunt when Mike is around, because once that Undying Love comes through, you've wasted your taunt, you're in the backline, you don't have Aegis, and Dardes is staring you down. Boris Coast is staring you down with crits and burst damage. So I don't think Panatom wants to just blink in. He wants to dash taunt and immediately back up. Genetics is almost always there with the Dharmic Pillars for peel. But if I'm Hagon, I'm going over to left lane and I'm just spawning Lizards nonstop. Like, he's putting them in mid currently. That's pretty easy for the Dragons to defend. But if you see that he's gone, maybe that's a little bit too much, and the Jade Dragons can just go in for an EFG, but he doesn't show himself. He can spawn like a wave or a whole Titan of those Lizards to just take down the tier 2 tower, or at least create some presence across the map, because having everyone here, all 10 members of both squads, just sitting around this Enhanced Fire Giant has not netted much.
We've entered that territory. 36 minutes in, 5-4 in favor of the Dragons, gold in favor of the Warriors. Just a few thousand. And not too much this late in the game. You can almost forget the first 30, because what matters is what comes up in the next 5 if this Fire Giant falls. But Beacon back available. A second spawning of Titans potentially coming, and the next 10 depending on how this fight breaks through. And Trelly, even more important than any of that, it's game one of the grand finals on the world's stage for both of these teams. And that pressure riding on the shoulders, getting that first step forward here could be so much weight.
That's what it is. It's so much momentum on the wave here. One EFG fight, one taunt, one kiss from Mike. And Eva could break this game wide open, put the momentum in your favor, put the crowd in your favor. And that electricity should be exactly what the team needs. Jade Dragons take the Pyromancer. Another Runic Bomb in play. 2 on the side of the Oni Warriors, 1 on the side of the Jade Dragons. They're gonna get tired eventually, and here it is, finally. Once again, EFG pulled. This is a bait. The Oni Warriors want to fight. They're gonna step forward. But without Panatom here, you already know it's a bait, right? He is at his speed buff currently. Sot is not gonna reset it though. They want the dive. They're just waiting to see if the Jade Dragons will misplay.
Lasber as well was back on the red buff. Nothing too serious for them. If the Warriors get a pull though, it can cause some trouble. Everything, anytime that health bar gets to 50%, just watch Dardes. This ult, the damage, I mean, we talk about it with Thoth a lot. It comes into the equation. First off, he's one of the few mages who's not gone for the alternate timeline. And on top of that, we end up in this really interesting position where he can 100-0 someone now. Like if he can hit Net, if he can hit Pagon, suddenly we're having a completely different conversation about the fight.
Yeah, but this man has not used that ultimate yet, and for good reason. Dardes needs the cooldown. As long as that ultimate is up, that's what's stopping the Oni Warriors, and that's a Zephyr right to the face. You can see how much damage this Kukulkan can do. Netroid's gonna have to go back and lifesteal. That's my point. The Oni Warriors are trying to bait out something, and that'd be the go button. The second that ult's down, I have no doubt the Oni Warriors 50-50. And finally, Pagon takes my advice that he didn't hear, sends the Lizards down left lane. Open up something, because this just dance back and forth. The Jade Dragons are clearly not taking the bait.
Now, we've seen this be balanced by certain things. You've got Nika, who has teleport, could go over towards left, defend, and then come over. You've got Coast, who could go over and start split pushing. Normally, we're having that conversation with the Chernobog, but you had mentioned earlier, it's where Chernobog lands that can cause some of the trouble. Yep. Is there going to be enough that you think they need to mount a defense over and left, or do you think this is the pressure? Actually, maybe it is the pressure. Sot tries to open this up, maybe in a bad spot. Good taunt from Panatom, good damage from Pagon. They force Dardes to fall back, and the tier 2 tower is the safe haven here for the Dragons.
So far, that's the call. Nika was looking for a wraparound, decided against it. A lot of damage came through. It looks like tier 2 tower is where the Oni Warriors are after. They're done with the enhanced Fire Giant dance, but remember, Mike has sustain, Mike has healing. He's gonna keep his team just fine. And Dardes without the beads in a risky spot, but he's got Undying Love as well.
Tier 2 should be pretty simple. We're approaching 40 minutes in. Builds long have been completing for a majority of the players on the board. Just now, Genetics looking for the last one. That Undying Love, 30 seconds before it comes back. Dangerous territory for the Dragons. How much pressure can the Warriors get without the full Fire Giant on their side, having no minion wave, and having a pretty solid defense for the Dragons, it feels like. How long could they hold on to this?
Indefinitely, man. The Jade Dragons are okay just playing the slow game. They are waiting for a mistake to be made. And that's what I'm talking about. The Oni Warriors cannot hope to just go for a pull and go for a 50-50. That's too risky. The engage they've been seeing, Genetics with the wraparound Dharmic Pillars, that was a while ago. That was the best option. Panatom now. This could be good. He's got Poly, he's got Bumba, so he has damage. He can also ult in at any moment, but it looks like he just wanted the shield buff. He's not going to continue split pushing left. He's going to go for a wraparound play here. He could go for a blink taunt. This could be what the Oni Warriors want.
Standing in the jungle, left side. Every member of the Dragons falls back instantly. Lazarus over on right is going to deal with some of the minions. So far, no control from the Lizards that Pagon's been sending around. And good defense from the Dragons makes sure that while their map state isn't necessarily the best, it is holding on as long as they can. 41 minutes in, 9 kills still on the board. And that enhanced Fire Giant, we've just kind of shifted the fight over towards mid lane, which may be favorable for the Dragons in terms of vision. Pyromancer spawns in. Dragons immediately in the pit, maybe looking for the fight as well, trying to find a pick. Unable to lock anyone down. The Warriors just too close-knit right now for them to jump in.
Pyromancer started up. Jade Dragons want it. Jade Dragons get it. Another Runic Bomb in their pocket.
On the board.
The Jade Dragons could go in for a pull. I mean, they have so much burst damage. They just want to wait out. They want to watch for the Phantom taunt. They want to get a relic down. They are playing so safe, so careful. You already explained why. The energy of getting a game 1 win. Too valuable, too much on the line for both of these teams to go for a risky call that is not 100% calculated. But the Oni Warriors have been the ones in the driver's seat. They go for this Fire Giant pull so many times just to see if they can find something. Lasbra loses the Magi's. That's a big deal. Next time he gets stunned, the beads will have to be the answer. But still, the dance continues. The Jade Dragons have not left their perch in the back camps around EFG.
Now, I want to ask you, and you know, this is where we're digging deep, but Shell picked up for Genetics earlier, and we've gotten to see some of that shielding, we see some of that safety, versus the Bracer on the other side. For support utility, especially for the way these fights break out, do you prefer one over the other? Do you see the utility that both are going to bring?
Well, it just puts Sot down a bit because he has to get the frenzy, right? When Bracer is in play, the Jade Dragons say, hey, we've got our damage amp, we know where everyone's going to be Exit Access Award as well. But because Gen X goes for more survivability, he goes for the Shell, he goes for the Med, now SOT has to get that frenzy to try and buff the damage. Finally, some split pushing has occurred, Gore. SOT to left lane. Will there be an answer? Doesn't seem like it. This would be the opening the Jade Dragons want, but they're not going to go for it. SOT doesn't have a Runic Bomb, though, so this Phoenix is not under too much pressure.
It's going to be a little bit of pressure, though, nonetheless, right? Clear the wave, try to do something. Nika's going to match, and that should slow that down. And like you said, with Lizards going in mid lane from the Tiamat, it opens up an easy defense, at least in that lane, for the Dragons to step over. Again, it's only been 2,000 gold. At this point, we're 43 minutes in. That doesn't mean too much. And Fire Giant seems to be the big deal. Sot, deep in mid lane, could go for the flank. Lasbra drops the ult onto Pagon, forces him to fall back. They look for their opening. They try to find that fight, but Sot a little late to the party, and the loop does not work here. Instead, Fire Giant started up again by the Warriors.
They're going for it. DPS is slow. Dardas is nearby, and of course the Jade Dragon step forward. Panatom takes a lot of damage.
You have to be careful here if you're Panatom. They don't have the jump in that they want, though, the chase down. Instead, they turn their eyes towards Pagon, and they've got the damage, but he's got the leaps. Good stun from Nika, locks him down. The alternate timeline keeps him going, but only for a second longer. Killed off, and Coast opens up this fight. Now Sot, Genetics trying to run. Panatom, Netroid forced out by Lasbra, and the EFG open for the Dragons.
The Jade Dragons finally have their opening. They back up towards the enhanced Fire Giant. Genetics is the only one nearby. Dharmic Pillars and SOT with a teleport. They want to try and defend.
Sot goes into the back. You don't have that ult if you're Dardas. It's true 50-50. Dharmic Pillars drop. Dragons, though, get the enhanced Fire Giant. They need to win this fight. Lasbra is low, but Lasbra is safe. And the turnaround, yeah, you lose your jungler, but you're killing them one by one. Get the job done. Netroid, nowhere to run, and the Dragons get a DSI. They're going to run down right and get this Phoenix and look for this game.
Yep, Pagon spawns in 25 seconds with the Jade Dragons have enhanced Fire Giant. This Phoenix is an afterthought. They're stepping forward. They're walking into the Titan room, and they won game 1.
The damage, it's enough. Game 1, and a little bit of momentum goes over to the Jade Dragons.
45 minutes into this game. One pick is all it took, Gore. One kill onto Pagon, and the overcommitment from the Oni Warriors means the Jade Dragons have won this crowd so far. The momentum in their favor.
They had, Charlie, only a small kill lead. They were down in gold and down in pressure they could apply. And when you look at it, though, a Coast stands out, right? 5-1. Able to get so much done, but the damage from Dardas, there's so much that goes into that. And the thing that the Dragons have, and we saw it yesterday, we see it there, they don't care how long the game goes, they will hold out and they will fight you on their own terms.
And I want to draw into attention how many times we've seen this. After the Jade Dragons, whether they lose, whether they win, immediately Mike says, boys, huddle up. Don't get too excited. Don't get in your own head. Stay control, right? We are playing this one slow, and they did not do anything special. They didn't engage a fight. They didn't overcommit. They sat there and waited. They said the Oni Warriors will mess up. They will step too far forward. We will find our opening. And About 43 minutes in, they found that opening.
And that fire, I mean, that might be one of the longest fire giant dances we've seen, just period, with how long they are keeping things up. But they get the job done. And again, Trelly, they get this first game, and how crucial of a step that can be. We've had tons of arguments over game 1 versus game 2, things like that in a best of 5. We're not getting into that now. But being able to look at what they've done and how exhausting on the world stage, in Worlds Finals, that can hold, that's really what I'm seeing right now for the Dragons and what they are going to carry with them into game 2.
They're on pins and needles the whole time, right? That whole EFG fight, one mistake, one taunt, one missed relic is the end of game number 1. So yeah, the stress will certainly start to build.
Well, game 1 ends, and we'll have game 2 in a little bit, but for now, we're actually going to go over to the stage where Dave is standing by.
That's right, SMITE fans, we are live here on stage. How about game 1 from the Jade Dragons? We've been here with our friends at Steel Series all weekend long. And if you remember correctly, you could buy raffle tickets for all of this swag. We got microphone, keyboard, mouse, headset, whole speaker setup down there as well. So we're gonna do the raffle giveaway here in just a moment. So if you have your raffle tickets, get ready because we're gonna pull the raffle number here in just a moment. Raffle ticket number 4326316. 6316 are the last 4 numbers. That's the raffle winner for all this Steel Series swag. Someone give me a shout. We got it? All right, we got one. Come up to the stage if you are 4326316 and come claim all your Steel Series gear. I do have something else I think I could give away here in the meantime. I think one game worth of suspenders is probably enough. So I think it may be time while we get our Steel Series winner up here. Please watch your eyes. This terrifies me. Everyone, be careful. We got it. Oh, we got him, the big winner. (432) other side. 6316. Congratulations, the big Steel Series winner. Thanks to you guys at Steel Series for these big giveaways. It's been awesome. I mean, goodness gracious, microphone, keyboard, headset, really everything you need for your setup. Fans, we appreciate you guys. Game number 2 coming up next.
All right, my friend, biggest question of the day. Are you ready? Yes. All right, that was actually 2 questions, but I need to know, do you think there are more seats in that auditorium, or do you think there are more Control Freak thumbsticks in this box?
I gotta say, I think that there's way more thumbsticks. Definitely more people in the audience today because SMITE World Championships Season 10 today.
I'm gonna say more thumbsticks.
More thumbsticks. I think there's more Control Freak thumbsticks in this box.
Yonder auditorium or this box? I gotta go with the box.
Oh man, that's a tough question. You know, I'm no mathematician, but I gotta say, probably more thumbsticks.
It's gotta be more thumbsticks, man. That's for sure.
I think there are more thumbsticks in this box than seats over there.
I say more seats. More seats.
More seats?
Yeah, more seats. I believe in the fans.
I'm gonna have to go with more Control Freaks inside that box.
I'm giving a little guess here. We got a couple Dragons fans out there. We got a couple of whoever the other guy is. But I'm gonna go with this. I'm seeing a lot of them in there.
You think there's more Control Freak thumbsticks in the box?
I think so. I mean, just look at them all. It's not that big, but there's a whole lot of stuff in there.
Nice. Great answer. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, this is my first Worlds final, not as a player, but honestly still feels just as good. I'm really proud of.
He's just as big of a part of the team.
I'm really proud of everyone, like, sticking in it. Like, after we were 2-0 down, it's just poetic, you know. I just told them this is the time we reverse sweep. It's time for revenge, so, and it happened, and I couldn't be happier.
It definitely feels pretty amazing. It's been something I've been very privileged to be to multiple times now. I'm just very proud of my teammates and everything. Yeah, it definitely feels amazing, but we still got work to do. They played pretty much exactly how I thought they would. I think as the set developed, I think especially game 3, 4, and 5, I think we predicted exactly what they would do in draft. Even it's weird because I'm sure they feel similarly when you play against players for, you know, Aurora and Cyclone and Mooney. I've played against them for a decade now. You just know how they play, and they're just so clean. They're just such a good team at objectives. Their macro play, like game 1, they just won off of playing the map better than us. So yeah, they're just an amazing team for sure. It was a tough set.
And it's just very special for us to like finally overcome like beating them. Like the whole year they've had our number, and it feels good to like the last opportunity to just get the win, especially a reverse sweep. Like, what the fuck?
Oni Warriors did not waver for a second. What a beautiful game played by the Oni Warriors. The Tiamat looks ugly.
History would say not well. We haven't beaten them yet this year. But I actually don't think that is as like damning as it sounds. I feel like for the Warriors that the most recent like SPL set we played them in the regular season, we had a very similar game to game 2 today where we're basically stomping them the whole game. And then we threw one fight of fire and lost the game off of it. So I feel like they're a team that we have a better read on. We scrimmed almost exclusively those two teams up to the tournament just because they're on the opposite side of the bracket. So I feel like we have a better understanding of how they want to play. I'd say our early and our mid game improved a lot in scrims, even if at times it didn't feel like it. If you're like, you know, frustrated in games, you're like running it down or having bad starts. I think we got a lot better at that area of the game. In terms of late game team fighting, I don't think any team can out team fight us. I haven't felt that way all year. So I just think it's about playing our game, and whoever we play, I'm confident.
Jade Dragons all about rewriting history. Yesterday, reverse sweep in the semifinals to get into the grand finals. First for many of those players on the Jade Dragons. And in game 1 of our grand finals, break a bit of history, both this year, handing the Oni Warriors their first loss of Worlds, and handing Genetics his first game loss ever on a World Championship stage. So rewriting history, important for the Jade Dragons throughout the remainder of today. Welcome back to the Esports Stadium Arlington for the SMITE World Championships here in Season 10. Love being here, and it's a great, great area to be, and all these fans making a lot of noise. And we want to look back at exactly what happens here in game number 1 during the Steel Series Moments of Glory. A lot of them for the Jade Dragons. Hazer, where's your mind go first?
Well, my mind goes to the late game. That is where this game went. There was a bit of a lull through the early mid, not a whole lot of kills, and then we got to this stalemate at the Fire Giant. The Oni Warriors seemed to have the impetus, but they just did not have objective secure. Dardes on this Kukulkan, absolutely key, ripping those ults as often as he could and denying pressure to the Oni Warriors.
And not just that, I mean, the ultimate's obviously phenomenal, but I thought it was the tornado placement from Dardes that prevented this dive composition from the Oni Warriors. Triple tank front line, just trying to get as far as they could towards Vaporish Coast, towards Dardes, and every single time their path was blocked by immense damage.
And to combo with this Cuckoo, they had this Aphrodite providing safety that Dardes was able to go for this full damage build. And the combo of this Afro and Cuckoo, if she ever hit a kiss, immense damage came out. Cuckoo's building full damage, gets about 1,000 power. Aphrodite, when she gets the kiss, 20% more power. Mirrodin on the ultimate, 20% more power. There's so much damage potential on this combo, it's got to be taken away. Both of them, not together. One of them, maybe, but they both look fantastic.
And speaking of damage potential, I thought the Oni Warriors would have a lot more of it, but it's that full tank Athena build, I think hamstrings them a little bit. They just weren't able to match up with the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, and I think when it came to the late game, they lacked the damage to kill Nika, they lacked the damage to kill Mike. Because Panatom went that build, they only have 2 real damage dealers in Pegon and Netroid, and that meant they weren't ever able to shred the front line. And so FG could be just stalemated forever by the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, and as we both saw at the same time, 8,000 damage out of the Athena. This cannot happen. If you are playing jungle, you have got to build some semblance of damage to threaten the back line. That is the entire problem. And I don't necessarily mind the Athena in the jungle. I didn't like the Ganesh and the full damage or the full defense combo with it. I didn't think there was enough damage there at all. I think if they get this Athena again, I want it to go to Genetics in the jungle and find something else, or Genetics in support and find something else in the jungle.
And realistically, there was the opportunity to just go ahead and put that Athena over towards support and grab one of Panatom's signature picks in the Susano. I was so surprised by that last-minute changeup.
And now, I think for the Oni Warriors, it's a return to what Mike was talking about the Jade Dragons in that interview, right? It's about returning to their game, because this is an Oni Warriors team that has been near impossible to beat. And so, Hazer, what do you want to see from the Oni Warriors resetting for Game 2?
I think I'd like to see them switch sides and just ban out that Athena themselves, go back towards what they've prepped. I think that draft from the Jade Dragons threw off their prep. They didn't expect the Athena to get through. They didn't expect to be able to pick it in those second and third slots, so it threw off their draft. They weren't able to convert with the draft that they ended up getting, and I want them to go back to what they prepared last night, what they talked about this morning, and what they came into this tournament intending to do.
Myth, do you think this is an opportunity for the Dragons, though, to go on a bit of a run? This team has been, I think it was Jithan's birthday yesterday, too. It's unbelievable how that works. We'll talk a bit more about what we're expecting as we get into picks and bans for Game 2 between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors here in a best-of-5 grand final live in Arlington, Texas at the eSports Stadium. And Myth, I want to look at the Oni Warriors and maybe some of the shifting around that they're hoping to do, because I think Hazer's right. Maybe just a return to what has worked is the right path forward.
I understand why the Oni Warriors feel threatened in picking up that Athena. We've seen Lazarus threaten Athena jungle himself throughout this entire year, so in that position, you're always grabbing that god, but there is something to be said about playing your own game, and it's something Inbound and Hazer have done a great job highlighting. If something can just throw them off balance like that, it's the Jade Dragons every single time.
And I liked how the Jade Dragons kind of forced them into playing that, because as Hazer said, this is something that they weren't preparing to play. They were expecting that 100% ban rate, and with one other opportunity to ban it here, I agree. Yes, you're on first pick side, but it doesn't look comfortable. Play what you expected to play against, ban the Athena. So far it's led through, they have the opportunity again.
They get rid of what they believe to be the problems, though. Afro and Kukulkan, Mike and Dardes did go absolutely crazy on those picks, and they denied a lot of what Athena wants to do. When Athena dash taunts, the Kukulkan Tornado was denying follow-up.
But you've let Dardes' best pick through. The Morrigan has been his bread and butter this entire year. One of the best base stance Morrigan players in the league. Has great transformation potential with that Bellona making her way through bans as well. Talk about lane dominance and great early game pressure already for the Dragons.
And that's what I'm touching on. They went through Osiris last game because the Bellona was banned. Bellona available here, locking it in. Maman hover.
Now Maman.
They got the Maman. They had the opportunity last time. They're going for the Maman now. And I like it here because it provides that flex potential. You don't know who's going to be taking it.
Exactly. It keeps the draft ambiguous. It keeps the Oni Warriors guessing. And the Oni Warriors, it looks like, deciding once again not to go for Athena support. At the very least, Ganesh coming through for Genetics one more time. I'm wondering if they'll lock in the Athena. I think we're going to see them skip over it this time.
The Merlin hover. I mean, back to the standard for the Oni
this.
Warriors. I think it's a really good pickup. It gives you that AoE persistent damage as well, the 100% win rate for
Across
Merlin.
5 games.
It's been very potent so far. But if it's going to be Maman mid, we don't know that just yet, but if it is Maman mid, that's a much easier matchup than we've seen her have to deal with so far.
I think there is that, but I also think when we go to that late game, I think Merlin is one of the few characters that has that outplay potential into the Maman. And with that Tiamat locked in, we're guaranteed a Maman jungle, we're guaranteed this Tiamat mid, and this is taking it away. The Morrigan was available, like you said, and we've seen Dardes kind of go back to that. The Tiamat I'm a little concerned about. Yes, it's a strong character, but I'm worried about that early game for this Jade Dragons outside of solo.
I really do like that, though, from the Jade Dragons, addressing the early game in the second phase of bans. If you're worried about not being able to scale up in a late, get rid of the Awelish. That god, so dominant on map, can really establish pace early on. Oni Warriors, similarly, though, addressing early game.
Yeah, they don't want to give Coast a comfort pick. Did look very, very strong on that Chernobog last game. I wonder if he'll be getting, banned away straight away by the Oni Warriors. Just as I say, they address it.
And I like the Bog ban. I think Coast could have used the global a little bit more, but he was still a threat on it in the team fights. And there's still a bunch of ADCs available for Coast here. That Ishtar namely comes to mind, something that can kind of mitigate Hachi's early game, kind of farm up, get to that late game. Rama, another one. We've seen it a little bit. It's not been highly prioed. And then lastly, the Heimdall. So there is still a lot of options available here for Coast. And that is the one thing I didn't want to see him on a god that's going to be losing lane.
But every time we say we don't want to see something from the Jade Dragons, they completely flip expectations on their head. I mean, this analyst test was completely down on their last draft. I know Jingwei hasn't looked so great so far this event, but scaling late game damage, crit build now in Vapor's Coast back pocket.
Please, crit build.
Please, it has to be.
And that was what I was going to touch on. Last time he played this Jingwei, he went for that funky Silver Branch Kins oboe build. I didn't like it. They lost the game. I don't hate it as much if he does go for that crit build. I would have just preferred some semblance of pressure in duo.
Yeah, very, very slow comp here for the Dragons outside of that Bellona. It looks like they're going to be trying to dominate the solo lane again, get gold from totems, get that MP5, and be able to farm out the game. But I want to see what SOT locks in here to match that Bellona. I would like to see him go a pressure pick, maybe an Osiris, something like that that can match the Bellona in solo.
I love that point, Hazer. This is really a scaling composition, and generally when you see mid lane and dual lane scaling, you want something in the jungle that can match pressure early. Maman Brigitte isn't that pick. 2-3 items in, then you have that 100-0 potential. You're a massive threat on your own. Until then, you're really just there to clear jungle and try and keep people safe.
And I think you're both 100% correct. If the Warriors go for this Osiris, if they mitigate this Bellona, I'm scared for the Dragons. They don't have anything that they can really do and play through in that early game. And with this Gilgamesh lock-in, that's a level 5 spike. That's huge that the Jade Dragons can't really match. And this Osiris, there's so much pressure here.
Yeah, and it's not like their comp isn't scaling either. They have a Merlin, one of the best late-game gods in the game. Maui Hover. We saw it dominate in the NASEC qualifiers. El Leon looking amazing on this pick, and we haven't seen it a whole lot at the SPL level quite yet. Will Mike decide to go towards it here?
And I don't love this. What else is going to be really pulling those beads that you can actually punish? If you hit that pull, yes, you're going to be getting those beads, but then you have to wait for your ultimate to be back up. Are you going to be able to kind of threaten that?
Normally, I'm all in on that, Bobby, but Maui has so much CC on his own. He's going to burn your beats with the first ability, pull you back in with the landfall, stun on the leap, pull on passive. If you want one dedicated beads burner, I think Maui's as best as you could do.
I agree in the same semblance, but into a Ganesh, that is something that you have to put yourself out of position for, and you can't do that against the Ganesh. It's risky, and I agree, if those beads are down, there is that threat there, but Ganesh just kind of makes it so difficult to play this Maui.
Whoa. That ends up being a Baron lock-in for the Jade Dragons. Unless my eyes deceive me, I think it's the first time that Athena will have gone unpicked and unbanned here at the SMITE World Championship. Hazer, Baron Samdi for the Jade Dragons.
Very, very slow comp here by the Jade Dragons. They went late last time, and it looks like they want to go late again. They want to go towards these Fire Giant fights. I think they're really going to struggle to get through this early game with this comp. What I want to see from the Oni Warriors here is to run it down. Gilgamesh in the jungle, going to be dominant. Osiris and Solo can match the Bellona. Ganesh Hachiman should crush this duo lane. I want to see aggression from the Oni homies.
And if I'm playing Gilgamesh here, it's not even, I need to hunt down this laner. It's, I'm going to hunt down this Maman Brigitte. I want to meet her in the jungle, fight her there. There's so much CC lockdown now on the side of the Warriors. Every one of their side lanes going to play with immense pressure. You're not even concerned about what would be a normally pretty slow lane in the Merlin. Up against Tiamat, you have pressure there too.
And the one point is that I think the Dragons are kind of going back to is we're on the world stage. Games are usually a little bit slower. That means there's going to be pressure on the Warrior side to kind of snowball this game and get them in that, I mean, big lead advantage by the time it goes late. But if this game goes late and the Dragons are able to farm up, get those 4 or 5 items, this is a scary comp on the side of the Dragons.
It's a hard thing to manage mentally. You've gone down 1-0. You're under pressure on the world stage. Genetics taking his first loss in Texas, you know? He hasn't fallen down a single time. How does he react here? Can they pull the trigger on these calls? Can they make the pressure count from this comp and get in there?
I think they can. I'm the only concern I have for the Oni Warriors is their ability to do the stuff after the stuff. I know Tom's in the building, but
He's in the building. That's a good shout
objective
out.
play, it's going to be tough. You've got really good burn potential. Ganesh, one of the best at that. Hachiman boosts your team's potential there, but there is no secure. That's not to say the Jade Dragons haven't got it either, but they do have a Jingwei. She's very good at defending Gold Fury because you're just able to leverage that passive to stay ever present. The Oni Warriors could very well find kills, but the stuff after, I'm not so sure.
Game 2 going to be very telling here in this set. I talked to some Dragons players earlier on today. They put a whole lot of importance on Game 1. This Oni Warriors team has been very difficult for the Jade Dragons to beat this year. Players thinking that if they can get through Game 1, they may just win the whole thing. Let's see how close the Jade Dragons are. Can the Oni Warriors bounce back in game number 2?
Well, that is the question that we're going to have to see answered by them here in Trelli. As far as drafts go, felt like the Warriors, although last time we were saying this, did a lot to get things in their favor. The question is how well they can control them, especially when the Dragons can hunker down as well as they did yesterday and in that last game. There's a lot, I think, that stands out, but front foremost earlier was the jungle conversation. And I'm going to go back to it because we've got Panatom on a signature pick for himself, this Gilgamesh. It has me excited.
Yeah, and I tend to echo a little bit of what the desk was saying. It's worrisome that the Jade Dragons have went so hard for the late game. They feel like they can stall this game out up against Sot on the Osiris, up against Panatom on the Gilgamesh. Of course, Pagon's not going to do too much heavy lifting there. This Merlin is going to want to get late game as well, and same with Netroid, but you've got the EI Jutsu, you've got some good stuns. It's not as if Genetics and Netroid can't find aggression early on as well, so the Jade Dragons, they really feel confident like they can drag this game out just like they did in game number 1. And if they do, if a Porsche Coast builds crit, this is a pretty gross composition very late on.
Well, it is game 2, the World's Finals, with the Dragons having the 1-0 lead and the pressure that I imagine the players are feeling. You know, David mentioned Dragons saying, get through game 1. As long as you get through game 1, you've got somewhere to go. You've got momentum. You've got something. You've got the crowd on your side if you're the Dragons. And that's going to be their overall goal. Now, Charlie, I also want to throw this back because for longtime SMITE fans, this is a lane that you've gotten used to seeing, but years and years and years ago, Bologna versus the Osiris, this feels like it could have a lot of fire.
Definitely, and because of that, junglers might want to stick on this side of the map, right? You've got double teleport, so not as if there's survivability in question, and Lasbra eats a lot of damage early on. That's the benefit, having a pick like Gilgamesh, a pick like Merlin. But you're right, there should be some scrapping over in the solo lane. It's not as if Lasbra is going to have the easiest time going for ganks. I think Mifflin said it best. It's going to take a few items before Maman feels like she can just fight as aggressively as she wants to. So Lasbra is going to be chilling, whereas Panatom, he's got the blink, right? He wants to fight as much as possible.
Nika needs to be a little careful. Luckily, that signal didn't connect. Panatom, though, finds what he needs in mid. It's first blood, 1 minute in for the Warriors.
And this is what I'm talking about, man. Lasbra has the blink, but wasn't able to use it because so much CC comes from Gilgamesh early on. Now, not only are you Maman jungle into Gilgamesh, you are down. You died. You gave first blood to Panatom. He is going to have so much control on the map. And Panatom with a lead on an actual jungle that can carry, that's scary stuff.
That is a dangerous territory. You had mentioned the Dragons, if they can hold out long, that is a key. We've seen them do just that several times this weekend. They're going to need a little bit more, especially if Panatom decides to get active. One thing the Athena does, slow everybody down, right? Yes, you can show up in any lane, but if the other lane isn't giving you the opportunity, it's not going to do too much. We'll take a look back and see exactly how he gets that first blood. And Trelli, it is a very dangerous game to be playing against Gilgamesh, especially when it's Panatom.
He just walked up, took the one, and I'm assuming level 3 was not even necessary. You gotta watch out for those stuns without the beads. And Lasbra has to play so safe for the rest of the game too. Getting down without beads, level 12 is when he gets access to that safety. And he doesn't have it for quite some time. Panatom has the ability to get active over in right lane, and both junglers are here. I don't think you just stick around. I think Panatom wants to step forward. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, he wants the fight. Who else is going to take it? Right now, Nika holds up in terms of position. Kick, stun onto Lasbra. But you've got a good silence out from Nika. Again, just make sure that follow-up is very limited. And Lasbra, he's been doing a great job just mitigating some of the pressure towards them. So nothing massive happening over in solo. Blue buffs should go to their respective teams. And that first blood bounty, giving the Warriors a slight edge in the first few minutes.
So far, that's all that we've seen action-wise. This is a bit of a double down. Polar Bear Mike on the Bear, and this was a pick that for a while he was undefeated on.
Yes.
It went for a very long time, but since then has taken a few L's. Still a great pick for him to go to. Not necessarily a terrible matchup either. You don't want to, use the Dharmic Pillars right on top of that Life of the Party because you get some mitigations, but Eagles Rally used. Nika confirms another totem. And SOT says, you know what, I've got Lord of the Afterlife, but I'm going to hang on to it this time.
That totem count sign is going to need like a fold out. It's going to need extra if Nika keeps up this pressure in solo lane. Dardes get a little bit of poke back and forth between the two of them. Lasbra as well, showing face over on right. Has Solar Troll, not a lot of mana to work with. Does not connect on any CC though. And that is going to be sought, making it back to the tier 1 tower line. Cooldown buff over to the Dragons.
Double down from now. Still early days in this game, right? Pre 4 minutes. But already having that first blood, Gilgamesh. Anton gets to go find his quest at level 5. Could be nice, but he's sticking around the right side of the map. Remember, he looked towards a little bit of action. Nika, remember, he ulted on that totem last time, doesn't have it.
Yeah, stunned out, kicked back, stunned. The CC chain is just solid, but they go in, Winds of Shamash, the damage, the dodge though.
There it is.
It's a little stronger, but the fade away from SOT. Everything you need, and it's a 2-0 lead, Warriors.
And that's the benefit, exactly that. You use your ultimate to confirm a totem, you don't have Eagles Rally, and SOT puts you down with help from Panatom. So much lockdown coming from the double Warrior squad here. Life of the Party pulls in Genetics, but it looks like both teams are going in.
Yeah, Coast low, force Netroid to fall back on the ult. The damage, oh man, the fadeaway again, just there. But not able to find the full secure. And now full pressed up against this tier 1 tower line. The Dragons daring the Warriors to fight back, and the Warriors, well, as of right now, in solo, they say yes. In mid, they say yes, but in duo, they can't.
No, not into Baron. Mike is on point with the CC, and that's going to be something you always have to watch out for. You can tell the target here. Oh, the drop kick just off the mark. Remember, Lasbra has that ultimate for CC immunity. Didn't feel like you needed to use it, and it was close. If that kick connects, you may be falling down once again. As Maman Brigitte is having a rough time so far in game number 2. But remember, the Jade Dragons were never playing for this stage of the game anyway. They want to get later on, and so far, not the biggest deal.
I'm going to watch solo lane, maybe like a hawk, see specifically if Nika drops that ult, because SOT has been in control of the totem, at least the last one, and this one, it looks like, going his way. And Nika's dominance in lane has been a pretty significant portion of success in the Dragons' wins. You go back to game 4, game 5 yesterday, game 1 today, and while game 1 takes a little longer than some of those others, it is built upon this early lead. I mean, 2,000, 3,000 gold that the Dragons were able to cultivate seemingly from nothing.
Yep, not going to be the case this time around. More so even, SOT has been fighting back, and that's what the Osiris can bring. It's not as like the Amaterasu, which has to stay back, has to play a little bit safe. He can scrap with this pick, and so far that's exactly what we've seen. Actually, 2 Ward Chalices coming through from the support. That's going to be a heavy investment. You can't really get the sentries if you are Polar Bear Mike because you have the Baron's Brew, but you will have the left side of the map lighted up like a Christmas tree. No ganks will be coming through to the duo lane without the Jade Dragons having at least a semblance of an idea that it's happening.
And you can tell he wants more for the fight. Life of the Party is really going to be the key for if he can find anything. Once he jumps up on that coffin, that pull, that vortex that it brings. I mean, very similar to what they were looking for when they hovered the Maui, but it brings a lot of control. Lasbra comes over towards right again, tries to give Nika a little bit of pressure, but you got Panatom walking in. Cooldown buff goes the way of the Warriors. And it seems like the Dragons recognize they don't want to take the rest of this fight. SOT falls back, Panatom runs into the jungle, and everything comes out as a small reset. This is also dangerous, just watching specifically where Panatom is going and knowing when his blink is available. It just feels like at any given moment, especially in mid, something could just go wrong.
And that's because Lasbra has to sort of follow, right? He's staying over in solo lane. He knows where Panatom could try to get aggressive. And Lasbra is here sort of as a deterrent. He's not looking to get active himself. He's just trying to defend. Netroid forced into the mounted archery, takes a lot of damage, but Genetics grabs that pull for him. No problem there. But you do lose your ultimate, so Net has to play very safe. This is the aggressive duo lane that we expected, but with the Jingwei, that's a lot of character.
A lot of numbers on the left-hand side. Lasbra maybe looking to see if he can find just somebody, anybody who steps out of position. Unfortunately for them, the Warriors fall back. 8 minutes in, we had an explosive start to this game, 2-0. But Trelly, the gold, virtually even, slowly shifting over towards the Dragons after the early lead that the Warriors were able to pick up. And now we're entering, totem conversation where we're entering, at least those last moments of this early game as we transition into the mid game and looking at items, looking at starts. And specifically, I'll ask, because we don't see him a whole ton, where do you expect to see this Gilgamesh go, especially with his build?
I mean, so far it's been a lot of right lane, but Pantom, the world is his oyster. He is one of the scariest characters on the map currently with this Jotun's Wrath. He's got some magical defense in tow as well, so it's not as if Lasbra is going to be the biggest threat in a 1v1, especially once that Shoguns gets online. I mean, Pantom can just control the map however he would like, but with how pushed back his duo lane has been, it's not as if ganks are going to be too easy. Mike and Vaporish Coast have so much safety as well as so much engage, as we've seen Netroid using that ult defensively a few times now. So maybe because Mike's so pushed up, Pantom heads over to left and looks for a gank, but this gets called out and the Jade Dragons back it up.
Shield buff, that's all the Warriors find over there. It's going to be these small neutrals that split back and forth. I know where the crowd's at right now, and I know who they are backing. Nika yesterday. Trelly, you got to talk about it. I mean, legacy game, it feels like.
Oh, yeah.
On this Bologna. Willing to jump in. And one thing that the desk had been talking about was, some beads burn. When they were hovering Maui, they were a little worried about who was going to be helping with that. Nika was finding very consistent stuns throughout a lot of those team fights against the Fairy Ball.
He just plays as aggressive as he wants. Looks like the Executioner will come through, so should be able to chop up some DPS. Look at this grouping, though, here from the Oni Warriors. They are faking the Gold Fury just to see if they can bait in the Dragons. Teleport not available for Nika, but SOT can get here any moment. Pantom doesn't take too much damage here, but life of the party already down.
Yeah, Mike has to play carefully. Already knocked back. Gold Fury. Maybe the question, a teleport coming through as well from the Osiris. This is the Warriors showing their hand. They want the Gold Fury. Like you said, no life of the party, and already half health for Mike. Has to play careful. Pantom into the back, jumps onto Coast, takes him down to half, but takes his life in the process. And now the turnaround, the Dragons get the Fury. They're looking for the fight. Dardes with the chase. One more auto kills off Pagon. You lose Lasbra. You're looking like you might lose Mike, but Coast wants to help out. You need the safety, you need the numbers, and they don't have either. 2 for 2. Fury towards the Dragons. Now the runaway Dardes trying to make sure he keeps the numbers advantage, but they're gonna trade him all down the middle. Triple kill for Netroid, but Fury for the Dragons.
Dardes isn't done though here, Gore. He wants to get that kill on. He's gonna get the shutdown, and Dardes matches the triple kill. He is not gonna be rolled over.
So much, Trelly. So much in that fight. But Dardes, 3-0, and look at that dip. It was very small, very close, very neutral. 2,000 in both the gold and the experience now in favor of the Dragons. That fight is crucial for them to get some momentum building.
Not only that, stealing the Gold Fury away, the Jade Dragons. They recognized that Nika wasn't going to rotate. That's the biggest thing as far as I'm concerned. The teleport wasn't available. Nika hasn't upgraded it. He's just been able to put more and more money into his build. Just now gets persistent teleport, but he just stuck over in right lane, no problem at all. Mike, with the juke shoes, is going to run away, uses that ultimate because he feels like he's in some danger, but the chase will not continue. This is all setting up for a beacon fight, by the way. 18 seconds, and that beacon's going to spawn in. This time, Nika actually could teleport it.
9 kills on the board. Control towards the Dragons, despite the kill count being towards the Warriors. And like you said, 6 seconds until we will see this beacon spawn in. We've seen some large groupings. We've seen some absolute ignoring of the beacon. And so the question is for the Warriors right now, are you going to step up? Because the Dragons have control. They're already 3-4 through charging this. And it doesn't seem like anyone has the answer. Easy beacon, maybe an easy fight. No, Coast forced to ult away. Netroid Panatom playing aggressive. Watch Lasber looping around once to find someone knocked back away from Panatom, but instead goes for his ult. Knock up, at least good for some disrupt. Now you've got Mike rotating in, no ult to his name. You've got Genetics. You've also got Solo or Troll coming around. The Dharmic Pillars go massive here for the Warriors, and they take down Mike. They take down Coast, and it's a double for the carry, looking to continue his tirade through the Dragons, and Sot looking to continue these kills. All you need is a few more and you get another 8-4 Warriors.
The Oni Warriors are not to be stopped. They step forward all off some aggression from Netroid. I thought Porsche Coast might have been out there, Gore, but he had the airstrike. Did not matter. SOT is able to chase him down. Netroid has 5 kills to his name, and the Oni Warriors are not done. Tier 1 tower over on left. Pyromancer is being pinged. I want to see Net back and head right to it, and it seems like that's the call. The Oni Warriors will not stop. These objectives belong to them.
Now, you said what the Dragons are waiting for is a late game. Right now, we're 13 minutes in, and so much has already happened. That gold lead the Dragons had just picked up has completely fallen apart, and we are talking about maybe 1,000 gold. If this Pyromancer goes the way of the Warriors, it will be nullified. Mike can't afford to be caught out here, taken down. 2/3 health to his name. He gets to fall back. Sot's rotations right now, 15 seconds on the teleport. Feels like he has been just crucial right now for the Warriors in terms of finding a lot of this pressure, Trelly.
You are right. SOT cleans up a lot of these kills. Netroid, of course, getting the credit for him, but the rundown, the chase down, the slows, the stuns, all of which this Osiris can provide. The Jade Dragons are sitting just fine. You know, as far as objectives go, they were able to steal away that Gold Fury. They are not too far behind it. They can't fight, but they have to respect the damage of the Oni Warriors. They have to respect the energy in this building. Panatom heads over to left. He wants a Porsche Coast, catches the dash. The beats come through. But the airstrike, is that enough? Netroid wants to chase this. Oh, he's in trouble.
It has to go a different direction. Doesn't go towards the team. Has to hope that Mike has something, but he just does not. It is 6-1 right now for Netroid, and they are not done. Dharmic Pillars lock down Mike. Autos are there. Leap over the wall. Panatom just off the mark, and the pull back from the Warriors. And Trelly, it's because there's something more tantalizing than bullying the support. Instead, it's the Oni Fury and deep control for the Warriors.
Yeah, this one's going to be uncontested. Lasber has not been able to get aggressive at all this game, and the Oni Warriors continue to push that lead. Nika, though, has the Pyromancer started up. SOT on the way, and that means it's going to have to be dropped. Dardes had a bit of zone, but not enough to keep this Osiris back. Not enough to keep this Mad Lad away from the objective, and now the Oni Warriors are trying their damage towards this Pyromancer. It's going to be a double down because Mike has shown up, and actually SOT might want to run.
Has a lot of damage already on board. Mike seems to want something different, though. The team kind of peels apart from each other. Nika with Sot held down. Sot no teleport. And so this reset is going to be hard for him to make it sure he can get back. Pyromancer low, Dragon secure that one, but they got to get out Mike. Lasber already low. You've got Nika on the side looking for pressure on Pagon. They don't want this fight. They just want to grab the Runic Bomb. Utilize this small advantage. Trelly, time marches on. It's a 5-kill lead for the Warriors, but gold is pretty much leveled out.
Nika picks up the Runic Bomb, though. Could be used to just destroy a Tier 1 tower, put some more gold in their pocket. Notably, Dardes is still 3-0, remember. Some of these shutdowns have been important. Netroid got shut down, which is why Dardes is a little bit ahead in lane. Level 16 on this Tiamat. But the Oni Warriors, traditionally in the season, Gore, they were not ones to sit back. They were not ones to play for 30, 40 minutes. They were pulling Fire Giants at about this time, even with gold leads or gold deficits like this. With Netroid already having crit, that is certainly a possibility here. Porsche Coast goes to dominance. It's going to be a while before he can match that DPS of this Hachiman.
Doesn't help. Net's 6-1 right now. 6 of the 9 affected kills. You're going to need more from Net, maybe a little bit from Lasber here as well if they want to get aggressive on the side. Doesn't seem to be the play. This moment we see. First couple of levels can show face, although unfortunately for Lasber it was a fall down. Then late game, you've mentioned the late game a few times. We're 17 minutes in, we're getting to that portion. When can I start to expect to see Lasber turn the tide of how this game has gone?
I mean, one more item would certainly help, but he's got nothing on Panatom at the moment. Itemization-wise, he's going hybrid, he's going bruiser, and he can do so much. So, unfortunately for Lasber, he is playing on the back foot here, same as Porsche Coast. They are just getting a little bit overwhelmed in their respective roles. Panatom can do no wrong, but it's not as if a level 15 Maman Brigitte is not a threat. Lazarus needs to close gap onto people like Pagon. That'd be your good target if you are looking to get your damage off. Speaking of, Nika taking a lot here.
Already half health. It's a fight post-beacon. There's not too much on the left-hand side to gain. And I think the Warriors, or more specifically, the Dragons recognize that. He doesn't go in. He doesn't leap forward because there's no point to it unless they can make something happen over on right. Instead, fall back, reset. Try to spin some of the gold. It's, again, just so small in their favor. Maybe some pressure. Goes for the life of the party on Mike, but not able to find the pull onto Pagon. Dardes waiting for the follow-up, but not able to get this kill. But the confidence right there for the Dragons, Trelly, that is what's speaking to me right now. The Warriors, the last couple of fights, very, very massive turnarounds. But because the Dragons are not only willing to still step up, but still putting pressure all across the board, getting a tier 1 in right as we speak, they're making sure that they are not just falling back, not just playing defense for the next 20 minutes.
And remember, Nika has the Runic Bomb. He chose not to use it there because that tower was free. It could still be used on a different tower to put the Jade Dragons even further ahead. Not so much a lead at the moment. They're looking relatively even, but the Jade Dragons still commanding their presence around the map, not too afraid to step up. It's mostly the duo lane as far as I'm concerned, and Mike has been very aggressive. He's been trying to find pulls, he's been trying to find engage, and look at this, just some ward coverage now, but Netroid has made the rotation.
We have that pressure. Panatom goes forward. Dardes immediately beads it out. Make sure there's no CC. The follow-up could be deadly if the Warriors catch you off guard. That relic, 160 seconds before it comes back up, and Dardes will feel that pressure. Massive turnaround in that first fight, but he needs something a little bigger. Nika as well over on the right-hand side. Just playing poke for the current time. I want to ask about this sprint that Mike picked up, because I feel like, you know, it's something, first off, we just don't see too often. What's it going to bring for the Dragons?
Speaking of things you don't see often, Mike also goes Abyssal Stone, the anti-cooldown item. So my man's just pulling out many different tricks, but that sprint's for the Dharmic Pillars, and of course SOT. A lot of slows on the side of the Oni Warriors. Heck, you could even use it for the Winds of Shamash. So there's just a whole lot. Jade Dragons got the Pyro, but Nika jumps in.
Yeah, has a stun onto Pagon. Does he have the help necessary? No, he's taking a lot of damage. The burn from Merlin is something you have to worry about. Watch Sot. Is he going to go over the wall? And he is! Leaps onto Mike, and it's a split fight, but Panatom right now. Genetics, the two that are the lowest, and the chase is on. But Dardes, no, he gets caught out. Dardes with no beads has nothing to fight with. Lasbra trying to make up for his mid laner, and he's going to help find at least one. Netroid, Genetics, Pagon, they're all low. Yeah, you find Lasbra, but how long can you last when you are surrounded by Coast, when you are surrounded by Mike? Pagon dashes backwards, tries to stay alive, but the zone, the hammer, the smackdown from Nika gets one, and now Sot, under the ire of three, should be the next to fall for the Warriors, and the Dragons chasing him down as long as they can. The full-on deicide here in game number 2.
The Jade Dragons, some low health bars here, but Fire Giant is their target. Nika ults forward. He's got Shoguns for the boys. And this will be a free Fire Giant. Lasbra will spawn back in, and all 5 will be able to pick it up. Panatom cannot get here in time. Mike, actually some low health bars. Maybe Panatom could get here. Has the blink, not available. No, it's going to be too close. The Jade Dragons, yep, 5. Hold that thought.
No, he's
Hold
here.
That. Oh, the Runic Bomb. The Runic Bomb comes in clutch, finally. Nika drops it down. If the Runic Bomb doesn't come in, Winds of Shamash is a pretty good steal attempt by the Jade Dragons, despite being down in kills. Look at that gold swing. 5,000 in their favor. FG on 5. And everyone in the crowd seemingly supporting them. My goodness, what a one fight. And Coast does listen to our qualms. He does listen to the desk. He builds that Demon Blade, and the Jingwei crits are flying true.
I mean, talk about kicking the door down as well. He comes into that fight incredibly late, Trelly. And this is something we'll see sometimes with a Jingwei. Right now, what we're seeing is a Primal Fury for Vaporish Coast, and it should be a pretty simple secure. So now, Fire Giant on one side. And this is a two-part question. Where do the Dragons want to aggress? How do the Warriors defend?
At the moment, Jade Dragons are on left. They just want to push down the tier 1, push down the tier 2, and continue. I think the Oni Warriors should play this one a bit defensively. They still have some great avenues to fight back. Netroid is popping off on the Hachiman, but backing up, playing to their leads and trying to get some gold back in their pocket is definitely the smart call Wait for Pagon to get some itemization. You can sit underneath Phoenix for quite some time. This Merlin has wave clear. Tier 2 dropped, and the Jade Dragons are gonna go back to base. They can, you know, systematically just pick apart these sieges. They've got 3 more towers to go for and 2 more minutes to do it. That's plenty of time.
Titans about to spawn, will be running down mid. Once this beacon is captured, in about 30 seconds. Although pressure on Nika turns that one around, so it should be the Warriors who get this beacon. But maybe there's a little bit more to it than just that. A large grouping for both squads. And a loop around from Panatom. 5v4 with Panatom hanging off towards the side. Should be spotted as he showed his face in the jungle. Beacon control over towards the Dragons right now. Only 2 kills separating these teams. About 7,000 gold in favor of the Dragons. Beacon goes their way. Titans, 30 seconds. They'll be marching down mid. Give something for the Dragons to rally around.
Lasbra checking the jungle, wants to make sure Panatom isn't nearby. This is only a tier 1, and the Oni Warriors have stepped forward. They feel like they can fight, but Nika just gets a huge upgrade. Goes back, buys the Axe of Animosity, and there's the teleport. Nika wants to dive this tier 1 tower, and the Oni Warriors, they only have 3 at the moment.
He's in a good spot. Tier 1, it's gonna get knocked down simple, coast. Just a few shots, and Panatom shows up over on right. He's gonna channel his back and get out of there before Lasberg can stop anything. Now they're just gonna back up defense. Pyromancer, Dragons trying to further this lead. A minute left on this power play, Trelly. How many tier 2s are under threat for the Warriors? Or are we looking at a rinse and repeat? It looks like the Dragons, again, shifting over towards right, but how far can they go?
They can definitely group up and push with their Titan. I think that's the call here, even without Fire Giant, which they will have for a bit longer. They've got some time to group up and push, Gore. It's all about defense here for the Oni Warriors. I like Panatom's mindset. He was looking for a wraparound. He still wants to get aggressive and wants to fight here for the team, despite a little bit of a goal differential in favor of the Jade Dragons. Nika already deep in the enemy jungle, waiting to see who's gonna step up. Finds Pagon, wants to try and take away our red buff, won't be able to, but yeah, this is my call as well. Push down the Titan and look forward. Try and grab 1 more tier 2 at the very least.
We'll have a little bit of that pressure. Titan now, like you said, with them. Marching forward, and they've got a split as well. Lasber and Nika in the right-hand lane. You've got the numbers at least matched in mid. The Titan maybe helping give a small advantage. They'll march forward. Tier 2 is the main target. Get a little bit of gold, and that's their target in both of these lanes. If they can find it. Pagon already just shy, or just over 50% health. Tier 2 to the Dragons. A little more gold in their pocket. Titan alive, but barely, but with the pressure. Luckily, they've got a Merlin. The fadeaway from Pagon defends a little bit. Panatom caught out on his own, but the Dragons start to fall back. Power play is over. Fire Giant reset, and a lot of gold. 9,800 now, sitting in their pockets and ready to be spent.
And that ranged poke is all Dardes. He has so much DPS from essentially across the lane. No one wants to step forward to this Tiamat Lasbra. We were talking about the slow start he had, but he is definitely a threat as well. This Maman Brigitte has plenty of damage. The Oni Warriors have been on the back foot for quite some time now, but at the very least, the Fire Giant has fallen off. The Jade Dragons split up, and it's the Warriors with the aggressive positioning towards the Fire Giant. They've got their ward coverage, and they might be trying to set something up in the jungle, sitting around corners, waiting to see who's gonna walk up. Nika might not be the target you want, but they'll take what they can get.
Anybody you can find, like you said, spotted out, but not a lot to lock him down right now. So the Warriors have to fall back. Fire Giant staring up. We're getting close to that zone, depending on how soon it started. We're either going to be waiting a few minutes for an enhance, or we'll see if the Dragons, maybe even the Warriors, try to burn it down as quick as they can. The ball is in the Dragons' court as they get aggressive. Now Panatom over on left. Dragons unaware of the numbers advantage they have, but fishing for something. They just need someone to bite. Take the bait. Mike looking for some CC. Has the ult available. The entirety of the Dragons chasing him down. Even an ult drop from Dardes just to put some pressure on the Warriors.
They're gonna have to flicker out those, which means Mike wants to step forward, try and find that pull. Life of the party could be what breaks this fight open. Low HP tier 2 over on right, by the way, and the Runic Bomb is available for Polar Bear Mike. Or just send Coast in to get it. That's gonna be no problem. Even more gold in their pockets. The Jade Dragons are playing this one slow. They're used to this playstyle. They just won game number 1, doing exactly this, waiting, watching. Someone will step forward, and SOT deep in the backline. I'm not even sure the Jade Dragons know this.
The Dragons right now daring the Warriors to step to their beat. Panatom, Nika in a small skirmish. Nika jumps towards the back, has Netrioid and Pagon CC'd, and now it is all hell breaking loose as they jump in, and Coast is the one who's catching fire. Has to play carefully. The Aegis buys some time, but doesn't buy his life. Genetics is traded out, but it's only a 1-for-1. Nika needs someone big behind him to grant that damage, and that's gonna be Dardez to make sure at least Sot, Netroid, half health already, forced to fall back. The Dragons start to surge forward again.
But you've lost your ADC. Vaporish Coast is in here to burn down the Fire Giant, so the only call is to
Nika.
chase. Lasper goes forward.
Nika with a loop around. Lasper's in danger, but he's gonna get saved. Luckily, you've got a great team around you right now, and Netroid's the one in danger, but he is chasing down the jungler. All he needs is the auto. All he needs is a little bit of time, but Nika is not gonna let him buy it. Everyone else have health. The Warriors have to fall back.
And remember, Vaporish Coast has Jing Wei passive. He could fly into Fire Giant at any moment. We're 28 minutes into this game. The crowd behind Nika. The Pyromancer is going to be the first target, but you got 41 seconds without Netroid. SOT wants to go for a cheeky steal. Goes in for the ultimate, cannot find it. And now Lord of the Afterlife is down.
And you've got 2 runic bombs if you're the Dragons, and a massive lead, Trelly. I mean, we are talking gold on gold on gold, everything in their pockets. And like you said, now a minute and a half until this is enhanced, but Coast is going to be able to join the fight, is in the fight. And you've still got 15 seconds before Netroid is on the board. You got to burn it down, right? You can't wait for it to be enhanced. The Dragons seem to think and be of that mind, but if it's not enhanced, and assuming they secure it, there's no Warriors around. Fire Giant on all 5 of the Dragons, but the question is, Trelly, how much pressure can they apply to a Phoenix?
They should be looking to break the bird, Gore. I mean, they've got 2 runic bombs in pocket. Nika holding one, Mike holding the other. Not much fear in the hearts of the Jade Dragons. They have plenty of time to work with as well. Right lane, surprisingly, is their target, but Lasbra, Nika going for a 3-2 push. This is trying to split up the Oni Warriors, not let them fight as a squad, not let them fight as a cohesive unit. And unbeknownst to anyone, Panatom's in, yeah, he's doing back camps at this point. He needs to get back to base immediately.
And they've got a large grouping over on right from the Dragons. And that's where Coast is. He's the one who can knock these towers down the easiest. But you need a lot of room to make it happen. With all 5 Warriors set up for the defense, it's going to be difficult. Nika, as well as Lasbra, splitting off from the rest of their team. One putting pressure on left, at least proxying a wave now. The other in mid, and a small skirmish with Solo or Troll. But you gotta get the minions in there. This is where that Merlin really pays dividends.
Pagon's able to keep these minions out. No debuff available. This is not an enhanced Fire Giant. Mike wants to start this engagement. Phoenix already getting a little low here on the right side of the map, but look at the split. Remember, Nika is the one with the runic bomb. He's gonna drop it down. It's close, but not so much. Panatom still looking to fight here. All 3 Phoenixes will stand tall for the time being. Just looking for one opening that lets the Jade Dragons try and break this base.
The other runic bomb in the pocket of Polar Bear Mike on the right-hand side. Like you said, left side Phoenix already low. Sot, Panatom defending against Nika and Lasbra. The right side of Phoenix just as low, and that bomb still in pocket. Panatom leaps away. A little bit of pressure goes a long way, but you need your minions. You need someone to tank it up. Right now, it's over in left where it's all happening. Sot seems to see they have an opening. Stun out from Nika to try and peel, and their turn in this fight. It's 3v2. The Warriors have the numbers advantage, but the silence, the CC, it's not quite good enough. No, Nika, it's falling apart for the Dragons on left, and that silence goes on long. They can't speak, but it buys time. Right side bird goes the way of the Dragons.
And that was what the Jade Dragons were looking for. I don't think you want to lose Nika and Lasbra. They were trying to find at least one pick, but the base is open. The right lane bird falls down, and the Oni Warriors can't get much off it. Maybe you're looking towards a Primal Fury, but it's not as if Fire Giant's available. It's not as if they have too much room to step forward. All you can do is group up and look for a pick, and the Jade Dragons should not be stepping forward. They know they've got a 3-man advantage, disadvantage rather, until Lasbra and Nika step forward. And they are not going to leave that base. Stay together, group up. You're going to listen and hear the Primal Fury goes down, so you've got a good idea of where the Oni Warriors are at. And just play timing. Enhanced Fire Giant will be coming back up shortly. I don't think the Jade Dragons, because of how long that siege actually took, have an opening to go in for another push here. But man, the Oni Warriors, that was smart. Genetics said, you know what? Give up right lane. I'm going to come over and left. 3v2. Lasbra and Nika, they cannot run away. Too many slows, too much engage. They were able to win the fight. Just depends on how much the Dragons can do with this one bird down.
Well, you keep Fire Giant on 3. So maybe there's something to do there. But right now, Charlie, I'm looking at it. We've seen the impact Nika's had on this Bologna. This game, yesterday, almost any time he picks the God. 4-2-2 right now. 3-1-3 for Dartes, but it's 1-4 right now for Coast. Despite the fact that it's a large turnaround, you even go look at the damage charts. He's not as high up as you maybe would expect or hope from your carry if you're the Dragons. They're going to get the Pyromancer, though, give themselves a small advantage. Another Runic Bomb in pocket. Either once Nika drops a ward and picks it up, and there it is into his. But on the other side, 4-1-6 for SOT and 8-3-1 right now for Net. It feels like you really got some pillars in your side lanes from the Warriors.
You definitely do, with the Jade Dragons still playing with the momentum here. Those Runic Bombs have been able to help out. Not heading over towards the right side of the map. Take a look at this grouping here, Gore. The Jade Dragons heading over to left, maybe just for the shield buff. But if they're on this side of the map, it tells me they are looking towards a fight, right? Or at least going towards that left side bird. I don't imagine they stick around too long, because again, Enhanced Fire Giant will be touching down shortly, and your siege gets so much easier. If you thought getting one Phoenix was difficult, or defending one Phoenix, I should say, is difficult, Enhanced Fire Giant makes it so much harder. The Jade Dragons still in a commanding position, gold-wise, to be the ones that get aggressive here. It's not as if the Oni Warriors are going to roll over. They step up, they can defend. Their fire minions are very close to the Enhanced Fire Giant. But still, stalling this game out. That's what the Oni Warriors need to accomplish. They need time to get some items online.
Let's talk about the FG pit, especially since SOT is able to avoid some CC there. Same for Panatom in mid. Ward coverage, I see some deep wards for the Warriors, see some wards in inventory now. A little bit of poke, back and forth. Dragons with control of this. Do they just defend the Fire Giant and start it up? Can they burn it down faster? How do they approach this fight? As, well, maybe, hold that thought. No, the Warriors fall back. How do they hold on to this? Do they just keep it going?
It seems like they just want to go in for a 50-50 already. EFG getting low. Genetics has to dash up.
There's
Panatom flanks in.
Has the stun, has the lockdown. Dartes forced to use his relics, at least the bees. But Nika gets burned down. Oh my God, deleted from the board and not traded out for a single warrior just yet. And Panatom, SOT, surge forward on left. They force the 4 remaining Dragons to fall back. Genetics gets his reset. Now the EFG, it's on the other side. Warriors with control of the pit.
This is what you have to watch out for when you build so much damage on Bologna. Those crits come through, and now Enhanced Fire Giant looks like the Warriors are going to go in for their pull. Genetics wants to defend the Phoenix, but it looks like he's going to give it up, and here come the Dragons.
It can be a 50-50. Already 50% down. That's going to be the danger. All you need is a straight auto from Coast or some damage. They go in, and the Jade Dragons! The Jade Dragons take away the Enhanced Fire Giant. They lose Lasbra, but look at the kills, and look at the damage right now from Dartes. They pick up Solar Troll. You lose Coast. You lose 3 in the grand scheme, but you've got the EFG, and you slow the Warriors down.
You get EFG, the right Phoenix drop down as well. The Jade Dragons are going to accept that one. The Oni Warriors are going to have to defend against EFG, but what do they do in the meantime? Lasbra, Coast, gone for 50 seconds. Considering SOT's also gone, it looks like the Oni Warriors have nothing to do but sit around. That's not bad at all, Gore. I mean, Enhanced Fire Giant, even on just one member of your team, is a big deal. And the Jade Dragons already had all that gold in their pocket to back up their siege. Add the Runic Bombs into the mix, and they should be able to get aggressive and continue to push, even with the buff only on Dartes and PBM.
It's a relic graveyard for everybody involved. Oni Fury, Panatom, and Net stepped up to it. Nika should smell this out, and he will be able to find them. Half health. Is he going to jump in? Does he want to defend it, or are the Warriors willing to drop it? They're going to go ahead and secure that one. Some minions reinforce the defense. Naturally, then an immediate retreat. You're still waiting on Coast to respawn on the right-hand side. The Dragons need something to rally around to group up behind. Left, they've got a minion advantage. And now they've got the numbers, plus that EFG on 2 to try and get something done. Do we swing left? Do we swing mid? Where do they put their pressure?
I think the Jade Dragons should group up, grab Pyromancer first. Of course, these Runic Bombs have been massive. They can take their time. Mid, Phoenix, left side Bird are still targets. I'm telling you, even with just Dartes having the buff, that should be enough for them to feel confident to step forward, because they already have that right Phoenix down. The map can be slit. Lasbra picks up this Runic Bomb. A 3K Elixir of Power for Dartes, and I believe Mike popped one as well, a defense bot. So plenty of buffs coming the way of the Jade Dragons. They took game 1. Momentum on their side. And they are poised to continue that streak. 2 more Phoenixes, but look at this positioning, Gore. They're playing this one slow. They don't want to step into an ambush. They don't know where the Warriors are. So they're grouped up as much as possible until they can get these waves pushed up.
Minute and a half on the power play, just a little over, in favor of the Dragons. A massive gold lead as well. 17-12 though for the kills, and that is in favor of the Oni Warriors. But 15,000 gold, all level 20s, and Trelly, we've been waiting for it. Relics almost up for everybody on the board. Ults, sans Dardes, everybody's got them. And so it's just that opening. And a reminder, 37 minutes into this one, the Jade Dragons just delivered Genetics his first loss on a world stage. And now they are trying to set up and do it a second time in a row. Put themselves up 2-0 in game 2 of this grand finals. Now the reset, 3-2. Split on the Phoenixes. 2 in mid, it's Lasbra and Nika trying to get something done. That's where the runic bombs are. But you've got Coast over and left, and you've got Mike with the EFG alongside Dardes to try and chip it down. They do just that. No, it's alive. One more hit. You just got to get Coast in there, and Mike is going to be the one who does it. Fire minions on right now, starting in left, and the Dragons are going to group up in mid.
Not to mention, Pagon doesn't have that alternate timeline while Dardes does. He's got a second life here if he wants to step forward. Mid Phoenix, the only target now. Fire minions will start pouring in on right, but that right side bird spawns in here shortly as well. The Jade Dragons will not have this buff for much longer. If they want to step forward, it's now, and Mike leads the charge for his team.
You need the runic bombs. One already used. You've got the damage life of the party. Pulls him in. Lasbra into the back. Wants a little more damage with the silence. The silence goes big. Uses the knock up for the disengage, but he's taking a lot. Mike picks up one, but he trades out for the other. Nika leaps in. You've got backup. You've got low warriors, but you're low yourself. You have to play it cautiously. Mid Phoenix hasn't taken a lot of damage. Goes a few stray shots, and the third bird gone for the Warriors.
The base completely broken. That Titan is looking low, Gore. The minions were pushing forward. Why not grab the right Phoenix off respawn? And look at this, the teleport in from Nika. They might want just a bit more. The Jade Dragons might want to step into the Titan room.
Unfortunately, runic bomb on Lasbra not available in terms of burst, and you have to be careful. Leap in from Sot onto Coast, putting pressure onto the carry, but now he's too far back.
Nika's on the Titan.
Separating
Nika's
everybody.
on the Titan.
Nika is on the Titan, needs a little bit of help.
He's
got
on the
fire
Titan.
minions. He's got some damage. Can they stop the Warriors right here? And right now they're going to do what they can. They've got more minions than you need. A few more autos, but the Dragons do it, and they are up 2-0.
Nika was on the Titan. He had the Axe of Animosity. He had the minions. Who cares if you can't win the fight? Just kill the Titan. That's what the Jade Dragons were after, and they find it. They put themselves up on World's Finals point.
You can hear it out there. They've got the support of the crowd behind them. But immediately, just like you said after game 1, huddled up, making sure that the conversation continues to make sure that they can keep things rolling. But Trelly up 2-0. This is a good spot for the Dragons. The way they've been playing clean, I mean, early game that time, late game the first time, late game that time, it just feels like they're finding every little mark they're looking for.
It's easy to get in your own head. It is easy to get above yourself in this moment, but Mike keeps the boys level. 2-0, you hear that? One more game. That is all the Jade Dragons need. But they have to calm down. Take a deep breath. Realize the situation you are in. You played a very clean game of Smite here. Got to replicate it in game number 3.
And that's going to be the goal. So this time around, we saw, and we're talking about it, but it felt like late game. In fact, and if it weren't for Dardes early on getting a triple kill in response to a triple kill, we are having a vastly different conversation about this game.
And he shut him down. That's another big point. You get a triple kill yourself, but you shut down Netroid, you get that extra golden pocket, and now the Tiamat is a threat that no one can deal with. Big deal for the Jade Dragons. The Oni Warriors have to bounce back here.
And it's going to be up to the draft and up to the play. How well will they handle it? Well, the only way to find out is to go to the desk right after this quick break.
Hagon's got nothing left in the tank. He's down. And Stu gets the shell to keep him alive. But SOT, he started up his first one. That's already taken down 2. And he's just going to keep swiping away. Kana low and Kana down. It's 3 for SOT. Give him 4 at the ham bone for SOT. And only Snoopy left alive. SOT is going to knock his 5th one on the board. Penta-kill for SOT.
Sot is such a good mechanical player. Like, he's so versatile in what he can play. Like, he's played so many different characters and he's played just Smite so much that I think his ability to be confident in any situation is really, really valuable to a team.
He has the most fun Smite brand, like, to watch for sure. Like, the way he plays in SPL is so much fun. I think when he gets rolling, remember a tier game he had last year where he was just running, I think it was against the Scarabs, and he was just running around the map, like herding all they were like his sheep, and he was like the dog, just herding them all back into base with tier just pushing them around and stuff. I don't know, he's great. He's such a nice guy. He's really easy to get along with.
Yeah, I just think he's a really talented player. I think it's fun to have players like him who are so ready to take risks that can throw a game, but you know, at the end of the day, it's like a Hollywood SMITE. You know, you're always expecting something exciting out of him, and I think it's a joy to watch.
He's such a good player. I think his one problem is inconsistency. Like sometimes he'll lock in an Uller and go 50-0 or whatever and just pop off, and then other times he'll pick like tier and World's Finals and get soloed on like wave 3. It just seems like a lot of times in big moments it's hard to say, honestly. I think if he brings his A game and keeps the consistency, doesn't like shy away in these big moments, that he can literally be the reason they win because he's so good.
I think Solo Troll is the epitome of a regular season demon. I think in regular season he's a great player. He's probably like top 2 at all times, at least this year. Well, I don't know what it is, but when it comes to playoffs or any sort of finals, he's just not the same Solo Troll.
When the competition is at its highest, doing these kind of spontaneous or impulsive plays, they don't really net you a lot of gain. It's high risk, low reward kind of plays, and I think that, you know, when you're playing the best of the best in the finals, a lot of those times those plays are not going to work, and that's kind of just what happens to him.
If I play against him and it's World's Finals, I'll be counting on him to do something bad.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I think I've worked a lot on my consistency. I think I've worked a lot on like being a smarter player. Like I learned a lot from Zapman on Scarabs, and I think his words stuck with me for a while. I think this year I've been more consistent. I think it's something I can work on for sure, though. You know, if I play versus Final K in the semifinals, you know, I think it'll be a great game. I'm feeling extremely confident, actually. I think this is probably the most confident I felt of like any team going to any tournament. I think we've had such like good practice the past few weeks. Like people were not really trolling too hard. We're like taking it fully seriously, and we had some great games. I think like we know what we want to play, and I think all that takes is just, you know, executing well.
Checking your physique, I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody, I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away. You got me in that dilemma, oh, 'cause boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, no, the grass here is green. Because I want you, but I don't do wrong. I'm in a dilemma. You've been looking over here for far too long, yeah. The more I look in your wicked eyes, the more you're leaving me hypnotized. No, I'm in a dilemma. Sitting under moonlight, checking your physique, I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody, say I am a monster. But I don't care if you speak ill of me. Thank you for speaking ill of me behind my back. I am only becoming stronger and stronger, like the firefly shines incomparably.
With generational improvements, aesthetic updates, and our consistently high build quality, this system is bound to be the envy of both family and friends alike. For yours, check out StarForgeSystems.com, and I'll see you in the Forge.
What's good, friends? Welcome back to the SWC. It's F-Dot here, and I'm joined with some friends as we're hanging out in the lobby. I've got Bam and Adam here, repping StarForge Systems. And first off, that's what the players are playing on the stage, so obviously they're pretty dope, but let's do the deep dive. Adam, one of the cool things about StarForge Systems is how just integrated y'all are with gamers. Like, you guys are straight up nerds just like us, and I think that's really important when you're trying to sell us computers.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this is PCs by gamers for gamers. We all play games in our warehouse. There's a D&D tournament every weekend in my warehouse. No, we're absolutely excited to be here. It's such an electric atmosphere, and you can tell really these fans love this game, and it's really cool to be a part of this.
And so, like, you know, for gamers by gamers, for us, that is an easy thing to say. Yeah. How do you represent that in the actual products that you guys export?
I mean, we're constantly looking at ways to improve our product and upgrade things as soon as we can. As soon as we've got a GPU that we can get into a system that's brand new, we want to get it in there. We want people to be playing on the best hardware possible, because that's what we want. I mean, you know, I want to have the fastest PC I could possibly have, and I want everyone else to be able to do the same thing.
And so, like, when you sponsor something like SMITE, and you're over here and all the players are playing on it, you're getting involved on the ground floor. So, you know, talk to me a little about the initiatives and the endeavors that you're doing with respects to, like, getting involved there.
Yeah, so this is actually the first tournament that we've sponsored here in North America. We're really excited about it. And we feel like it's a good opportunity for us to get out there and hear more about, like, what people want in systems and what they're looking for. And we try to hit, you know, a bunch of different price points. We're not just trying to make the most expensive computer that we can put together. You know, we've got 9 different models right now. It starts at, you know, $1,000 for our base models, all the way up to $4,700 for the 4090, you know, 14900K, you know, big as you can want to get it. And so, yeah, we just like to offer, you know, plenty of different systems for people, and yeah.
Heck yeah. I mean, well, that brings me to my next point. Speaking of, you know, as big as you want to get it, Bam, you're kind of the creative guy here. Can we talk about the logo real quick?
I don't think there's much to talk about. I think it's a hammer. You know, people.
You sure?
I'm positive. Yeah, no, I've heard some different rumblings of different things, but I want to confirm the logo. It's a hammer.
Well, what have you heard?
I can't. You know, things here and there. It's nothing. You know, nothing too crazy, but it's a hammer. I mean, it's, you know.
I see it. I do see it.
You tell me. I don't know. What do you see?
A hammer. Let's talk about the let's talk about the PCs real quick. This one, obviously, the SMITE one. So let's start there. It looks dope. Talk me through it.
Thank you. Yeah. So we partnered up with hi-rez and SMITE to make this PC for this event. You know, it was an awesome design process working with them. You know, throwing things back and forth, and ultimately trying to make just a truly godly PC for this event. And you know, we wanted to match the energy that we knew this event was going to bring, and really show off how cool SMITE can be. So, we did a custom 6-panel UV print. It's on a Lian Li 011 Evo case with our acrylic light panel inside, actually, as you can see there. It's swappable, super sick. So we just wanted to, our whole thing with our custom cases, we just want to make cool shit, man. And that's what we set out here to do, and I think we did that.
I mean, absolutely, and something you were telling me before that I think is really dope. Listen, a lot of us have PCs in this, that, and the third, but that case is dope. So, I mean, am I out of luck, or?
So, depending on, what people think, maybe we might be hitting the market sometime soon, build some hype, that kind of thing. I think, if you're wanting one of these cases, I think we can probably make it happen for you pretty soon here.
And the internal, like the acrylic and everything, able to be swapped out and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. So we got it's called a plate light in there. It's a box that slides out. You can swap acrylic panels in and out. Maybe you'll see some different God designs on there, something like that in the future, maybe something cool. So you can really take your computer and customize it how you want to. It's really, the biggest thing is making your computer your own. That's what it's about, right? So that's what we're trying to do here.
Sounds good, man. And now, last question. Due to the jungle pressure on the left-hand side of the map, the dual lane for Jade Dragons has been really powerful. How do you think the differential between the KD of player 1 and player 2 is going to wind up impacting the World Finals?
No, I'm so glad you asked, actually. I think the Jade Dragons are looking strong. That jungle pressure's looking great. They're great in that the dual lane over there. I think they're really bringing the heat, and I think Jade Dragons are taking it in 3.
You're really quick. I like that a lot, man. Smooth, baby. Starforge Systems, you guys we love the support. Thank you so much for being a part of the SMITE family. Any last hits you got before we say goodbye?
Thank you for having us. Obviously, we're integrated with SMITE now. We love it here. We're excited for 10 more years of SMITE. Hell yeah, let's go.
Hell yeah, man. Again, thank you so much for being a part of the SMITE community. Starforge Systems doing good stuff. Back to that beautiful boy, Dawson.
That's not me he's talking about. He's talking about Myth a little bit. Thanks to Starforge System being with us here at the SMITE World Championship in Season 10. I'd be down with that PC being part of the prizing because that thing is absolutely sick. One thing that our friend from Starforge was saying here, fellas, 3-0 for the Jade Dragons, and Myth, that's a serious possibility after a Game 2 win.
I mean, it's looking rough for the Oni Warriors, and I know for a fact there are some emotional players on that Oni Warriors squad. Genetics in particular hasn't tasted a loss in Texas, gets 2 in a row handed to him. That's going to be hard to bounce back from.
The Steel Series moments of glory from game number 2 will walk us a bit more through the action that we saw, and the momentum starting to build here inbound.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's more so than just genetics. It's this entire team. Yeah, some of them have won before. Solo's still looking for that first one, and I thought he played great in that second game. So how is he going to come back in this Game 3? And the Jade Dragons on the opposite side, also very emotional players. They have the crowd behind them, and they've got this momentum now going into this third game. They're in a good spot.
Yeah, we've already seen one reverse sweep so far this tournament, though. Let's not rule it out. And the Jade Dragons, they've got history of fumbling when they get put under pressure. I don't want to will it into existence, but they've got to make sure to keep their mental strong here going into Game 3.
I'm supposed to be. I am unbiased.
Supposed to be, I think you were going to say.
I'm supposed to be unbiased, right? I am unbiased. That would shatter my soul. I could not handle that, but it's what's going to happen here for the Oni Warriors. Worth mentioning, internet helping me out here a little bit on this one. The team that has won the first game of the SMITE World Championship Grand Finals has won 8 out of the 9 that we've had. Only rival in Season 5 was able to win Game 1 and then win the entire thing a bit later on. So there's some more history to follow along with. KDA is popping up on your screen now. Not great from Coast, and Lasbra still did what they needed to do, though, fellas. Who are we shouting out here from the Jade Dragons after Game 2?
It's Dardes, and if I hear any other names, I'm going to throw hands, because this guy is the entirety of the Jade Dragons team right now. It feels like if he is alive, their win con is alive. It feels like any team fight you could wipe 4. If Dardes is still on the map, he's going to do it on his own.
And I also want to touch on Dardes because that's how good he was. You want to touch on him? I want to touch on him. I assume Hazer wants to talk about him because he played so fantastic.
It was Dardes a lot.
Well, I mean, I'm not going any farther than that. Yeah, Dardes played fantastic. And as you said, if Dardes is alive, it feels like there's always this chance that the Dragons have to just like win a fight or win whatever.
Yeah, I actually think that Dardes and PBM were the only 2 members of the Jade Dragons there that I would say outperformed their opposite number, and it's still an emphatic win for them. They looked dominant. They looked like the better team. They were confident, and Dardes is the key. I really want to see him keep going for those comfort picks, and I want to see the Oni Warriors shift away from these tank jungles. Panatom has done next to no damage in both of these games. The Gilgamesh looked okay, but I want to see him back on that hyper carry that he loves so much.
And to double down on that, yes, jungle needs to change. I also think Genetics needs to leave this Ganesh behind. They're picking it a little early. They're trying to get it. I don't think it's working out too well. They're last picking Mike's Baron, and he looks fantastic on it. I think we have to move away from this Ganesh, maybe something with a little bit more activity in the early game for Genetics, because they need something here. They need a little bit of momentum.
I almost want to see Genetics get on something that can help out SOT in that front line, because it feels like SOT is the difference maker for the Oni Warriors. If it's Dardes for the Dragons, it's SOT for the Warriors, and he's not exactly getting enough help up there. It feels like he's dealing immense damage, but you're not 100 to zeroing anybody with these full tank builds. He just needs a little bit more.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the fact that he needed a god that would match the Bellona out of solo from Nika, and he more than matched. I feel like he was absolutely crushing it in this game. Jade Dragons, though, on first pick side. Oni Warriors have opted to swap over. They got choice after losing that game and have chosen to go to second pick. We'll see how their picks and bans evolve as a result of that.
And yes, they won't get that Hachiman anymore, but I think this is just the best option for them. They're now able to ban away just those two gods that the Dragons looked really good on in game 1. I think game 2 is a lot closer, so I like this little switch up. But now if I'm the Dragons, I want to get this Hachiman here. Maman Brigitte it is.
And Myth, early for the Jade Dragons after what was not the best KDA for Lasbra on this pick in game number 2, but still did what it needed to do, and you're going to give him the chance to fix that up in game 3.
It wasn't the greatest KDA, sure, but I felt like the damage he was putting out, the impact damage he had in some of these team fights, especially around Fire Giant.
Yep.
He was just sneaking up on the Oni Warriors, making it so difficult for them to decide whether or not they should full engage or chase Lasbra out. His positioning has really facilitated the rest of the Dragons. And speaking of facilitation, it's a flex pick. We don't know if it's going jungle. We don't know if it's going mid. And if we don't know, how could the Warriors?
Absolutely, and that does open up the mid pick. That flex means that the Morrigan might be coming out for Dardes. Osiris locked in, going to be seeing that Bellona versus Osiris matchup in solo, but this time inverted. Last time it was Nika on the Bellona and SOT on the Osiris. This time they swap, but the Morrigan locked in for Dardes.
With the Tiamat hover, it's something where we've seen Pegon use it. It's looked exceptionally well in some games, and then not as impactful in other games. But in a matchup like this, we keep seeing these games go late. We keep seeing the potential in those late game fights. I want to see this Tiamat. I want to see it aggressive from Pegon. I don't want him to worry about dying, because when he plays that aggressive style of Tiamat, that's when he looks the strongest.
But if you want to play aggressive Tiamat, especially in the early to early mid game, you need that same level of aggression out of your jungler. You need someone that can deal damage. I can't look at another full tank Athena. I can't see a full tank Gilgamesh. It's got to be literally anything else. If it's got 3 damage items in the build, I think Panatom can do a lot more.
Yeah, I was looking at that Thor. I was thinking Thor might be the perfect pick for Panatom, but denied. The Jade Dragons spot it, and they deny it. Gilgamesh, it is what he's gone to before. I would like to see a hyper carry, but I'm not sure what's left for him. Daji, unavailable. Susano, unavailable. Thor, unavailable. And my man gone as well. A lot of the jungle pull for Panatom already taken away.
We're talking about pressure. One of Vaporish Coast's signatures still on the board here. You could just go towards the on her, having a consistent lane to play through, drag attention away from your Morrigan and mid, and then the Jade Dragons can just free scale at least that part of the map. And excuse me, if Dardes is free scaling on his signature, seems to me we might be looking at a 3-0.
Man, snap reactions inbound to the Gilgamesh lock-in for the Oni Warriors. 50% win rate across 4 games.
Again, it's just, he's forced into building this more hybrid, actually I don't even want to call it a hybrid style. It is mostly a defensive style Gilgamesh. So when he is diving, he's not really doing too much out of just a little bit of damage, a little bit of CC. And if he's not diving and killing, a lot of pressure on solo control. And with, I mean, a few other characters available, I mean, even like something like in a Willix, I think I would have liked that a little bit more for that early game. But leaving that last pick up for Genetics, I think is a little valuable. Give him that counter pick.
Now, the Ganesh pick for Mike, I think worried us the first time we saw it earlier in the weekend. But now it's chosen, and Myth, I think we're a bit more confident in this pick now that we've seen some history.
I mean, I really like how Ganesh plays with his composition. If you're worried about your Morgan needing some space, Dharmic Pillars is exactly that. You can prevent the Bludgeon from Bellona. You can prevent Gilgamesh from locking you down in the Sandstorm. Can't cast any of those abilities. Dave, say the thing.
Hmm?
You can't speak.
I was looking at signs. I'm sorry.
Pay attention when I'm talking, man. There won't be any talking on the side of the Oni Warriors.
You can't
so long as
speak. There we
Ganesh
go.
is there. I love this dual lane lock-in.
Yeah, Khepri locked in. One of Genetic's signature picks, but this is a support matchup that is not in his favor. A big God model means he can be easily caught by the Dharmic pillars, and that silence so powerful to prevent him from doing what he wants to do in rezzing. But one aspect of Khepri that is strong here is the route into Morrigan. Morrigan, no safety against that route, no answer apart from beads or ulting.
And on top of that, the invis gets caught out by that too. So if you hit that root, forces of the beads, you get that 2 off. I like that matchup. Also forced to dive. I think the Khepri final pick makes a little bit of sense with this comp. I am worried about that Ganesh matchup, but with the strength of Wingblade right now, I'm not too worried about that in that middle portion of the game. I think the only real worry when it goes to that late game, Khepri can't get that ultimate off. It does not matter what really else is happening. Khepri's value is in that ultimate.
But there's so much single target damage on the side of the Jade Dragons here that I think the Khepri can have an easier time lining up some of those ultimates, so that now puts a lot of weight onto Mike's shoulders. Can Mike find Genetics in that back line, prevent him from channeling the ultimate? Otherwise, free revive on Morgan all in, all of a sudden you're going for an immediate turnaround. There's certainly some counterplay here around it.
What a birthday gift it could be for that fan if they're a Jade Dragons fan, because goodness, you feel this tension start to build up in the room in moments like this. Now the Oni Warriors, they're not strangers to 3-0ing sets, right? This is a team that early in the year went on one of the longest SPL, no, the longest SPL win streak in history, all time in the SPL. They are no strangers to winning, and they are no strangers to doing it quickly. Gonna have to be 3 straight after an 0-2 start though, inbound.
Yeah, and with that, I think it starts with that early game, and duo is where I look. They got this on her, yes, but they're kind of pairing it with a really slow, just kind of farm it up type of style support. On the opposite side, there's a lot of kill potential on this Hachiman. There's Khepri, so much CC, Khepri 3, Khepri 1. We also have the Hachiman 3. So there is that combo potential into putting this Ganesh behind. And if Ganesh is on the back foot, a pluck, that's a dead Ganesh.
Yeah, I would quite like to see early rotations from the junglers over to this duo side to pressure out and to take advantage of the weaknesses on the other side. The Khepri going to struggle into the Ganesh and into that pillar. We didn't even touch on that. Can be slowed out and can be just stuck in corridors by the Anher one.
The Jade Dragons have written their own story thus far. It's time for the Oni Warriors to pick up the pen and turn things around for themselves. Game number 3, Jade Dragons, Oni Warriors right now.
Thanks so much, everyone there on the desk, and every Warriors fan out there. They need your energy now more than ever. If you want this to go longer than 3, they've got to revitalize, go as strong as they can. And if you're looking at it immediately, you hear the Dragons chant start up. So I know where a lot of that energy is here. And Trelly, it is not on the side of the Chaos team.
No, the Jade Dragons have the loudest fans in the room by far, and a heck of a lot of them, but I like a lot of what we've seen from the Oni Warriors in this draft. Back to the Gilgamesh for Panatom, not something I'll ever complain about. Back to Tiamat for Pagon, not something I'm going to complain about. And you take Nika off the Bologna. SOT gets his hands on it, so should be an interesting one. Not to mention, Netro just had one of the best games of his whole career just in that last set. Unfortunately, wasn't able to close up the win, but the Hachiman is looking good.
Well, the question I have for you, and you know, maybe we could break into the draft. I'm going to save that for a second because it's a little more grand scheme.
Right.
And it's a big one, Charlie, because Jade Dragons, 2 zeros. I mean, yesterday they got to break it, but the reverse sweep curse against them has been something that has weighed on our minds and their minds and fans' minds
right now as we speak.
You're up 2-0 on the world stage. How much pressure do you think that they're feeling because of that?
I can't imagine it's not on the forefront of their minds, but like I said, I keep calling it to it. When we see the Jade Dragons win, huddle up immediately. They don't celebrate. They don't get the crowd hype. They don't get lost in the moment. They come right back to reality. And Mike says, listen, boys, it's not over. Job's not done. Until we get all 3 wins, we cannot lift the hammer. The rings are not ours. We don't get another lightning bolt on the collar. There's a lot weighing on the Jade Dragons' mind.
Well, here it is, Game 3 of the Grand Finals here in Season 10. The Dragons on championship point. And they've got the energy behind them. And immediately, you had already mentioned some of the things that the Warriors have done to trip up the Dragons in the front. but I see something the Dragons have done to give themselves some confidence. Dardez, the Morgan, it just feels like it goes hand in hand.
It's a pick that has been so impactful for Dardez in particular. He's got some good transformation options as well, which is always what I look to, right? Immediately, Panatom, Winds of Samash. Dardez is going to want to go into that every single time, especially early on, just to try and chase down Pagon, but you could also turn into the solo laners, right? Nika and SOT would make for some great CC if you're trying to die, be a little bit tankier. And then, of course, 2 Maman Brigittes. That doesn't sound fun for just about anyone trying to survive that dive. So Dardez, the skill that he carries is being able to choose which one of these selections he goes to. It's not always the same. He always keeps you guessing. And the Morgan, as a character that can turn into anyone on the map, you can't plan for, right? You gotta just sit back and see what Dardez wants to do.
You know, for a long time, and there's still an ongoing conversation of best on her. And a lot of carries would always be upset because for the longest time it was owned by a mid laner. That mid laner was Dardez, and now you've got what people have been calling maybe the best and second best on the same team. So another transformation that could be fun to watch if Dardez goes to it. But there's a lot of options, a lot of open capabilities for him. And truly a lot of Smite to play before they can get to that point and feel this confidence. Now, last lane we saw, at least in solo, looking towards it, the Bellona bettering the Osiris. Maybe we'll hold that for a little bit of damage here. Bettering the Osiris. But is that going to be the same time, or the same thing? Is it the matchup that goes wrong, or is it the play style?
I mean, early on, that bludgeon is going to help out with the lane clear so much. You don't have access to the tether, and it seems like Nika ran out of mana very quickly. So because of that, you can't really try and contest the totem. You can't really try and step forward in the lane, which means SOT is going to get the better end of the early trades. But once Lasbra shows up, Nika should be just fine. I don't hate their 2v2. I just like Panatom's and SOT's a bit better, right? This Gilgamesh got active early on last game, and Panatom has the same ability this time around. Lasbra, of course, has beads, but even without him, you gotta be looking towards the Maman Brigitte. Mages are not the traditional, you know, pop-off damage dealers in the early game. They need to scale a little bit.
Coast has been pushed under lane. Is this something you maybe expected with the Khepri lock-in? I know Genetics and specifically Hazer had mentioned, and Inbound had talked about it a little bit, the matchup between, you know, the Khepri and the Ganesh and how that can affect some of the late game. But right now, here in the lane phase, did you expect to see them this far up?
Yeah, unfortunately, you might be winning 1v1s, you might be getting more active, but Genetics just has better clear than PBM at the moment, and that's the difference maker. Khepri has plenty of lane pressure, whereas PBM just throws Turn of Fate and has to reset for like 15 seconds. It's gonna take a while. Look at this damage already, both junglers nearby. Lasbra would love to close gap and get to SOT, but does not have that blink, has beads available. So maybe a blue buff invade in our future, but it's so easy to pull underneath the tower. Lasbra would have to step forward, and you don't want to take damage beforehand, so I think this invade's already done.
Yeah, CC just a little bit spotted out before he could get anything done against SOT. Like you said, invade stopped before it can even truly happen. The Warriors gonna be happy. Again, stalling some of the momentum, stopping the Dragons and turning this around. That's gonna be their main goal if they want to push this set any longer and keep things going. Level 5's coming online for the mid laners. But despite having the transformations available, I guess if we had a conversation and there was a Chernobog on the board, maybe we're talking about it right now, but it feels like the level 5 for the Morgan, while it opens up so many different possibilities, also does keep things a little more narrow. She doesn't necessarily have too much that I'm thinking, that's the guy you want to go in and fight early.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Morgan loves the transformation like Ratatoskr or Thor because you can use those ganks. You could be a pseudo jungler. In this case, there's not much that's going to close gap very quickly unless you're turning into like Netroid, and that's not going to be the best gank. So Dardez does not have as much freedom as maybe he's used to. Things like the double Taji, the Thors, the Rats. The Gilgamesh is still going to bring good amount of CC if Dardez decides to use it, but that's mostly going to be in mid lane. I think it's going to be a while before Dardez starts to rotate, maybe once that Doomor gets online. 1v1 versus Panatom, not a bad look, but Panatom heroic leaping away means that deadly aspect, the stun, will not connect.
It's going to be more than okay with the way things are going. Most of the Warriors will be, right? Pressure, at least in left, has been in their favor. And right, it's been a little back and forth. And in mid, it's been a little back and forth. But a small lead right now for Pagon in terms of experience, matched by a small lead for Lasbra in terms of experience. Right side pressure has been the name of the game for most of the weekend, but definitely for the Jade Dragons, playing through Nika and trying to get him ahead. These stuns, the damage, the control he can have, but that silence oppressive. Panatom, Lasbra coming over, and they want to fight. He's going to go for the up down, but so is Saad, but they have the turnaround. Wins the Shamash, slow him down, the damage, the life. They're getting low, but it's turning around. Lasbra looking for one more hit, gets the first blood, loses his life, and now Dardes with the rotation makes sure this one will trade out 2 for 2. If he gets the auto, he has the ult, and does exactly what he needs.
That's a beautiful rotation and one that was necessary. Giving SOT a free kill is not what you want, but Dardes comes through, picks up the cleanup, Pagon followed, but cannot have the same impact. A little bit of a scrap over in duo lane as well. Netroid getting the better end of these trades. I love it. Action across the map. The Oni Warriors are still trying to find that aggression. What a beautiful ult from Nika, by the way. Up downs immediately. Sure, puts him in a bit of a rough spot. He could have lured the Afterlife away, but that's one of the benefits of Maman Brigitte, just hiding inside. That dash can be so annoying. You juke out some damage. It looks like a for sure kill. And then the trade is clean. Netroid getting low, needs one more auto, but Coast cannot find it.
I mean, both of them that time trading out. Genetics wasn't nearby enough to try and go for the res, so that could have been maybe a more true 1v1. Mike has to play careful in jungle, has some backup from the Maman and the Mori. But instead, it's going to be a nice little reset. Purple buff stolen away by the Warriors. And only 300 gold separating these two teams as we speak, Trelly. Some of that has been controlled. Nika again in control of the totem over on right. It's finding his pressure. But the up down, the double ult, I mean the rotations from the mid laners, all of that massive in terms of making sure things stay the state they are. If one team, even if the Warriors just go up 2-1, you lose one in the fight and it's Panatom, it's better for them. But being able to get Dardes over there, get him a kill as well, feels like it makes these next few minutes dangerous. Lasbra maybe
trouble.
showing some of that Sot. Lockdown, slowed out, leaps forward, damage is good, and the kill goes over to the Dragon.
Beautiful play there, forcing out the Eagles rally. SOT had nowhere to run, and that's going to be another kill going the way of Lasbra. This Maman Brigitte off to a fantastic start, 2-1 for the jungler. Lasbra can do no wrong. Solo lane is the place to chill for now. And SOT does not have the teleport available, so it's gonna have to book it the long way over towards lane, falling just a bit behind.
Keep waiting for Coast, him and Netroid. You had mentioned it, Nets last game, absolutely stellar in what he was able to do, despite the loss. We've got to get a 1v1 at some point in this matchup. A Hachi versus an On-Her. Feels like it's just bound to happen. But when it happens, and if it'll happen, it's completely up to those two players. Netroid has been doing pretty well so far. Going back to the Hachi as well, feels like he's got the safety. His beats are down, but he's not going to be too worried. And with the pressure that him and Genetics have mounted, it's been a lot of control for them, even a small experience lead in the duo.
Well, Netroid doesn't have to worry, right? He knows exactly where Lasbra's going to be, on the right side of the map. It's where he's been all game. 2-1-1, all of that over on right. Eventually, you might want to look towards some left lane pressure, but Vapor's Coast recognizes he's outranged. He recognizes he doesn't want to go in for any more fights, and look at this, SOT, he's got the ult. Will he up down? Yes, he will. He goes for the totem, but Lasbra's right here.
And then an immediate leap from Nika. You've got the damage, and you've got yet another kill on the world stage, going over to the Jade Dragons jungler, and now he's going to chase down Panatom. Blue buff invade. Can the Gilgamesh say anything about it? No, he cannot. It's 4-2, and it's a lead for the Dragons.
And that was a bait through and through, Gore. They knew that SOT was going to up down for that totem. They knew the Eagles rally would be used for some action, and without it, Lasbra gets to pick up his third kill. You gotta know by now, SOT needs to be underneath that tower. The Maman Brigitte is too big of a threat, and Sot's going double Fizdie, which has been the meta build, don't get me wrong, but no magical defense means Lasbra is gonna have a field day the longer he stays on this side of the map.
And so far, actually, he's spending a lot of time over there, and it's helping out a ton. 3-1-1, 4 out of 4 affected kills on the jungler. He's going to keep that pressure up. Watching right now, at least in mid, but it does feel like it kind of, I don't even know if I want to say sparse. He hasn't shown his face on the left-hand side too often, despite the fact that the Hachi and Genetics are right on that tier 1 tower line.
Doesn't seem like the easiest call. You got to deal with the Scarab's Blessing. You got to deal with mounted archery. If you do go for a gank, best case scenario, you get both of those down and still find a kill. And that seems like slim pickings. I can understand why the left side of the map is the favorite. Phantom headed over to right, stepped over ward, so Nika knows exactly what's going on. Playing so safe, the Jade Dragons are not taking a single chance. But remember, the left side of the map, Baron, you do not care if you're Lasbra about it. You are looking towards the right, and don't forget, there's essentially 2 junglers on the side of the Jade Dragons. Dardes could easily clear a wave, get the Doomorp movement speed, and make a rotation himself. And then you got a 3-1 Maman Brigitte showing up, because that's what he's going to transform into. It was the Gilgamesh pretty consistently, and I still think it could be, but here we go.
Pagon in trouble. There's the Dharmic Pillars leap forward, and you've got this Gilgamesh up against you now, but they don't have the damage, and like you said, an Aegis, the beads used, and the Warriors want to utilize the pressure the Dragons put in mid and try to turn it on its head. Gold Fury started up, half health, Coast with his ult. Try to steal this from far away, can go through the walls, has to deal with Panatom, kick into the wall, finds the stun, but you got backup. Dardes, Mike nearby, and the Fury dropped off. Warriors still playing proactive, Trelly, and that's what you need to see when you're down 0-2, when you're down in gold and down in kills. You need to hold on to this game with a iron grip, the way the Dragons have in their lengthy games, the way the Dragons have in some of their losses.
Like in trouble, could be. It looks like they are putting some damage towards him in the jungle, getting low. The Winds of Shamash. Dardes might need a stun, and he does. Peels for his support. If that stun doesn't come through, Mike might be getting sent back through the Winds of Shamash. And that's the mid laner you want, Gore. I know a lot of mid laners that will let their support die there, but he stepped forward just to make sure that we're all good. But look at this, Vaporshkos is unaware. There's an up, down, and Panatom does not care.
Both of them go for it, uses the ult, but he is surrounded. All you need is one more hit, and Panatom has it, the jungler for the Warriors, getting proactive on left.
There was a single dragon on the side of left. Someone should have dropped down. I mean, Netroid tanked that up for quite some time. Of course, Genetics had the Scarab's Blessing. It would have been res, but this early on with not many points into the ultimate, the health bar, been pretty easy to try and find, but unfortunately because Mike gets caught out, has to drop some ultimates, there was no rotation. Vaporshkos goes down. 3-man dive under tier 1 with a Scarab's Blessing. I don't think there was anything Vaporshkos could have done there.
Not much. In fact, maybe did everything that he could. If you don't get that knock up onto Panatom and you don't find your impale, there's only so much, as you said. That is going to be open for you. Secures the purple buff though, thanks to Mike. And that's going to make sure things don't go too far away. 1,000 gold. 12 minutes in, Beacon spawns in, Genetics and Pagon have the numbers advantage since Mike is over in left. Should be maybe a concession here from the Dragons. Warriors step away for a moment, let it fall down, see if they can maybe bait a fight. Maybe they're worried, especially about this rotation. Maman and the Ganesh starting to show face. Just need to find the opening pick, maybe the lockdown, those Dharmic Pillars, massive in fights like this. All the Warriors have been in control and maintain control of the Beacon. Looks like the Dragons finally stepping back, giving them the space.
You notice the pivot Sot made. Went into the tier 1 shield, recognized Lasbra has killed him 3 times, and immediately said, forget that item, I am getting the Oni Hunter's Garb. I need magical defense immediately, and that's definitely the smart call. Sure, Nika's going to be able to chop him up a little bit better with that Executioner, but you're not getting soloed by an Osiris. It's not going to happen. This is going to be a brawler lane where you guys just clear waves and kind of smack each other. Once Maman shows up, that's the problem. So smart by SOT as to not get further behind. Lasbra kicked into the wall. Is in a bit of trouble here. He's going to have to hold.
Down. You have to worry about it. The knockups there. You've got Coast to back you up, but you need a little bit more than that. Panatom is going in, but Coast is looking for it. Procs the res. Lasbra taken down by Panatom. Netroid taken down by Coast, but he runs the wrong direction. Pagon lays there waiting, gets the damage, gets the kill, and is helping to turn this around, but with Panatom in a dangerous spot, and Genetics brought down low. The damage goes the way of the Dragons, and they pull that fight back to their advantage.
They'll take the 2v3, and they'll accept that with open arms. The Jade Dragon siege forward. Dardes can do no wrong. Finds Panatom in the back, gets the transformation, and wins the 1v1 after the fact. Of course, Panatom had used everything just to kill Lasbra. I thought he might be able to make it out there after how much damage came through, but no CDR means that dash didn't come off cooldown, and he wasn't able to make it out. Jade Dragons are okay with those trades. I thought that Genetics' ultimate would be a bit more impactful, but Vaporshkos hits the impale when it was necessary. That was just the Beacon. I mean, Gold Fury, Pyromancer, still top.
That wasn't even the biggest thing.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the gold on the map. And I think the Oni Warriors are playing this so smart, Gore. They're playing to the left side of the map. They're playing through Netroid That is who they want to try to get ahead. And look at that build. He knows he has to go big, and he's going into crit so early on in this game.
That could be massive, especially considering we've seen a lot of delay on the Spectral Armors, the things to help deal with it. And so do you like this pivot? Do you like seeing him go for it this early on, I mean, if it means he can go big?
Yeah, Nika got absolutely popped last game by those crits, remember? If you build the Kins, if you build more damage, the crit is what's going to reign true. Pyromancer goes down, Panatom sieges forward, and Lasbra forced to blink defensively. You get the Runic Bomb over towards Nika, but actually he might be in some trouble.
Yeah, chased down, knocked up, CC forced to leap. Good Dharmic Pillars from Mike. Peel away the solo laner. Make sure that the Warriors can't be there, but there's a 4-man death ball from the Chaos team in the mid lane, and that tier 1 is gonna get knocked down, no problem.
Gold.
And then Gold pulled up. You've got tier 2 of a crit, and Netroid's gonna start things up. Again, Coast should be able to sniff this out.
Already
How
halfway.
confident are they feeling, and can they get in time? Nika's teleported over. You need the ult. You don't have the time. Gold Fury goes over to the Warriors. Now the fight starts up a little bit too late. The Dragons don't have a lot to work with. Mike pushed against the wall, killed off Dardes, barely jumping over kick. Good for CC, but he's going to get taken down. Meanwhile, Nika Coast, they turn tail and run. They recognize they can't win that one.
And look where Lasbra was, nowhere even close. The Jade Dragons, curious if they even push up when their jungler is so far on the opposite side of the map. Didn't look like a terrible attempt to go in for a steal. I don't even hate that, but the dash in from Mike, he gets aggressive. Onto Genetics, no less, with Scarab's Blessing available. Just did not seem like a fight the Jade Dragons needed to take, and look at this score. The Oni Warriors, they're not pulling a tower, they're not pulling a pyro, they're going for a 16-minute FG.
Could be a massive power swing. We just saw Gold. It's in the single digits for a moment. Nika caught out right now, but has Coast for backup. Good damage against the wall immediately onto Genetics, and now they know.
Lasbra's in the back.
Who's going for what? Panatom and Lasbra in the 1v1. Maybe not a 1v1 truly, because Netroid comes in. The damage is looking good. The EI Jutsu forces the ult, and Lasbra tries to turn it around, but he has too many surrounding him and gets picked off by the Warriors.
Man, I mean, you stall out the Fire Giant, so I guess it's not a complete L, but losing Lasbra, losing his beads, losing the ultimate does not feel good. And Panatom, 4, 2, and 3, a part of all but one of these kills. This Gilgamesh is a growing threat, a growing problem that the Jade Dragons don't have many answers to. Sure, it works out a bit for them because Dardes gets to transform into the Gilgamesh, but as we saw last time, there's not much cooldown built for Dardes just yet, so he can't ult in every single engagement.
Lanes reset. Tier 1 in right has fallen for the Warriors. Tier 1 in mid has fallen for the Dragons. We're 17 minutes in, 8-7 favored the Warriors, and the Gold slightly in their favor as well. But you can hear, Jelly, as it has been, the crowd in favor of the Dragons, at least the majority. The Warriors holding on not only incredibly well, pushing the Dragons back, and defensively, aggressively. Where do the Dragons start to play over the next few minutes, especially with Fire Giant kind of looming over them?
I think Lasbra needs to dial it back a bit. He's going for wraparounds, he's trying to play aggressive, but he cannot be caught out like that. He doesn't have the mobility, he doesn't have the movement, and he doesn't have too much 1v1 potential at the moment. He needs to dial it back. I understand the need to want to play aggressive. You had a 3-1 start, you were looking clean, but things like this could be a problem. You don't want to be caught out too far. So that's step 1. Regroup, dial it back and look for farm. Pagon, level 19. This Tiamat has been getting so much. And now Coast is about to get dove underneath the tier 1. Yeah, the Jade Dragons don't have much room to step up anyway.
Massive lead for Pagon in mid. Was just now hit level 18 for Dardes. Meanwhile, Pagon's been sitting at 19, a full level, and trying to push 20 early for some of those power spikes. And that's what I'm going to look at now, Charlie, because we've looked at some of the builds. You had mentioned Sot, who went back, finished off the shielding. You've got a little bit more defense, I think, this time for Nika, and maybe we'll hold that thought as Netroid tries to start the fight. Coast, half health. You have to be careful here if you're the on her. Panatom jumps forward. Aegis used preemptively, but the beads save him, and now you've got Nika to save your life. You need the help, but it doesn't come in time. Coast goes down, and you have to swarm. You have to rally, and you have to kill off Panatom to make this go even. But with Genetics swooping in, the Warriors take that fight. They isolate Mike, and they're looking to take not just the kill lead, but a tier 2 tower and left.
And this, once again, Lasbra and Dardes were not in this engagement. They could not step in. They're going to go back and go right towards that Fire Giant. It is the correct play. Nika not going to have the teleport. Will not be able to show up when he spawns back in. Maybe Coast can make his presence known, but all you can do is look for some farm and decide, are you going for the steal? Are you going to look elsewhere? Dardes has ultimate. He's got both relics. He was not in that fight. Jade Dragons have to decide right now, are they making for the miracle play? And the Oni Warriors, yep, they're going to start off the Fire Giant.
Lasbra nearby, Dardes as well. Coast respawned, Mike respawned, Nika respawned, but no teleport to his name. What can the Warriors do? It's already halfway down, and you are right, dead to rights. And in the scope of the Warriors, Lasbra pulled back, forced to use not just the beads, the blink, everything for the disengage, but the Fire Giant completely dropped. Warriors grouping over on the right-hand side of the map, looking for the tier 1. They should be able to find that, no problem. Knocked down easily, and the Dragons fall back as the Warriors don't have the advantage in the FG pit just yet.
Yeah, I think it's the Pyromancer thereafter, and they'll be able to grab that one relatively free unless Mike drops the Dharmic Pillars. You don't want to step up to the grab, the abduct from Genetics. That could be some dangerous stuff. PBM is not tanky enough to be here, so the Pyromancer will go down. Oni Fury is something that the Dragons wanted, but they don't have a choice because now Fire Giant once again started up.
Pyromancer already on their side. You got a Runic Bomb there for Genetics, halfway down on the Fire Giant. But are you going to commit to the 50-50? Or are you going to commit to Lasbra right now? Netroid chasing him down. First auto creates some trouble. Ult used by Lasbra to make sure he can get out of there. Trelly, the Warriors, the heat check, the damage check, they keep doing 6,000 gold, or approaching the 6,000 gold mark. They have complete control of this game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Jade Dragons want to just sit back. They want to farm. They want to go to lanes and just clear out minions, but they have not had the opportunity because the Oni Warriors keep forcing them, baiting them into these engagements that they're not favored on. Lazarus wants to farm. He keeps running away saying, I'm not going to be here. Dardes, the same. 2 levels down, 1 level down. They want to just chill in lane. But the Oni Warriors are playing such a proactive game. They're not giving them the opportunity to. Fire Giant gets pulled every couple of seconds. Netroid has the crit online. Oni Fury could be pulled at any moment. Heck, with just Pagon and Netroid there alone, they should be able to grab this no problem.
We'll step up to it. Like you said, have an advantage with just the 2 of them. You'll have Panatom there as well. Lasbra, Mike, and Coast spot out the rotation. Genetics is going to be joining his team soon. So now the Oni Fury becomes a much more dangerous zone to be around. That seems to be enough for the Warriors to go ahead and fall back, relinquish the Fury Pit. Look for a pick instead. Should be worth noting. Level 20 right now for Pagon. Just hitting that first, having that power spike, and specifically finishing his starter early. Trelly, that changes a lot of the scope and a lot of the grand scheme of how a fight could break out. Right now, Nika, who's in a little bit of trouble, pulled back. You only have Pagon behind you, but you're taking a little bit of poke. Sai is looking for the loop around. The Warriors get stopped. They go for the Fury instead.
I mean, I wouldn't even hate a call just to go split push, but the Oni Fury's here. Mike, the only one nearby.
Does not have the damage, does not have the steal, but now you have to worry about the fight. Solar Troll leaps in, is surrounded, but the damage is going the way of the Warriors. Coast forced to Aegis, can't get out of there. Nika chased down Mike, chased down, forced away under the tier 2 in mid, and the Warriors immediately moving over towards right.
This should be the Fire Giant call. Lasbra and Dardes on the left side of the map. They're not going to be anywhere near. Maybe Nika steps forward, but besides that, the Oni Warriors 5 strong have plenty of damage, plenty of DPS, and yeah, not a Jade Dragon in sight. They have to fall back and play defense. I didn't like that engage to begin with. It really does seem like the Jade Dragons are taking unfavorable fights just to try and stem the bleeding, but I think what Lasbra and Dardes have been doing is the correct call. Split push, get farm elsewhere, don't step forward, and bunker down for defense. Eventually, the Jade Dragons will have damage, but at the moment, they cannot step forward. The Oni Warriors have so much kill potential, and it's all off the back of these tanks. Genetics and SOT, just creating so much space for the back line. Netroid's not getting the most kills, but he's not afraid to mount an archery and ride the horse and just try and find his auto attacks. Same with Pagon. He's gonna leap in any chance he gets.
When you got 9 assists, when your team has 12 kills, Netroid, I mean, he is the cavalry. He's the one who's leading them in. And so far, it has been working incredibly, incredibly well. Has the 2-level lead over Coast. Lasbra, Dardes just now hit their level 20 spikes. Maybe something to help level the playing field. And you had already mentioned this. This is what you want to see them do. Fall back, just defend, just farm. But can they step up? Is it soft defense around the tier 2? Can they hard defense around the tier 2? Or are we looking at Phoenix Lights?
I would not be getting in range of Genetics at the moment. I think that's a big mistake. That one abduct and Mike could get deleted. One abduct and your relics are gone. Soft defense at best. Lasbra Looks like he wants to go for a wraparound, but they're playing this smart. Just back up, the tier 2, an afterthought. Jade Dragons need to stay underneath this base, but with the Titan pushing forward, the Oni Warriors are gonna have a big 6-man with a large health bar and plenty of damage. Even a Phoenix could be their target. Yeah, why not? Grab the Runic Bomb. Pyromancer's up too. You got 1 for Genetics. 2 means you can just absolutely destroy the Phoenix. They're playing this calculated, Gore. Aggressive? Yes. Quick? Also yes, but calculated.
And the calculations, man, they're coming up on point. Genetics tries to go for an abduct there to prove your point. But it can be dangerous. They've got the Chaos Titan at full health, knocking on the mid Phoenix. Warriors with Fire Giant. Power play still for another 2 minutes. And they're gonna step in. Defense has to go massive here for the Dragons. And it's gonna start with the Chaos Titan, but Panatom has eyes on the jungler, has eyes elsewhere. As the Phoenix slowly getting knocked down. Sot over on left, Impale good from Coast defense. Not enough to save the bird. Chaos Titan marching forward with the Warriors. Opt to fall back. They recognize where their advantage is, and instead it's pressure onto right.
The Phoenix is what they are looking for, and the Phoenix is what they found. And so far, Lasbra has not been able to get active in a single one of these engagements. Immediately gets poked out by Panatom. He's got the Bumba's Hammer. He's got Fire Giant buff. And he is a menace on the map currently. Not just one Phoenix is good enough. Dardas sneaks forward, goes for SOT, finds a little bit of damage, but they're going back.
They're deep in the back line. Panatom is the one to watch as he gets chased down. Dardas trying to make sure he controls him. You gotta be careful. The res, it comes through. Genetics saves his life, and the second bird falls down as the Warriors start to fall back. They recognize no poke, no kill, fall away. And make sure that you have your advantage. Fire Giant power play, another minute on the board, but instead, Trelly, it's the jungle, it's the board that is theirs to play with.
I mean, you can see there's signs of life here from the Dragons. I mean, Dardas finds a great engage there, turns right into Panatom and tries to dive, but Genetics is on point. We haven't even touched on the Scarab's Blessing. Even if the Jade Dragons find an amazing moment to find a pick, it can just get taken away. The revive from Genetics can be so impactful, and that's exactly what happened. You would have loved to find a kill on the Panatom. He just doesn't come through. It's not going to be Enhanced Fire Giant just yet, so that's a good sign, but the Oni Warriors have the ability. They are in control of the map. 2 birds down. They can just wait, Gore, and that's what I'd do. I'd sit around EFG. I'd grab Primal Fury. I'd steal away some buffs, maybe step forward because you know that Dardas' beads are down. But just wait for Enhanced Fire Giant and end the game off 1 foul push. That's the best case scenario here if you're an Oni Warriors fan. You need the reverse sweep, and this is the first step to doing so.
You got to play catch up right now and level. Mike and Nika sitting behind their opposition Warriors. You had already called in the next few minutes of play with the Fire Giant disappearing. They're going to opt for a Primal Fury. It takes a little while to burn down, but they're going to get the job done nonetheless as the Dragons focus basically or purely on base defense. Now, fire minions in mid and in right. I agree with you wholeheartedly. When you have 2 Phoenixes down, you're just focused on defense. But it feels like a good spot to be defending if you're over there. Coast needs to be a little more careful. This tier 2 in pressure, the Warriors, no Fire Giant, nothing to play over on right. Instead, still playing proactive, Charlie.
So far, that's the case. Lasbra taking a bit of a trade here with SOT. I see no damage heading towards Apolona as if he's being tickled. Lasbra just does not have the DPS to mess with the solo laner. Fire Giant fallen off. There is no FG buff anymore. The Oni Warriors are pushing just because they can. No runic bombs for the Warriors, but they want to try and whittle down this last Phoenix. Fire minions pushing in right. They're playing this one slow. I guess this is their call. To instead of stalling for EFG around the pit, just go in for a soft defense, see what you can find. But again, the Jade Dragons play it smart. They clear waves, and they stick around. You need that Enhanced Fire Giant if you're trying to get this Phoenix over on left, and it's not going to happen. Oni Warriors are going to retreat, and they might not stall at this point. I mean, sure, Pyromancer spawns in. They can do whatever they want, Gore. There really is not much the Jade Dragons can do offensively. They just have to sit back.
Have the Warriors got an opportunity to spend? I mean, I see the builds. Obviously, they've spent some of it. But with the Pyromancer coming up, it feels like they've just been out the base for so long. Now, Charlie, one thing you had mentioned for the Dragons prior, not needing to step up to Fire Giant, sub 30. Now we're approaching 29, and it becomes a different conversation. Now, Runic Bomb in pocket for Genetics as the Pyromancer goes that way. You are looking at, what, 14,000 gold for the Warriors right now. And the Fire Giant fight that could break through, could be the most crucial portion of this game. Great silence from Mike, stops Panatom with a leap, comes back up. The winds of Shamash turn some things around, and the damage onto Coast, the shutdown onto Coast from the solo laner does exactly what you need. You've lost both the pillars in your side lanes, and the jungler to boot. 3 gone on the Dragons. The Warriors say no right here. Step forward. Mid Phoenix is the first target, but it is the Titan that they want more than anything. And it's Netroid. Oh my God, Dardes! He gets some damage, but he doesn't get the kill. Not enough to shut him down. 4 already gone, and you can't get the kill. The D aside, and the Warriors stand proud and push us to 4.
The Oni Warriors will not be swept. 3-0 is out of the question. We have at least a game number 4 on our hands. 6-0 for Pagon, 6 kills for Panatom. What a performance. And of course, Genetics does not let his team fall. The Scarab's blessings were on point. And for my money, you're going towards Honor for the pressure. Coast got no pressure in that lane. Netroid owned the left side of the map, and because of that, the Gold Fury, all these objectives, the Oni Warriors get to go uncontested.
All across the board, and it's that guy in the middle of that picture there, Panatom. I would argue both of them, right? Him and Genetics, I think really opening up so much of the conversation. This has been the second time on a world stage where Panatom on Gilgamesh is going to look this fantastic. And then to top that off, having those reses, I mean, that Khepri, for such a late pick, for such a matchup to maybe even have the advantage going towards the Ganesh, as the Deskin said. Genetics makes it look good and gets the reses he needs.
And now the Jade Dragons have to dial it back. They thought they had the momentum. They thought the 3-0 is what they were looking for. That is no longer the case. The Oni Warriors, the ball is in their court, right? They say, hey guys, we can do this. We not only got our win, our 1 win so far, it was pretty dominant. There was not much the Jade Dragons could do there. I liked what Lazar did early on, but the Maman Brigitte was not enough to, get this ball rolling. The gold lead was way too much to try and step forward for, so back to the drawing board for both of these teams. Can't wait to see what they cook up in P's and B's for game number 4.
That's what I remember. I remember you enjoyed the early game. It was the mid game where things got a little more awkward for Lazbra. So we'll have to see how the Dragons adapt to this, or if the Warriors can keep the fire surging forward. All of that right after this.
They're gonna look for the steal if they can find it, but they do not have the steal. Oh my goodness! Polar Bear Mike grabs a double kill, and the chase is on.
Polar Bear Mike, he is a player that I've wanted to team with for a long time because he's good. I'm good friends with him, and I've played ranked countless times with him, and he just seems like a person that really loves the game and gets in depth into it, and VOD reviews and plays and tries different things, doesn't stick with the meta. So I think that's a really beneficial person to have on your team, and especially somebody as confident as him. When he makes a call, like, you can follow that call and be happy about it.
I mean, I have a lot of respect for Mike. I mean, me and him go back a ways, have a lot of history, and he's always been a really tough opponent to play against. I like the way he thinks about the game. He does a really good job of leading teams, so I think Mike's just a great overall player.
He's got a really diverse god pool. He always did on my team on the rival Ghost era. I have a lot of love for Mike. I think he's an amazing support player. I think what he's capable of with the team, he gives a lot of energy. He has a great way of just being really loud, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that as a get everyone on the same page right now kind of situation. He will play all the best gods. He won't have a god that is really good that he just won't play. He doesn't have any blocking in his head. He won't just think other supports are better than him at one god, so he's not going to play it. He doesn't limit himself in any way like that.
He's kind of like a player that wants to be aggressive, wants to like get in your face, outplay you. And I think over the years, he's kind of changed that a little bit. He's a little bit more dynamic in his play style. Now you can play a little more, maybe a little of the afros, and people meme him about picking the afro, but it's a good pick, and I don't really think he's the reason why they lost those games. It was just coincidence a lot of the times that he was playing like an afro pick when they lost.
Yeah, I do think that was a big change for him. He's been with Panda for countless years, and having to switch to somebody that doesn't necessarily want to run it down the lane every single time, pressure, because as we all know, Panda Cat is a pressure merchant. And but yeah, I think Vote, it definitely probably threw him off a little bit. But he's probably adjusted, and Coast is more or less I would say similar to Panda than Goat was to Panda. So I think having Coast on the team is probably more his speed.
Yeah, and I think he went from that kind of just like only aggressive, I want pressure style to changing it up, playing maybe a little bit more like backline peel or anything like that. So I think he kind of just does everything now. He's a complete player and a good dude.
Neil wouldn't say that if there wasn't a camera on him. Neil's actually a complete dick, and he ruined my life twice, actually. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really like to think about what other people think of me too much, honestly, like both positively and negatively. I just like to try to be the best teammate I can be. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not, sometimes pain in the ass, you know, it just depends. But I definitely think throughout my career, I've been very privileged to play with many great players and great teammates. So it is nice to hear people like Twig kind of share the same feelings that I would feel towards him. Oh, I'm so emotional.
This isn't what you expected. You'll find another way. Come meet here in the present. I can see your heart. You're hiding from the light. Let's try to breathe in the moment.
couple things I can promise you about the SteelSeries Aerox 5. It is super lightweight. I'll tell you right now. What?
You had one?
Yeah. And there's another one behind your ear, Miff.
Whoa!
Tell me how light the SteelSeries Aerox 5 is.
74 grams, something like that?
Maybe even less. Does it feel like you could go lightning speed?
I feel like my arm's about to fly through the stratosphere.
And it will with the SteelSeries Aerox 5. Thanks to SteelSeries for being with us here in Season 10 of the SMITE World Championship, live in Arlington, Texas, at the Esports Stadium. My name is Dolson Mifflin, inbound, and Hazer still with me. And we're going to look at the SteelSeries moments of glory to talk about game number 3. We still got more games. If you're just tuning in, it is not a 3-0 Jade Dragons World's victory. No, the Oni Warriors have some life, Hazer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to take a look at what was going on with PBM on the Ganesh here. I think we're going to see a lot of clips of a useless elephant sitting there while Panatom absolutely wails on people. I feel like this Gilga, we finally saw the value that Panatom was looking to bring with it, and there was just no answer on the other side. They had no answer to the rundown from Sot and from Panatom.
And I think that's because of that Khepri combination with it. The Ganesh, all 3 games so far has been rather useless, and I think we see both of these teams stray away from that Ganesh. Outside of that, on top of Onher just being rather useless in this matchup, stop picking this Onher into Hachiman. It's just too hard for the Onher to bully out this lane, and Hachi's more effective late game.
Yeah, I was surprised by that performance from Vaporish Coast. I really thought on one of his signature picks he'd be able to get at least a little bit of lane dominance rolling up against Netroid, but we know Hachiman can handle his own. But surprised, and if you were watching the stage afterward, I mean, Ghost looked shell-shocked after that loss.
Yeah, for sure. He was kind of, I mean, and then he was a little shell-shocked there, but it's on his teammates, the guys that have been here before, they've done this before, the veterans, they really need to rein him in, get him focused up. You're still on the 2-1 advantage. You still only need one more game, so you got to just set him a little straight, get him a little bit more of a better pick, and I think it starts with that Hachiman.
Yeah, but let's talk about what went right for the Oni Warriors.
Yep.
And I think centering that on Pagon and Panatom is exactly where I want to be. We already saw it or heard from it earlier. Panatom finally finding that value on the Gilgamesh. I will note, I did ask for damage items, not just a different pick, and he picks up that Erendite. I think a significant change up. Finally had some of that kill pressure we were looking for, and then just a lights out performance from Pagon on Tiamat.
Yeah, when I saw Panatom get the Light Blade from his passive, I was really hoping he was going to upgrade that into an Executioner or a Kings, but sells it out, picks up the Erendite, reveals the stealth of Morrigan, makes it really difficult for Dardes to play in these fights. No escape for the Morrigan.
And the Jade Dragons fans have been the wind in their sails ever since being 0-2 down yesterday. And don't get me wrong, there are plenty of Oni Warriors fans in the building as well. Plenty of noise when they win game number 3. But also remember, there are players on the stage, on the Oni Warrior side of the stage, that also like silencing crowds, right? Be careful of certain players when they're able to tone down some of the Jade Dragons fans. That will fuel some of the Oni Warriors just as much as their own fans cheering them on. Game 4, this one could change everything. We'll get into picks and bans and see exactly what happens. Our analysts have set the stage just a little bit here. Hazer, what are some early priorities you're looking for in picks and bans?
So I think this is where the coaches really have to earn their money. As a former coach, I apparently didn't earn my money well enough on the world stage. Never quite managed to do it.
Welcome to
but
the
I
desk.
want to see, yeah, thanks.
You're good at it though. We're happy to have you.
I want to see the Hachiman prioritized by the Jade Dragons. I think that has been by far Coast's best pick. They have opted to swap sides though. The Jade Dragons in first pick last time, they lose that game, they get choice, and they go over to the second pick side, which means they won't have the option of first picking away that Hachi. Maybe they're going to opt to go for a bit more of a throwaway ban, a bit more of a target ban, maybe take away the Gilgamesh.
I also want to see them lower the value on this Mammon. It's not a horrible pick. It's not Lasbra that isn't doing enough on it. I just think it's there's counters into it. This Gilgamesh matchup is very tough for her to live on, and that Gilgamesh had a lot of value in that last game. And going into this first pick by the Warriors, 100% agree. This Hachiman is way too valuable. It's right here, first pick available for the Warriors. Lock it in.
I agree. I think Hachiman has just been so dominant throughout this event. Not only is he strong in the laning phase, he helps you out around the objectives. He's got immense safety. You can either play around him if you so choose, play that aggression through the duo, or you can trust that safety in Hachiman and diversify your playstyle. Leave him alone on an island and say, just look, if someone shows up, CC me and horse, walk away.
And going into this, they go for this Maman again. They prio it just a little bit too much.
Visceral reaction.
Yeah, does that deflate you a little bit?
Yeah. I don't like this Maman. Glaz is not getting enough done. We even talked about it in that first and second game. The Gilgamesh we were a little bit worried about, not enough damage. I feel like it's going to the Maman. He's the one that's not able to get enough damage, and we complained after game 2. Gilg wasn't doing enough. He did way more than the Maman did last game.
One thing that I do like, though, in that top 2, Tiamat, take away from Pegon, grab it for Dardes. Dardes on that Morrigan struggled to get things going, couldn't get aggressive, couldn't get in there because his front line weren't able to support him doing so. This time he gets the Tiamat, he's going to be able to jump in, and we got our solo lane matchup already. Bellona, and now the Osiris is gone. It's going to be Achilles for Nika.
But why is it the Achilles? It's because of the revive on the other side. I'd actually talked to Genetics recently. He said, look, everyone's going to say Thanatos, Achilles, that's the answer to my Khepri. And he said to me, Mifflin, that's not going to work. And he wouldn't go any deeper on it. He steepled his hands like the villain that he is, and he leaned back into his chair. Let's see if he can put up a shut up.
And I'd argue that Achilles, even outside of this matchup, is a very strong god indeed, because if it goes late, he's getting tankier than just about any other character. My only worry here, the Jade Dragons have been playing for these totems. They've been playing to dominate solo. Is he going to be able to do this against the Bellona? Bellona, very strong in most early game matchups, totem dominator. It's a little bit of a switch up by the Dragons, and it makes me a little worried.
Yeah, I think that Achilles has decent matchup into the Bellona. You can cancel out that bludgeon, remove that burst potential. You're not exactly reliant on your auto attacks either. The nuance of, well, you know, in the Osiris matchup, I can at least disarm, go for the boxing match, use block stacks as well. With Achilles, it's I'm going to combat dodge, I'm going to stun you out, I'm going to play around my sustain, and then start looking for some other stuff. So I think the way you control the totem as Achilles is to play through the PvP.
I really like this Heim pick. I was a little worried we might see another Anhur, we might see another Ram or something like that, but Heim, much better matchup into the Bellona. Has that lane pressure to match Hachiman, and then when the Bellona tries to dive you, you can use that knock up to peel her off of you, ult her away as well. Really, really good pick here for Coast.
And on top of that, it makes this little cat and mouse game when Solo is looking for that dive in this matchup. You said if Bellona's going too deep, she's just going to get sent to Niflheim if she doesn't have those beads available. And there's a few other opportunities to pull those beads. The Achilles stun, because you have to be worried about that execute. And I want to see Mike also play something that can threaten those beads, so that Solo really has to be smart with that.
Worth adding some context, because that's what I'm here for. Think back to Coast. In a lot of the early games that we saw him in the SPL and his way up through the SEC as well, it was always a Heimdall ban against him. We've seen a lot of on-her target bans. Heimdall, sure, in a different meta, maybe a little bit better, still in a really good spot right now, but this is a pick as far as comfort goes, Miff. You see a shell-shocked Coast after game 3, maybe something he's comfortable with for game 4.
And he should be comfortable. It's one of the safest hunters, if not the safest hunter in Smite. You could trust him to just hold his own in lane, and it also maybe dissuades the Oni Warriors from going towards a Morrigan themselves. Not to say that they would have absolutely done it, but Heimdall's got a really good matchup into it.
And Vulcan from Pegon. This is the first Vulcan game we get from Pegon. He's been sticking to 2 gods, Tiamat, Merlin. Now he's going into this Vulcan where we've seen it before.
Ooh, this Warriors draft for sure.
This is the Warriors we expected to see also. The Vulcan though, I'm interested to see how Pegon is going to play it, because he has not, you know, stretched. Obviously he can play it, but it is a different style than that Tiamat and that Merlin.
Yeah, I really, really like this draft, actually, from the Warriors. The Susano with the Khepri. Susano able to get in there. Really, really difficult to pick off. And when you finally do lock him down, finally able to take him down, he's got a second life, courtesy of Genetics on this Khepri. I love the Susano pick. Vulcan as well, knock up available from him, able to set up and able to get his damage into the backline. One thing that the Jade Dragons comp lacks as well, they've gone Heim, a hunter who doesn't have especially good objective damage, and Tiamat, not great objective damage either. Oni Warrior is going to be able to control those objective fights.
You know what I want to see here from Mike? I want to see a Nox. It completely shuts down everything the Warriors can do. It gives that beads pull potential.
How you feel about that?
It's really close. It's really close, and it's a little bit easier to maneuver into those late games. A little bit more team fight presence. It's what I wanted them to go for, because it is that beads pull potential. But again, it's a risky pick.
It does plug that gap at least a little bit around objectives as well. A support E-set, not going to do crazy damage with a circle of protection, but it allows you to be a little bit tankier while you do it, provides that heal, provides another source of burst damage around Fire and around Gold Fury.
Fellas, let's not beat around the bush, though. I'm looking at these drafts. I see Oni Warriors playing their signature style. All these picks I associate with these players. I like this Oni Warriors draft significantly more than what the Dragons have.
And I'm going to go back to that Maman. I think there's just too much prio on this god. Maybe that Bologna pick by Nika in that first slot to pair with that Tiamat, I would have liked a little bit more. But again, it's on to Lasbra. Lasbra's going to have to find these openings, and he's going to have to kind of do it with just the Achilles. He's just going to have enough threat there, and he's going to have to do it through the Khepri. So it's going to be a tough call for him.
Some openings potentially now for the Oni Warriors. I completely agree. Their style of play largely reflected by the picks that they now have locked in here in game number 4. What are some openings in your mind, Miff, for the Jade Dragons here? Because we see some comfort picks for them. Do you still see a cohesive unit, though, a team that can play as 5?
I think Hazer hits on a really good point. I want to see the Jade Dragons play a little bit earlier in the game. They haven't got the best objective secure, but it gets worse as the game develops. Play that E-set, level 5. Amon Brigitte has great DPS on objective. I want to see early rotations from the Achilles. I think that's one way for the Dragons to get something started, because in the absolute latest portion of this game, I think the Oni Warriors are really going to thrive.
And one thing I love about this Oni's draft as well, Susano, finally, we were asking for it last game. Panatom goes to a hyper carry. He has had an amazing tournament so far, looked so dominant. He keeps going back to that Gilgamesh this time. He switches it up, he changes the style, he changes the prospect that the Jade Dragons have to deal with, changing their play style in doing so.
I will say, Oni Warriors do scale. They do play very well in that late game, but this is not an easy Dragons comp to dive. The Heim, a lot of survivability, beats pull potential. Same with that E-set. And then on top of all that, trying to kill a Tiamat with that second life, that quadrupedal stance, I think is what it is, trying to get something like that. Trying to kill in that scenario, it's not easy.
It isn't, but they've got so much survivability on their dive. It might not be easy to get into that back line, but it's a lot easier when you don't have to concern yourself with your own life, and that's exactly what Khepri gives you.
No matter what happens here, we've seen some amazing SMITE so far this weekend. Either the Dragons take it now or we go to another game 5. We'll see if the Oni Warriors can get it done in game number 4.
Well, the Warriors are holding on to the best of their ability, and now it is exactly what they want. Trelly, right now, people rooting for the 3-1. Warriors holding on as best they can, and some interesting picks that get to come through, and more importantly, the first look on Pagon outside of those 2 mages that we have seen so far. Onto the Vulcan, and one that it feels, again, kid in a candy shop style electricity for me. It just feels like it could have so much to go for it.
Gore, I've been waiting for picks like these from the Oni Warriors. I mean, Panatom on the Susano. I complained in game number 1 about the Athena. I complained about the build on Athena. This is the kind of pick that I want to see Panatom on. Full damage, Susano, get in, get out, destroy the backline. And it is what he's made his name on. Gods like this. And honestly, I associate Susano with Panatom because of how well he can pilot this character. Not going to be easy trying to deal with Lasbra. Notably, I think it's actually kind of rough matchup to deal with. Sure, the pole has some great interactions, but Typhoon should almost never be hitting Maman Brigitte. She can just dash inside of you, juke the knockup, then come back out and win that 1v1. But Lasbra's been having some struggles piloting this Maman. Hasn't been the easiest time. Early on, yes, great. And honestly, that's where she thrives. But late game, Lasbra has to watch the positioning. That's something that we're going to have to keep our eyes on. The Oni Warriors got 1 game under their belt. They need game number 2 to go off well. And the Khepri, finally there's been somewhat of an answer to it. Nika going towards the Achilles. Remember, Fatal Strike, the execute, does not care about Scarab's Blessing. It will negate it entirely, but you gotta be on point with that ult, and it can be body blocked very easily.
Now, another matchup I'm really interested in seeing, and one that again, got a little discussion last game. It is this Khepri, and maybe the Achilles needs to come to the conversation here, but also with the E-set from Mike. Not something we've seen in a long time.
Yep.
But something that, again, in the right moments, you got to silence and stun. Massive ult that can help in teamfights. It does provide a good bit to what the Dragons might need, especially in some of the mid-game. Where are you looking at it? Just objectives?
It does definitely provide a lot, but it is a pick that I have been a big hater of in times when it was one of the better support picks, just because Circle of Protection, the way that ability is designed, is to be the best objective confirm in the game, and the way that people build and the way that Mike is going to build E-set support is full tank. You're not going to get the same amount of value from it. It's not as if the Spirit Ball, it's not as if the Silence, the Dispel Magic, all of these things are going to be very impactful. They certainly are, and it's going to be annoying to try and deal with. But it just feels like the knocks that Hazer was calling for could have gotten the job done as well. We'll have to see. Mike went to it for a reason. He feels confident. He's been looking good this entire tournament. We'll see what he can do in game number 4.
Especially, again, championship point here for the Dragons. And they want to use that energy. Good stun from Nika onto Sot. And Lasber's around, looks for some poke. But not enough to find a kill in right. Forces Sot to fall back and play safe. Now, Charlie, this is where the Dragons have found a lot of that culmination of success has been in the early game. And in games 1 and games 2, it was just able to translate really well. I guess in game 1, actually, it really was just holding on as long as they could. But in game 2, they make that translate really well. Here, we need to see a little bit more of that. And I want to turn attention to the solo lane, because not only do we see a little bit of back and forth, I think, between Nika and Solo or Troll, but now the Achilles. The execute feels like it should be nice a little bit later on, but the stuns, the CC, and so far, the way the lane has gone, feels like it's a little more solid than the Osiris.
Yeah, the 2 picks that I called attention to during group stages was the Achilles and the Osiris, picks that I wanted to see a bit more of. We've seen a ton of the Osiris since then. The Achilles is one that's been a little bit on the backside. I think just coming out because of the Khepri pick from Genetics, he's been so on point. And granted, if you're on the other side, you're on the opposite of it, very annoying with these Scarab's Blessings. So you have to either A, play around it, or B, go for the execute through it. So a lot of weight on Nika to connect with those ultimates, a lot of weight on the Oni Warriors to body block those ultimates. It's always going to be in the back of your mind. Am I getting low? Do I have enough HP to even survive this engagement? Can I frontline when Nika is around? It just adds another level of chess to this game.
And right now, I think the biggest thing to do, and I'm kind of curious, if you're the Dragons, do you need to just turn up the pace, dial it to 11, push as hard as you can in this early game, and just get a massive lead that the Warriors can't overcome? Or do you try to hold out for late, as we've seen them do so many times so far this weekend?
I mean, I was going to say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but they lost the last game. So I guess that's not the strategy you want to go to every single time. And again, the Oni Warriors have been so electric. They just want to push their lead. They want to play for early game. They want to end the game quickly. So the Jade Dragons did not pick a composition, in my mind, to match that. They're not playing to the Oni Warriors. They're still trying to play that style. They still want to get late game. And if they can put some brakes on this game and just say, hey, we're going to spawn in at level 30, they would definitely do that.
Well, thanks for bearing with us. We jump back into game here again, just 3 minutes in. No team has pulled a lead. So do you want to see, and maybe this is too early for this conversation, we're only 3 minutes, but like counter punches from the Dragons, is that where it goes? I know you mentioned Lasber early. We saw him show up in right, what some of that pressure can bring. But where is their real punch back against the Warriors, who seem to have gone not just for the whole run it down draft, but for one that just emulates their style so well?
Still think it has a lot to do with Nika. He's going to be extremely tanky. That's one of the benefits of Achilles. You take the armor off early game, you put it back on late game, and you get even tankier. Remember, most of these auto attack warriors, your Bellonas, your Osiris, they've been teching in Kins, they've been teching in Executioner. 2 damage items in a solo lane build means you are getting one shot by the crits. Achilles is not going to be doing that. Maybe you get one item like that, but Netroid is going to have a much more rough time dealing with the dive of Nika. SOT, he's got a rough time diving Coast as well. One of the benefits of Heimdall, besides being bar none one of the safest ADCs in Smite, is that knockup. The bludgeon is going to be a problem. Any melee character that once it gets close and auto attack is going to be a problem. Coast, thin margins there on the Bifrost. If that stun connected, Netroid might have wanted to chase down with the ultimate. Either way, I think that the backline of the Jade Dragons is pretty self-sufficient. Tiamat and Heimdall don't usually need too much peel, so Mike and Nika can stand forward. They can focus on engage. They can focus on CC for the squad.
Question, Genetics, Netroid over on left. How much pressure they can apply, and then what they can do with that pressure. That's what we saw a lot of last game. Well, the last game, it was also coupled with fights on right. And now Sot goes in, has Panatom beside him. Nika forced to ult away, but Panatom with the chase in, and first blood to the Warriors, and second blood to the Warriors as Netroid gets aggressive in the duo lane.
Wow, Genetics didn't even have the Scarabs Blessing. They didn't have to dive that tower. I cannot believe a Porsche Coast stuck around. He thought the Bifrost would be enough. He thought Through the Realms would be enough. It was not. 2 kills simultaneously there for the Oni Warriors. And of course, Nika does his best, right? You use the Fatal Strike to try and immune the Typhoon, but the dive was always going to take you out. SOT just getting the better end of those trades. But I think Coast That's a misplay. He didn't have to stick around. He trusted the circle of protection. You can see both Mike and Coast ults are down. He thought that'd be enough survivability. It was not. You're getting Netroid off to another great start on a pick that he's played so many times and so well so far this tournament.
Last time that it had a pop-off game, though, remember, it didn't necessarily end as well for
That
the
is true.
Warriors. It's only 1-0, so maybe not the pop-off. I'm maybe just as worried of Net getting that kill as Panatom getting the first blood, right? Jungle pickup, 1,000 gold now on their side. The experience maybe not too crazy. In fact, you've got a level lead right now for Lasbra. But the Dragons are gonna be feeling, I think, the ire of the Warriors, especially if Panatom is left to his own devices. It's gonna be a small back and forth for him. And I wanna ask, because we haven't gotten to see too much of the Susano, nothing's different, right? I mean, he's just gonna be playing the same way Panatom's been playing this pick for the last, what, 3, 4, however many years you wanna add on.
Yeah, you have pretty ease of engage. You've got a Scarab's Blessing to back you up. You're just going in for the Blink Pole, you're going in for the Typhoon, you're setting up for your team. Panatom knows exactly how to pilot this pick, and I've been wanting to see him go to it pretty much the entirety of this tournament, because I just like watching him work on the Susano. He knows exactly how to pilot the map. Someone who I want to see work a little bit more, Lasbra, has not had much action. This Maman Brigitte has been playing defensively for quite some time. And with such high prio, again, we heard the analysts talk about it at the desk. I think they're exactly right. To first pick this Maman, put so much pressure towards it. And then for Lasbra to have such a slow early game. And again, that's not really when she shines, but the late game, a lot of weight on his shoulders. Low player damage for both the junglers because they haven't had too much time to get aggressive. But man, Netroid keeps Coast, keeps Mike underneath their tier 1 tower. They've got nowhere to go.
Nika with a little bit of pressure over here on right. You've got Lasbra as well as Panatom. We're gonna join the conversation. Stun from Nika. Nothing too crazy happening. Panatom sticks around, and this is where it could get dangerous, but you don't have the engage that maybe makes things as easy. No blink for Panatom. Does not seem to matter right now, though. Immediate the pullback, the damage. It's good enough, but not the lockdown. And Nika's able to dodge out on that. Sot doesn't overstay his welcome either, so Lasbra, despite hovering in the jungle, unable to get anything done. With no big rotations over towards left, no big rotations now over towards right, Trelly. Again, we're at thin margins, but a small lead for the Warriors as we crest over 8 minutes in.
And I find this so interesting that we do have a bit of a land meta sort of starting to emerge. Panatom and Lasbra both head over, not because of blue buff spawns, that shows up right now. It was because of that totem. I think both junglers in the back of their mind said, are we about to see an Eagles rally to confirm this totem? Are we about to see Nika overextend to confirm this totem? If so, we get to go in for a gank. No one stepped forward. They hid in the jungle and they waited. And this is not something that you ever saw before. No one was ulting totems before we got in this building. Lasbra's close by, reveals himself a bit earlier, and he's gonna confirm the totem likely for the squad. The Jade Dragons picked that one up, but SOT not gonna get baited. Eagles rally. He saves this one just to make sure he's gonna be safe.
And as far as the fight actually goes, not enough to really rally behind. Might come back for a little more. Again, Sot's over here. Cooldown buff easily secured. Lasbra pulls back, but we can see the vision from the Warriors over on the right-hand side, keeping track of Lasbra with every step he takes. Maybe a little aggression as well in the jungle from Panatom, but nothing too crazy. And Trelly, the other thing, when we're looking at too crazy, I'm going to be thinking of some of these mid laners, and specifically of Pagon, because while we think of these Vulcan ults, and more than likely we'll discuss them as like secure, all you need is one of those to connect. It's a lot of squishy targets on the Dragons, and suddenly that's a fight winner for you.
You're exactly right. This Vulcan is an absolute threat when the game gets cooking, and that is what Pagon is looking towards. He's been avoiding fighting. That's what most mid laners do at this point anyways. But you're trying to get that damage online so you can just delete with the Earthshakers. So much burst on the side of the Oni Warriors. The Jade Dragons are gonna have to play careful. Mike, sure, he's got his ultimate. It does some decent damage, not enough to contest the Earthshaker, not enough to pull an objective that confidently. As the totem goes down one more time, 2 minutes away, beacon spawn, ultimate, looking towards Darkness, forcing out the leap. There was no Aegis available. That would have been dangerous, but Darkness, of course, knows the timing. Look at this 1v1 though, Lasbra taking a lot.
Yeah, in trouble, oh my God, the damage! That's what Panatom needs! And he had backup just in case. but takes out Lasbra, and now might be the reason that Mike falls down, comes around, pulls him back, and a few more autos. No, the shielding, the silence, and Dardes with the assist at least gets some distance for Polar Bear Mike to get onto the tier 1.
Mike plays that flawlessly. If he messed up one of those abilities, would definitely fall down there. Panatom still tried to chase it down, but did not have the damage. Of course, Lasbra steps too far forward, doesn't have beads, only went for the blink, and didn't even get the ult cast off. Ends up falling down, and now 2-0 for Panatom on the Susano. I said it last game, and I will say it again. He can do no wrong at this point in time. Wherever Panatom goes, if you're too far forward, if you're overextended, or if Genetics is nearby, you better be watching your relics. You better be watching your health bar. He has plenty of DPS.
11 minutes in, things have come to, well, at least a little bit of a standstill between these teams. 1,000 gold, slowly climbing for the Warriors. They try to push over a 2,000 gold mark. Just 3 kills to their name, no major objectives. And at 30 seconds, Trelly, the beacon is going to spawn in. Give the Warriors, maybe even the Dragons, something to rally behind. You can see the pings coming out immediately from the Dragons. They recognize that's where a massive fight could break down. Ults on the left, looking a little stronger. And the grouping, the team fight, it feels like, especially considering how much we've seen these teams step up. We have teleports coming in from solo laners. This beacon fight, it could be massive, could be crucial for the early game.
I'm glad you pointed it out because SOT's teleport is available. Nika's won't be for 23 more seconds, so if it's an immediate beacon pull, would be a bit of trouble. Both solo laners stuck. Coast is not even healthy enough to step forward, so this is a fight that the Oni Warriors would win handedly if it even broke out, and that's why the Jade Dragons are going to forfeit this one. The Oni Warriors have presence in every single lane, and I've said Vulcan is a pseudo ADC for a reason. You get a couple seconds alone with an objective and it absolutely dies, and that's what they're going for now. Gold Fury started up.
And they should have exactly what they need. The Secure as well gets them even more in their pockets. Oni Warriors with Secure onto the Fury pull ahead even further. Now Nika trying to pull Panatom in. They want to fight and they want to try and win it, but you have to be careful. The turnaround from the Warriors onto the solo laner makes them rethink the engagement. 3,000 gold, and the Warriors, Trelly, 13 minutes in, have a commanding lead.
And you see, you underestimate the DPS. Nika teleports in thinking he can show up to that Gold Fury, but with Pagon's turret, with Netroid's damage, and of course the Earthshaker, Gold Fury's down before he can even show up. The Oni Warriors are uncontested all around the map here. You do pull Panatom's beads, and that's definitely big. Only if you get something done in the next 2 minutes. And the Jade Dragons have got nothing done. They haven't stepped forward. They haven't had an avenue to fight. SOT's got some low mana, but even Lasbra, who shows up, doesn't feel like he's got the damage to burn through this level 13 Bologna. So it's going to be another retreat. We're just going to be sitting here until the Oni Warriors decide to go for Pyro. With Netroid, who's able to clear that wave quickly. Let's see, does he go right or left out of base? He goes right. We know exactly where they're headed.
Exactly what they want. You might as well keep the hand hot while you have it. Right side pressure, no Heimdall. So numbers advantage to the Warriors. They haven't started up the objective, but you had already mentioned. Drop down the turret, the damage that Vulcan can output can be massive for an objective like this. Has the ult for Pagon as well, so Secure could be there. Have to worry about Circle of Protection right now. Have to worry about the fight coming towards Nika, who immediately rallies behind his team. Secure drop down Warriors, able to squeak that one out in the eyes of the Dragons. Pull some more gold back into their pockets.
Orange Coast didn't make the rotation. He stuck around over and left, knew it was not worth his time, and the team could do it without him. There was at least not a pick, right? That's the benefit. Oni Warriors dropped a lot just to confirm that gold. But there were some low health bars. You can see the Jade Dragons do have some decent poke damage. I thought Genetics might have been able to fall at least a little bit close to that threshold. He's got the Cloak of the Ascetic, and that could be a big deal, Gore. Remember, Meditation could tick you right out of HP threshold. It baits out the Fatal Strike from Nika, and then he goes in thinking he's about to get a reset on the ult, and the execute doesn't come through. That could be a big deal. Runic Bomb picked up for Genetics, and as long as he's holding on to Chalice of the Oracle, won't be able to drop any sentries for the time being.
To talk about a steady climb, 4,000 gold. The Warriors, 15 minutes in, have dominated this early portion of the game. As we're hitting level 16s for a few, but trailing behind for a lot of the Dragons, Trelly. The next few minutes, I think have a lot of impact. Not a lot of objectives to go for. Where the farm comes from, where you step up to is going to make the big difference. What do you want to see from the Dragons over the next few minutes to try and right this boat?
Unfortunately for the Dragons, I'm not seeing too many ways back into the game at the moment. They still need itemization. They still need tankier tanks and more damage front lines. You've got one aspect that's going well for you, and it's that Dardes has been able to stay XP-wise even with Pagon, but look at the net worth chart. Still about 700 gold down. Not going to be the best idea to look for fights. You can show up and attempt to steal. That's your best option, but do not overcommit. Do not overstep. One pick around one of these objectives could be that drop in the bucket that just tips it over, and the Oni Warriors have been playing with so much fire, so much aggression. Finally, we see a little bit of action. Blink in, Dardes jump right in the ult.
The lead Vegas and buy some time, but there's the knockup. Do you have the damage?
Pagon's got it.
Pagon's got what you need. You're back if you're Panatom. And immediately the shot opens up the mid lane. And look, a bunch of goose eggs. I mean, 3 columns, 2 columns worth for the Dragons. And something you gotta turn around.
And that's a beautiful ultimate from Pagon. Predicts the dash perfectly, makes sure that Panatom can go in and get the Typhoon after the fact, and that backfire needed to connect, and Pagon makes it happen. By the way, if Staff of Mirrodin is in your third item, that backfire is not killing. The extra damage after the ultimate made sure that that one had the damage to confirm the kill. And this Vulcan, it might be the scariest guy on the map. Level 18, Oni Fury started up, and I don't think Mike can even walk forward. If he gets grabbed by Genetics here, he's gonna get melted.
Yeah, power farming. Pagon might not have the ult right now. Does not need it. The damage through the roof for the Warriors. The gold starting to break through as well. 4-0 lead, 17 minutes. But Trelly, the most commanding lead we have had this set. And it doesn't seem like they're slowing down. You can see Genetics movement, the way they're walking around. Pyromancer's coming back up, and I expect the Warriors to be there right around the time it respawns.
Yep, pay attention to Netroid. He will tell you the tale. If you're watching this Hachiman, the second he channels that back, right lane is where he's headed. Pyromancer, Fire Giant, all on the cards for the Oni Warriors. That's afforded to them by Demon Blade. That's some crit online, as well as that Vulcan turret. Plenty of burst. The crowd trying to change the tides, trying to get in the ears of the Jade Dragons. Let them know that this set's not over yet. They have some wings in this race, but the Oni Warriors want to shut that crowd up, Gore.
And so far, well, this has been a very commanding game in order to do so. Maybe looking for the pick, again, watching for the back on the Hachi. Already taking the tier 1 tower over there as well, which is where we've seen some of these lane swaps. So make sure you pay attention to Netroid on what lane he's in and where he goes back to after the objective. Oracles gonna get split, I believe, actually over to the Warriors. Right now, mid grouping. We've got a small presence from the Dragons as they start to step towards right. And we've seen this, Trelly, and then we've talked about it, but now we're getting into the actual objective portion of it.
Right.
Circle of Protection's really nice. It's really helpful in a lot of team fights. But as you had mentioned earlier, when you're building tanky,
it's all right.
It's like nothing compared to what Pagon's going to be able to do in terms of secure.
Yeah, that is not going to be a contester. It could be a Pagon's early, which remember, Earthshaker takes a while to charge.
Yeah.
You can see that big circle on the ground. If you're going close and you barrel stuff it, it doesn't actually do that much damage. Panatom forced to bees, but Genetics is nearby.
And now chase down from Lasper, but then the turnaround, oh my god, you gotta be careful, and then the shot, oh my god, everything you need, and it's a DOT from Genetics. Takes that one down. Pyromancer, started by the Warriors. Nika's here. Are you gonna try to make a hero play? Can you afford to try and make the hero play? It's a chase down, zone out by the rest of the Warriors. Pyromancer, their way, 5-0. And 7,000 gold.
My goodness, SOT just ate a full primordial onslaught from Dardes, and his HP has not changed. This Bologna is ridiculously tanky. The Oni Hunter's Garb, the Spirit Robe. He's not going the Executioner anymore. Maybe he'll get a Kin later on, but I think he recognized the tankier I am, the more of a meat shield I can be for the squad. And I think with that pick, the Oni Warriors could have looked towards the Fire Giant, but because Pagon's ult was down, they thought better of it for the time being. 5-0, 20 minutes in. This is exactly the type of pace that the Warriors like. They don't want the game going to 30. They don't want to have to deal with enhanced Fire Giants. They want to get the lead early and keep it.
So much control. Level 20 already for Pagon, sub 20 minutes in. Power farming on the Vulcan. Itemized, just power farming. A lot that the Dragons have to respond with. So now, Trelly, objectives haven't gone their way. And we have seen this team take a game like this, maybe not as egregious, but a game like this and drag it out as long as they can.
Right.
And so defensively, for a game like that, like, can they wait another, 8 minutes, punch back, 20 minutes, punch back, or are they going to be forced if the Warriors continue to roll like this?
It becomes so much more difficult because of the Oni Warriors composition, Gore. Pagon just gives so much to the team as far as burst, as far as DPS. Netroid having this lead is also a big issue, and that all could be overlooked if Genetics didn't have the Scarab's blessing. Even if the Jade Dragons grouped up and found the pick of a lifetime, it could just be taken away from them if Genetics is on point. And on this stage, Gore, he usually is. But they have some ins back in. They've got good wave clear. Dards isn't too far behind. He's got his itemization. That's Soul Reaver. Once it gets finished up, he should be able to shred through some of these tankier targets. Coast, I think he's going to need a minute to cook. He's going to need to sit in that duo lane, set up the Bifrost under the tier 2, and get out of trouble anytime someone looks by. In fact, if I'm the Jade Dragons, I'm calling right now, hey, we're going to soft defense the Fire Giant. Coast never rotate, stick in duo lane, and we will play for a later portion of the game. We will play for the second Fire Giant. And that's what's happening currently. Coast by himself on the left side of the map. The Oni Warriors going in for the Primal Fury. That's going to go down uncontested.
They've got complete control on the left side of that. They've got complete control anywhere they step. And it's going to be, like you said, a Primal Fury over to the Oni Warriors. It's going to have a little bit of time to respawn. You've got a Pyromancer coming up. Just a little over a minute. Pressure in all the lanes has amounted to 3 tier 1 towers knocked down on the Dragon side of the map. So you can get and afford to move around to teleport. Used by Sot to show up around the Fire Giant pit. And you've got Hachi starting to walk over here.
Yep, that's heading right.
Chelly, do they have the capability? I mean, they've been pulling objectives without too much of an answer. Could they start this FG?
They 100% could start this FG, and I want them to. SOT already tanking it up. This could be a bait, could not be. Doesn't matter. Vaporish Coast is nowhere in sight. This is a smart play from the Jade Dragons. Do not contest. Do not step forward. You cannot fight in this jungle. Let Vaporish Coast get Kins. Let him get his starter item online. But do not step forward. There is just too much damage. I think that was the correct call. They understand they want to live to fight another day. This gold lead, currently insurmountable. Yeah. There's no need to risk a pick, no need to risk a fight. The Oni Warriors can take what they want.
22 minutes, almost 11,000 gold for the Warriors. Just 500 shy of jumping over that. Level 20 hit first, and every single roll.
2 runic bombs.
They've got 2 runic bombs, as you say. Pressure over on right. That bird gets deleted instantly, and the Dragons have no chance to respond. They finally step up with the damage. Oh man, it's going the other way. Mike can't play carefully enough. Taken down by Phantom. Lasbra taken down just after the Warriors are looking to push in, and a great good damage forces out some Aegis, but you've got the DPS. It's on the Titan. The Warriors want a game 5, and the Dragons cannot stop them here. We're going the distance.
Not a single kill dropped. The Oni Warriors were not in a bad position that entire game. Pagon's ults were heat-seeking. He did not miss. The Jade Dragons, from the get-go, the analysts on the desk didn't love the draft. I didn't see how they were going to be able to stem the bleeding. I didn't see how they were going to be able to stop that early game. I think this game was won in picks and ban score.
Started early.
Yep.
Dragons get blanked out in kills, in gold, in objectives, and in every step. And you have to remember that pressure. Yep. External, internal maybe even as well.
That's building as well.
You are up 2-0. Now you're tied 2-2. A little bit of stress there. Meanwhile, the Warriors, that momentum shifted to the other side.
Gore, there's one phrase that could take away all that stress, and it could be said to both of these teams. Just one game.
Just one more.
Just one game. That's all you have to tell yourself. You have to win one SMITE game. You've done it 1,000 times in your career, and that's true for people on both teams. They just have to win one more game, and you are world champions.
One game. A lot of weight on one game, but whoever takes it gets to lift the hammer that is sitting on that stage. We're going to find out who it will be right after this break.
isn't what you expected. You'll find another way. Come meet here in the present. I can see your heart. You're hiding from the light. Let's try to breathe the moment, bring this back to life. Nothing's ever lost. Together we'll stem the tide. We're meant to see the beauty right before our eyes. I am not afraid. We'll walk out in the light. Let's try to breathe the moment till we feel alright. Here in this unknown, where all things come to
And then there was one. 2 teams remain, 1 game remains for the World Championship in Season 10 of the SMITE Pro League. Back to the analyst desk to break down game number 4 and then set up game number 5. Mifflin inbound. Hazer still with me, and for one final time with me for Season 10 of the SMITE World Championship. Reverse sweep yesterday inbound in the semifinals. Reverse sweep brewing here in the grand finals as the Steel Series Moments of Glory walk us through game number 4. What did you see here inbound from the Oni Warriors?
I'm just really not liking this Maman Prio. I just don't think they're getting enough value out of it. And on the opposite side, the Khepri's getting too much value. There's a lot of fights that are just able to be jungle going too deep, solo going too deep because they have the safety of this Khepri. And while the E-set was there to kind of counter the Khepri, the CC didn't last long enough. Khepri was able to kind of play through it. The team was able to dive a little bit longer. I think if you are going to go back, give up the Khepri, you have to have a little bit something else in the tank other than this E-set.
Yeah, and I think we can see the problems here. We've got a highlight in solo. There's a stereo kill in solo and duo, and then we see the jungler die, and then we see the mid laner die. Oni Warriors were dominating this game across the board. Lasbra cannot control the map like Panatom can. He's crushing it on this Susano. Pagon dominating the mid lane. Salt on the Bellona, now getting totems, now getting pressure in this solo lane. And I feel like the Jade Dragons just got it pretty much all wrong in the draft for this one.
And I couldn't tell you what happened between game 3 and 4, where it just feels like Netroid has completely leveled up, or even 2 to 3. It's just the last few matches, Netroid's been dominating Vaporish Coast.
And 100% correct. And with that, Hachiman has got to go. You have got to either pick it or it has got to be banned because it is all too comfortable in Netroid's hands. The safety, the lane dominance, it's all just too much.
Am I reading that right?
You are.
2,613 damage from Lasbra on the Maman.
Lowest in the game.
That is a top 2 jungler pickup that's doing less than 3K damage in a game, less than a Khepri.
The sheer amount of draft capital spent on that pick makes that near inexcusable, and I think that's something the Dragons are going to have to address going into picks and bans for game number 5. I didn't want to get too dramatic going into game number 4. Something made me feel, I was like, do the Dragons have to win this one? Is it now too far in their heads? What could possibly happen? The fans still at their back, but the Oni Warriors starting to build up some momentum. Lots of little things at play here, Mifflin, going into game 5.
I think, and I'm sorry I have to do it, jungles need more from the Jade Dragons. The priority we've seen for Panatom on the other side has just worked out for him. They're last picking his god. They're making sure he's comfortable. He's getting something that can counter out the other side. He even found success on the Gilgamesh. Season 1 goes in, goes back to a standard assassin, and dominates there. I do not want to see them Amon Rajit from the Jade Dragons. I will look at literally anything else. You can open up the Smite God list, cross out Lamont, throw a dart at the board, and I'm happy.
Can we cross out Pele as well? I don't want to see Pele.
Okay, no Pele, that's fine.
Sorry, I was looking at signs again while you guys...
What's with you, man?
I've had to do literally nothing all week long. You guys have been absolutely killing it up here on the desk. It's been my pleasure. Oni Warriors, though, inbound, now really riding with this momentum, a team that has been riding with momentum in every set for a while, except for this one. More of the same is your prescription for game 5?
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Warriors, why not go back to what worked? And I agree completely with the value that they're getting on Panatom's last pick versus Lasbra's first pick jungle. It's just night and day, and they just need to stick with that. And I think we saw the difference with Panatom on the Susano versus that Gilgamesh even. The Gilgamesh was ramping up, it was getting better in that late game, but the Susano from the start of the game was just different for Panatom, and I wanted to see him go back to something like that. It doesn't have to be early. I just want something that's going to be doing a lot of damage, able to get in and get out, and there's a lot of gods that can kind of fit that.
And talk about the mental pressure now that the Jade Dragons are under. The reverse sweep curse just broken recently. All of a sudden now you're feeling that weight added on. The crowd, which was electric for the first 2 games, has essentially been silenced now by the Oni Warriors. It's like something's different in the air.
The weight on the brain is similar to, a full weight mouse and not the SteelSeries Aerox 5 wireless mouse. That is just a nice lightweight. Okay,
mouse.
Right, mouse. But the Dragons fans distracted me a little bit here. And Hazer, this is maybe what these players need on stage. Some of this, bring up the mood a little bit. You were 1 game away 2 games ago, but you're still 1 game away.
Yeah, what they need is energy, and what they need, I think, is to get off to a good start in this upcoming game. I want to see switch-ups in the pick and ban. I really want to see Coast try and get that Hachi man. I feel like he's been pretty ineffectual in the last 2 games. Duo pressure seems to be really, really important. I want to see them switch over to that first pick again. They lost that, so they do get choice off sides going into this one.
And to pair with that Hachiman, I also want one of these auto-attack warriors. The Achilles was there, it was doing stuff, but it's just not able to farm. He was down 3 levels in that later portions of the game. Nobody else even close to that far behind. Osiris, Bologna, one of them, either one. I do not care, does not have to be prioed, just one of them in the top 3.
And it almost even feels like the Jade Dragons are getting sucked into the Oni Warriors pace in P's and B's as well. I mean, that Achilles is a direct answer to the Khepri. It's, I really don't want genetics to find value. Here's the thing, he found his value.
I also think that one thing that the Jade Dragons did so well in the semi-final, we saw them reverse sweep in, is they changed their drafts. They changed their bans. And in this set so far, it's been the Emoja, it's been the Odin, it's been the Thoth in all 4 games. I want to see a switch up. I want to see maybe the Khepri denied, maybe something else, but I want to see them change the challenge that they're giving the Oni Warriors. The Oni Warriors are too comfortable in the draft so far.
Why delay it any longer? Picks and bans for game number 5 between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. For one last time in Season 10, we go into P's and B's, and it's the Jade Dragons inbound in first pick.
This is a good start. Now we got to ban away somewhat similar gods. I want to see the Emoja gone, and I want to see the Khepri gone. Personally, I think it's just, he's too comfortable on it. They're just getting too much value out of that Khepri. Get rid of it. And the Thoth, I think, is the last one that I would just give it to him. Let him have it. Let them play that. It's not even like that is something that Pegon is going to go back to. He's looked comfortable on the Tia, the Merlin. Give it to him if you want. But I want Hachiman more than anything. And then on the Warrior side, I think that's maybe where they could look for that 3rd ban. Maybe ban away instead of that Daji, ban that Hachiman.
I really think that would be a great idea, Bobby. That's almost exactly what I think we're going to see happen. Toth is the one that the Jade Dragons opt to leave open, and now we get to find out the answer. Dardes, a mid laner who does not always play the meta picks. Does he even have a Toth in the pocket? But there it is, the first pick Hachiman. Feed Coast, feed the hot hand, pair this with something aggressive in support, and take control of the dual lane.
And it's the viability of either playing aggressively in the dual lane, or you can trust again that it's a very, very safe pick that scales well in towards objectives. If the Jade Dragons want to play against with their hot hand, for me, that's Dardes. Get him on something that get active, at least in that mid game or early game, play around him, and then trust Coast to just hit those objectives later on.
And now with the Warrior side of things, just get solo as comfort warrior, whichever one we want. Bellona, Osiris, one of them is fine. Lock in that Bellona, and with this next pick, I don't want to see the Mammon. Do not worry about it. The Thoth I don't mind. I do think there was a lot of value in the Tiamat, but I still think Thoth has been dominant this tournament, and that one-shot potential in the late game just makes him so valuable.
Gotta take a deep breath every once in a while. Similar to Game 5 yesterday in the semifinals. My friends up here, my heart is beating yet again in picks and bans for game number 5. Jade Dragons now considering what's still left open. The Oni Warriors inbound will get one more pick before the next wave of bans from the Dragons.
I think they're a little too slow with this Osiris. I think this is a rather obvious pick here. The Achilles, there's a few other Warriors that they could possibly go to, but I want to see this Osiris, and don't go for the Mammon. The last thing I want is just no Mammon pick here in the top 3.
I think it could be okay if the Mammon goes mid, but no, feed Dardes and feed him his Merlin. He has looked electric on this pick so far. Matchup into Toth. I don't think this is such a good matchup for Merlin. Can get punished in the laning phase. Doesn't have a whole lot of answer to Toth's poke.
I like this from the Oni Warriors. If you can't get the Hachiman, you can still find some pressure. Netroid has leveled up throughout this set. Get him on the Ishtar, something that can burn beads, pressure out the lane, absolutely shred objectives with a crit build. I think it's a smart adaptation.
Seems like both teams in a solid spot through the first 6. Remember, in picks and bans for game 4, there were some question marks from us up here on the desk almost immediately into picks and bans. Inbound, given what the Dragons have and what the Oni Warriors have, what would you like to see fill this final ban slot?
I just think they should just hit that assassin spot again.
Sure.
Laz has not gone outside of the Mammon in a while now. Make him kind of dig a little bit deeper, especially compared to Panatom. I think Panatom has just showed that he has so many gods in the god pool. Make sure Lasbra gets another uncomfortable pick, and I mean, give him the Mammon again. Don't ban that. Ban something like that Thor, like the Rat, and make him play something a little bit weaker.
Thor's a good shout out. I think Panatom would have a really good matchup in that Hachi, as well as being able to chase down the Merlin in some of those later team fights. That Hachi matchup's maybe the priority thing I'm really concerned about. Throw the wall up in front of the horse, and all of a sudden, that safety we've been hailing Hachiman for having is just gone.
Surely no Freya support.
No,
we are waiting for a bottom 2 pick from Genetics, and this can be where he delivers. I wonder if we could see him go towards a pick that he hasn't touched in a while, considered by many to be the best Horus in the world, a pick that we haven't seen on the world stage so far. I'd be excited to see if he could lock that one in.
And lastly, something that hasn't really reared its head in this set, the Athena. Is there a possibility with all these Guardian bans, do one of them go back to that Athena? Because it has dominated games. Yes, they lost the one game with it, but they put it in jungle.
You know, yeah, support Athena would actually fit the Oni Warriors draft incredibly well here. You've already got some beads burned from the Ishtar, having consistent initiation to line up some of those Thoth ultimates, and then you can play around your pressure over in the soul lane, join up with the Bellona, those early ganks that we see from Athena support. I can't believe we've seen her foregone again.
I think it could be good on both sides, actually. Both supports could be looking at this pick. Oni Warriors going to have first option, likely going to leave their counter pick in that bottom slot to Panatom and grab a support here. So they're going to get first choice. Maybe they go for the Athena. Dragons might try and go for the Ganesh to counter, but it's a god who has not performed well so far in this set.
I just want something that can engage. I think that's my big thing with this warrior support. That's what I want more than anything.
And think about this. We've seen Sobek prioritized by just about every other team in the league. That we haven't seen Sobek just about at all. And it goes back to the Gilgamesh here. I actually like how it plays into the Merlin for the dive, but I would have expected a standard assassin.
I actually love the Gilgamesh here for the Warriors. If they get that last pick Athena, the dive potential, the split potential, the early game, mid game, I think their comp kind of runs itself together, and it may put it to the Jade Dragons to kind of pick away that Athena just so they don't have to deal with that and the dive comp that this Warriors team has drafted.
It also gives the Oni Warriors the chance that if that Athena gets locked in, they can go towards that Ganesh. They can grab that pick that is considered a counter. The silence on the dash in from the Athena stops the taunt and stops the damage being followed up on.
Hazer, I want to hear your opinions on this. Okay. What do you think about Erlang Shen in mid here?
Erlang Shen in mid? For the Dragons or for the Warriors?
Oh, excuse me. Can't put that Merlin anywhere else.
Merlin jungle?
Merlin jungle?
You may have seen me wave off a thought earlier on. I was like, remember in Game 5 yesterday, that was when Dardes...
My brain's so fried.
Like, it's been a long weekend, but don't worry. We are down to the final 2 picks here, the most important picks of the year.
Well, I was thinking about Erlang Shen as well. I was thinking Erlang Shen in the jungle for last run might be pretty decent here. Could trade into that Gilgamesh, has some ways out of the Gilgamesh ult, able to fight him 1v1. That is something that I would really like to see Laspra look towards here. The taunt, it won't be the Athena taunt that we're thinking about, but could be strong as well. The Erlang setup for that Merlin damage, certainly powerful.
And I think I'm on the same page with, I want Laz on something that can get involved and start these fights off. And another god that comes to mind with him is that Serket. They played it in that best of 5, and they had that little comeback, and it looked fantastic.
Hazer.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's a Laspra special.
He locked it.
He loves this god.
This is a Laspra pick.
This is one of Laspra's core picks. He loves it. He loves to get aggressive on it. But I just don't think the god is very good. I don't think it has a good matchup into Gilgamesh. I do not see it doing particularly well into the Toth. And yeah, there was a reason I was not hoping to see it here.
No, he locked the Ymir. He went back to the Ymir.
That counters Pele
that
so hard.
Hachiman, Pele, Atlas. There is so much value out of this Ymir, and he's going to dominate laning phase. They picked this Hachiman to win lane. They picked this Hachiman to play safe. Ymir does both into the Hachiman.
And talk about the synergy with Gilgamesh. Drop kick into a wall, your stuns point blank. I actually love this Ymir pick. Genetics masterclass right there in P's and B's. But I will sing some slight praises for Pele. You can always find at least something good to say about junglers. She is the queen of the 1-for-1. Volcanic lightning in. If I see this Thoth use evade and punish haphazardly even a single time, Lasmer go in, trade your life, kamikaze style.
I do worry about that kamikaze style though. We've seen a lot of timelines in this event. We've seen so many of them, and it makes these 1-for-1 junglers, these junglers that need to get kills for resets, things like Kali, things like Pele, it's really, really difficult to take down the mage, and that is your job. But this Ymir for Genetics, the most feast or famine god in the game, I feel like. If he gets off to a rough start in a game 5, pressure on the line, he could go 0-6, 0-7 very, very quickly. It's really important for both sides to make sure this Ymir gets off to either a good start or a bad start.
And to kind of just add into that, Ymir has a horrible matchup into Merlin. Yes, it's really good into some of these other gods, but he's standing still for a lot of his abilities. Merlin is able to put a lot of damage onto him. He can flicker the wall. And when Dardes is playing as hot as he is, it's a little scary to kind of have this free matchup into that Ymir. It's also pretty good into this Gilgamesh, so it's a give or take. I still really like the Ymir, but as Hazer said, it's very, very risky.
Leaning even further into that, Pele actually has a really good matchup in the Ymir throughout the early game as well. You can kind of maneuver around him, avoid that freeze, stick to him very easily. I mean, if you want to camp duo lane, Lasra used to be that guy. Early rotations over to the long, that's his bread and butter.
Yeah, they call it the Laspra gank for a reason. Getting over to that geo side of the map, level 3, level 4, and looking for those early kills, hanging around and just not going away. And I think that should be his strategy here. You want to put this Ymir behind. You want to let Genetics flounder in this game and not be able to get that wall leveled up, not deny those ways out, and make sure you can put him off to a bad start.
Let's soak it in here, fellas. Why don't we? One more time, Hazer, give me Dragons, give me Warriors.
Warriors.
It's so hard.
Inbound.
The curse hasn't been broken. Give me the Warriors.
Mifflin.
Oh, it's not easy, Dave. I gotta go Warriors, man. I'm in love with that Ymir
Warriors in
pick.
Game 5. I've talked a lot about history here this weekend. Let me give you one more lesson. Warriors and Dragons, 2 entities that have been spun together in mythology, in battle since the beginning of time, and 2 SPL teams that have fought since the beginning of this year. Remember the finals of the kickoff tournament? These 2 teams met. Even in this set, Warriors, unbeaten in this tournament, made to bleed. And Jade Dragons, history, thoughts of reverse sweeps of past brought to the forefront of their mind. It all culminates in one final moment for these two teams. The Jade Dragons with 2, the Oni Warriors with 2. There's only one more place to go, and it's on to the battleground to figure these things out. Let's all soak in this moment together. One last time in Season 10, the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors will go toe-to-toe. The energy in the building builds as the moment starts to rise. And in we will go. Jade Dragons, Oni Warriors, game number 5.
Just one more game stands between one of these teams and lifting the hammer. Their whole year culminates in this, and I couldn't have said it better than Dave just did. Beautiful moments, beautiful drafts, and Trelly, I think we are in for a treat through and through. That's so much on the line, a lot of pressure, a lot of the play. You get signature God picks, you get counter God picks. It feels like it has everything you need to really give us a best of 5. And now Lasbra, he's playing aggressive, and he's going in onto Sot. He wants a little bit more, but they don't have the knockup, they don't have the CC, and Sot walks back to the tower line, A-OK.
Wow, the cringe gank will net nothing for Lasbra. Not quite enough damage. I thought maybe the knockup would come through, but no. Chose the Pirate class, and it did not have the DPS. Close, but Sot lived to see another day. I gotta give some pressure. Watch out for that tower shot. Genetics getting knocked down low. I gotta echo a little bit of what they were saying on the desk. This Ymir pick gets immense value. Genetics very rarely misses a well-placed wall to set up for his team. But I gotta disagree with one thing. I think this Pele absolutely destroys Thoth. If you can blink to the backline, he evade and punishes, you follow with the Volcanic Lightning, there is nothing Pagon can do. Lasbra needs to be on this Thoth. Pagon has had a fantastic tournament. MVP candidate if the Oni Warriors are able to win this one. You gotta deal with the mid laner, and it's Lasbra's job.
You gotta think back to back. You gotta go for Paul to Pagon. A very difficult double of mid laners to face. But if Lasbra was able to do it once, they can try to do it again. This is gonna be the set for them to try and make it work. Again, there's just so much to look at. Ymir, such a solid pick. Mike, maybe if he gets the pick up onto net, forces the beads. They've got some damage waiting out the dash. Maybe has the EI Jutsu, but there, a kick into the wall. The damage onto Coast in the chase right now from Panatom. Peel should be there, but the leap, it's good. Luckily for Coast, he has just the right amount of movement, gets out of there, and stays alive.
The relics are down. Vapourish Coast had to beads. Other side, Netroid had to beads. There is some openings on the left side of the map, Gore. These junglers have the ability to go in. Lasbra, though, he's found Pagon at the back camps. Doesn't have much to go for the kill, but is just going for an aggressive play. A rotation in from the solo laners could be just what the doctor ordered, but that's going to be all. Aggression already. Sparks flying through all lanes of the map. So far, like I said, duo lane, both relics down. That's where I want to see Panatom. That's where I want to see Lasbra. The second level 5 comes around, they may have an opening.
Now, we've talked about it, and Trelly, I want your opinions on this. Not just the Pele pickup, but really what leads into it, right? Panatom, great games on this Gilgamesh, to the point where we were talking about it, and you thought that 4-ban was almost for sure going to be Gilgamesh.
Oh, yeah.
So having Panatom go back onto that, but then having Lasbra switch away from the Mammon, hasn't had the impact he wanted, and go on to something we have seen none this event, but a lot from himself. What is it going to bring, and is it going to be the punch that the Dragons need in a Game 5?
I think it's a good switch up. It's a good start. The Pele has that dive potential. Mammon, like I said, how does Lasbra like to play? When do we see him get caught out in that last game? When he's trying to go for these wraparound plays, when he's trying to be sneaky, get to the backline. Mammon just can't do it. Pele, one of the fastest characters in the game. She's got Blink, she's got Volcanic Lightning, she's got her 3. There's plenty of tools to escape if you get caught out in the back, and more specifically, you can dive the backline so much better. Night and day difference. I don't care about the matchup into Ymir. I don't care about any of that. I just wanted to see Lasbra on someone that could close gap and get to Pagon. Last time there was a Vulcan, there was a Tiamat, there were so many different picks, but the Thoth in particular does not have the self-peel to survive. It's going to be on Genetics. It's going to be on SOT. They have to keep Pagon safe.
There's a lot of pressure to make this work, and like you said, with Genetics, the wall, the freeze, a lot of that capability really holds true. So we jump back into game 5 here, and watch carefully for a team to try and take the lead. Wait patiently to see who is going to open up first blood and the conversation of this game. Shelly, I have to ask about the Atlas as well.
Please
it's
do.
Something we get to see very rarely, but when Mike plays, it plays well. And so far, the pickups, the control, it has given so much over to the Dragons duo lane.
You know what else Mike does when he plays this pick, Gore, is builds damage. It is very rare that he goes more than 2 tank items on a pick like the Atlas. Maybe he'll go Cloak and a Spectral Armor. Besides that, Staff of Mirrodin, Divine Ruin, Spear of Dessa. We see damage come through from this Atlas pickup. And where's he gonna drop it? Onto Genetics. This Ymir is so immobile. If you just drop the Gamma Ray Burst, shred his prots, and go for the Ymir first, Hazer said it, feast or famine, that's gonna be the target. The Jade Dragons want Pagon, and they want Genetics dead first in these engagements.
You've got SOT and Panatom over here for the cooldown. Nika does not care, steps up and unable to steal the buff away. And that one goes towards SOT, but he's playing the lane bully right now, and that's been the main goal. I mean, this Bellona-Osiris matchup, that's the danger whenever the silence comes through, but Nika is not afraid of SOT right now.
Nope, and there's no reason to be. Sure, Bellona's got some better clear, but at the moment, that Warriors Axe is gonna help out. Look at this rotation. That was Polar Bear Mike, the support, looking at a gank. There comes Final Judgment, not gonna confirm much, but look at this, the blink in.
They've got Pagon right where they want him. The dash
The
is good for the pullback. It's just a little stronger. Dardes gets first blood, and the Dragons look for a second. Lasra puts them up on the board. 2-0 lead for the Dragons.
And that's what I'm talking about. Nika getting low. He's got Lord of the Afterlife. All he has to do is ult the ult, and he does it. No problem there. No solo kill will come through. And that's why I don't care about Ymir walls. That's why I don't care that Pele might have a rough matchup. You can dive the Thoth. Pagon used Aegis. No beads available, and the bird gets cooked.
Good spot to be in, and if you're Lasra, if you're Nika, right now it's going to be a small reset, but soon, Shelly, because you had highlighted it, the Aegis is down, right? Yes, you've lost out your blink. But Lasra, if that ult comes back, do you want to see him go back to mid? How much pressure should he be applying to this Thoth?
It's almost a guaranteed kill. You wait for blink, you blink in, Pagon dashes, you ult him down, he's gone. However, remember, that kill comes through not because of Lasra alone, because Mike yoinked him back. That pull was a big deal. If Pagon gets that Aegis off and immunes the damage, he should have been fine. But Polar Bear Mike makes it happen. The CC from the Atlas was too much to deal with, and that's gonna make you regret going Aegis sometimes, right? You want the beads to immune the CC, but the burst damage that Pele can provide, that Lasra can provide, sometimes be just a little bit too much. So now Pagon has to stay back underneath the tower. He's got plenty of range, shouldn't be a problem.
Now spread across the board, that gold lead finally kicked open. And at 2,000 gold, that is where the Dragons find their home, as they did in game 2. Now, it's just about making sure it stays this way. Lasra, no blink for 30 seconds. He's hanging out the right side of the dual lane. Good ward from the Dragons. Can catch any movement if anyone comes towards him. And he's waiting for Genetics to walk forward. Someone just has to step out of position, but they won't get it in time. Instead, it'll be a shield buff. Good wall, but again, not much to follow up on. Panatom, meanwhile, right side of the map. Not a lot to invade for himself. Won't have the opportunity to go and dive this tower for Nika.
He wants Nika, though. That's what he's looking for.
He's waiting for it. And he's been drawn out of the tower line, but a good lead. Make sure that Nika stays alive. Panatom doesn't find the gank.
Yep, Nika's got the upgraded teleport. Shouldn't be a problem. Lord of the Afterlife to immune the kick. It's exactly how that should go. Is getting outboxed a bit by SOT, but that's going to happen. Not a big deal at the moment. Just stay sustained. He'll be just fine in lane. However, Panatom now knows that he used absolutely nothing but a drop kick to get the ultimate down. Panatom could come back. He's got Blink, he's got Winds of Shamash, and Nika has already used that teleport. And I want to see it. At the moment, Panatom's on the left side of the map, but there's an ability to gank here, and it's not Panatom looking for it. Look at this. We got both Mike and Lasra nearby. Maybe it's the blue buff, maybe it's the kill, but they're looking at SOT.
Maybe it's both, honestly. They're not going to find SOT, so they pull back instead. Left side of the map, blue buff's going to be coming in, but it looks like a small retreat. Mike resetting, and Lasra going to secure the buff.
Diving tower.
Nika.
He's going to try to wall off the ult. That's the only reason you were set up in this spot. I guess they're just going to invade Chester, but diving tower's still risky, especially against a Hachiman Gore.
Especially 8 minutes in, it feels like the tower does a lot. Panatom would need genetics to hold on to that for him. Right now, they don't have that. Instead, what they do have, Dardas, Mike in the jungle. They're not going to be responding to anything, although Ghost needs to be careful with where he is standing. Should be fine, dashes back to the tower line, has soon his team coming over to help him out. The Ward's gonna catch out just a few. Mike looking for a pickup, not able to find a good kick from Panatom and a better leap. Makes sure that the distance is created. And Lazar doesn't have anything to work with over on left. 9 minutes in, the Dragons found their 2 kills, and while they've been hunting Trelly, they've not been able to find any more success after that.
They'll take the gold for now. They're just trying to get to late game. Lasper going into the Rune Forged Hammer, it appears. Wants a little bit more tank stats, but also more damage. It'll help you out when that CC comes through. Pyromancer, not available. Beacon, not available. These objectives to create urgency, to create some fights, are not happening. It's just been, what can Lasper do? What can Dardas do? Those have been the questions. They've been answered twice now, but has not brought any sort of action besides that. Slowing down just a bit. I still think Panatom could have went in for a gank opportunity, but Lasper does not have that same level of success. Not against SOT, not with Eagles Rally available. You need just a little bit more. Nika's gonna need to poke him out just a little bit more before an actual gank opportunity could show up.
Yeah, the chase down, it's a little dangerous. Has the beads, or the blink I should say, available. The beads for the mid laners back up online, and now just picked up for Pagon. Aegis. We had been looking at that since it was on cooldown, but since then, no pressure over in mid from Lasper. Sot getting poked out. Lasper is on his way. Half health, you're at the tower line. Doesn't feel like they can get as aggressive as they want. Instead, channeling the back. Might be in a spot where if both of them wanted to, they could try to get aggressive, but instead, Sot's playing back. So it's a retreat and reset from the Dragons.
Yeah, there's a health threshold you got to see before Lasper feels confident pulling the trigger on that ult, on that gank, and it's not what Solo or Troll was in currently. Phantom, though, deep in the enemy jungle, just looking to see who he can find. There's no camps available. He's gonna have to let that one slide. This is what I was talking about. This is why this Pele facilitates Lasper so much. The movement, the speed at which he can farm actually goes into the Dawnbringer, which is an item that I forgot about. This was a jungle meta that came through a bit ago. Haven't seen it in quite some time. Might be the only damage or tank item we see on this Pele, but still gonna give Lasper a bit more survivability after that ultimate. Point being though, Lasper can farm quickly, he can run around the map as much as he wants, and that is the style he likes to play. He doesn't want to be the first one in the engagement. He wants to be behind you when the fight starts. Maman couldn't do it. Pele, she sure can.
You have to be careful right now if you're the Warriors. While these neutral objectives have been pretty dominant from the Dragons, it means that the gold lead has been slowly growing towards the Order side. 2,500 gold.
Teleport.
It's enough to hold on to. Teleport, as you mentioned, from Sot. Coast uses the ult. Gold Fury seemed to be in the cards. It would have been early, but now that you've got Sot over here, you gotta look for something. Luckily, 30 seconds. Beacon will be back, but 30 seconds is a long time to just stand around. Now, match, Sot with his rotation. Will have something to help out with, but will it be the Gold Fury? No, the burn from the Dragons extend their lead and give them a little more gold to work with.
I mean, the Oni Warriors had final judgment. They thought that Sot wasted the teleport, so everyone retreated, and the Jade Dragons said, we've got vision. We know you're not here. The Thought's in mid lane. This is uncontested. They burned that so quickly. I'm amazed that the Oni Warriors didn't at least stick around to see what would happen, what would come from a play like that. Beacon spawned in 12 minutes, and the Jade Dragons are still here.
3,300 gold.
They should grab this for free as well.
I might get a little bit of damage in there, but that's about it in response. Beacon goes their way. Everything's going their way right now. As the Dragons turning things on their head. Maybe not quite as dominant as what the Warriors just did in Game 4, but a very dominant performance so far here. 12 and a half minutes in. Actually, I don't see them slowing down anytime soon.
Nope. And these fans don't want them to, Gore. Jade Dragons. That's what you hear. And Now a little bit of an engage, actually. Ult goes down. Phantom's in trouble.
Pulled back. You've got 4 dragons surrounding you. You need something massive to stop it, and it's not gonna happen. The Fire Giant is looking for the assist here and getting some damage, but no one from the Warriors is able to respond, and it's a 3rd on the board for the Jade Dragons.
Wow, SOT was close, but could not close the gap. You're happy with those trades. A Porsche Coast feels the excitement, wants to find a 1v1 versus Netroid, and he's gonna run away. It's been 3 games since we've seen the Jade Dragons in any sort of winning position, but they are back. They have the lead 3-0. And they didn't get a single kill last game, Gore. This is a night and day difference. And I think getting Lasbra on a facilitator, on a character that can just break this map wide open was the stepping stone they needed. He's 2-0-1, a part of every single kill, and he's on the left side of the map.
But the good news, and well, maybe good news, I guess to be determined, because I'm gonna ask you a question here. Warriors, early game, 13.5 minutes have gone by, and they have not been able to step up to the Dragons so far. As we transition to the mid, to the late, where do they start to fight back? We might actually have to hold that for a moment. Lasbra won't get the close gap onto Netroid. Instead, it'll be a purple buff invade. And I have to ask again, where do they fight back? Is it at this Pyromancer? Not with this level of burn. Can Sot do something? No, it's too late. And again, the Dragons with another objective. You got Mike, you burn him down. The wall is good, you pull him in. Finally, you put one on the board if you're the Warriors.
You're gonna be okay with that trade for the Jade Dragons. You got the Pyromancer, you got the Runic Bomb, but PBM goes down, and finally, no more goose egg. The Oni Warriors are here. This is what you asked. Where do they step back? Remember, Pagon is on Thoth. Final Judgment can be a delete button, but a good block. The dash gets blocked, you got a 1v1.
Now you've got the ult for ult trade. Shot is good, Aegis a little better. Is Ko's gonna stay around? Genetics walking through the jungle might be enough to ward that off from the true 1v1. So instead we get a little bit of that over here in the solo lane. Some damage over towards Nika, but this is the danger, and really, Trelly, something that's gonna change up a lot. Not only is Lasbra on a stronger pick, a better pick than what we've seen. Coast is back on this Hachiman, and it feels like that has enabled him. I've seen more from Coast this game than I got in the entirety of the On Her game.
I'm surprised it took them this long to prioritize the pick, Gore, but look at this. Lasbra's got the cutoff. He's going in for Netroid. He's got so much damage.
Oh man, and the wall actually hurts him. Oh my god, Genetics kills his teammate, and it helps Lasbra out. Now the chase is on. Can you catch up to Panatom? You've got the banner. You've got to pull back, but a leap is a little stronger. Opening space a lot. And oh my god, Pagon almost killed off by Darkness in mid. And no way can this connect. Just shy, just to the right. But oh man, the Dragons are cooking.
The roof would have blown off this place if that ult connected either way. So much damage. Lasbra has the wraparound and cleans up the kill. Netroid tried to wall off, or I guess Genex tried to wall off Netroid, but ends up locking him in place. Tier 1 tower goes down. Genetics takes some damage, but here comes Phantom.
You've got the aggression. Lasbra walled away. Damage being taken. Has to play carefully, but the hammer dropped from Sot. Kills off the jungler Panatom. Tossed into a tower. Meanwhile, Genetics zoned out by Nika, but he can't get the kill. He can't lock him down. You need a little assistance to get out of there. Luckily, the jungler was waiting for you. Stun. Great from Netroid. You're trading this one out. Luckily for Genetics, he keeps his life, and the Warriors pick up a couple.
The Oni Warriors are 5,000 gold down, but still able to find some winning trades. This is a ridiculous amount of back and forth, but it's not over yet. Primal Fury spawned in during that scrap. A Porsche Coast, first one here. He's got a 3-level lead over Netroid. He forgoes building the dominance, just goes right into Demon Blade, gives himself some crit chance, and he wants the 1v1. He wants to find Netroid any chance he can get. Both relics are down, so this Ishtar is going to be underneath the tier 2 tower.
Beacon in 10 seconds. Dardes has been putting on pressure. Dardes has been putting on a hell of a performance this weekend. It's 1-0-3 right now. 0-1-3 for Pagon. And pressured out right now. Primal Fury, you had mentioned it, main target, and getting burned quickly by the Jade Dragons. Another objective going their way, and more gold lining their pockets as they start to pivot over. Beacon available.
Yeah, look at the timing. Primal Fury, Beacon, Pyromancer all spawns in, and around the same time the Jade Dragons can just do a clean sweep unless the Oni Warriors step forward. Pagon has Final Judgment. He might be able to go in for a steal towards one of these objectives, but does not want to get caught out. Blink available for Lasbra. He's missing his beads, and Panatom, he's got no sort of aggression. Both of his relics are down for 30. a breath of fresh air for the time being. There's been a lot of action. Take this time, breathe it all in. The tier 1 towers have been the target. There's a lot of weak ones as PBM makes a rotation. He's just trying to get some cloak stacks. But Dardes is level 19. We're only 17 minutes in, barely 18. He's top farm in the game by a wide margin.
Pyromancer, you called for it a second ago. The burn should be there. Merlin creates so much for him. And you had Coast over here. Another runic bomb in pocket 2 to the Dragon's name. Charlie, there's a lot of towers on the board to knock down. 18 minutes in. Like you said, a lot of action. Almost 8,000 gold. Still actually covering closer to the 7K mark. But the Dragons in a massive, massive controlling lead. And it's just trying to find that step up into the right direction. They're going to put some pressure on the tier 1 and right. They'll knock it down, no problem. Tier 1 and mid is in danger as well. And the Dragons have the crowd surging behind them.
Netroid has not rotated. He is staying in left lane, foregoing the rotation. Says, I need farm. The Jade Dragons recognize that Fire Giant should be the call. They're walking right over towards it. There is no way he gets here in time. It's a 4v5 at best. Pagon would have to get so close to this objective, but look at this. They're not going for Fire Giant, they're looking for a wraparound. They're trying to find Pagon. They're trying to find genetics.
Ghost spotted out thanks to Sot. Burn a little bit their way. Charlie, they are going to fall back, and they are going to start trying to burn this Fire Giant. 19 minutes into this game. Sot and Genetics are right there, and they're looking like they're going to 50-50, so they have the burn to get the damage. They do, they get the fire, and now the chase is on. Panatom is low, and Lasbra has his target. Sot is burned by a vaporish Coast. Now, you've got Panatom dead to rights. You've got the Warriors running back in mid. Genetics locks himself down, can't get anything done. Double for the carry. Pagon gets one, but he's gonna lose his life for it.
He jukes around, he gets one. Netroid has to go back to base. The tier 2 tower is the target here. They don't have minions. The Phoenix was never the option, but the tier 2 will drop down. The Jade Dragons with Fire Giant on 4. They've got no problem trading out Lasbra's life. We said feast or famine, and this Ymir pick is not working out. Genetics keeps getting caught out. The tether that Nika provides, the slow, he can never outrun it. It's just not gonna happen. Forced into an Emperor's armor, trying to keep the Phoenix alive. The Jade Dragons, 8,000 gold in the lead, and they haven't even started their Fire Giant siege yet.
A lot that they can do. And Shelly, that's not even counting the Fury that's gonna be spawning in just a few seconds. The world is their oyster. We haven't even looked at the builds too much this game. There's been so much going on, but Nika, it feels like, we've talked about an Osiris being unkillable the last few weeks. He is entering that discussion. If you look at Dardes, I mean, this burn, it feels like those two plus Coast have been really the absolute pillars of this game for the Dragons.
It was the Hachiman pick, man. That and giving Dardes back the Merlin that he looked so solid on before. Lasbra on a facilitator, everything just came into question here for the Jade Dragons. It took them a few games to get it though, and best of 5s, you have to adjust, you have to adapt. And the Oni Warriors have some adapting to do. They've got good range. Pagon still has the delete button. Final Judgment is available. He's got Soul Reaver, he's got Staff of Mirrodin. Even tanks will feel the brunt of that damage. Not to mention the range that Pagon has. You can't just walk up into a Phoenix. Oni Fury goes down, enhanced minions will be marching forward. The Oni Warriors, they have to stay back. It's gotta be a Phoenix defense or nothing. The tier 2, an afterthought. There's no way you step this far forward.
Yeah, that's gonna get knocked down pretty easily. 9,000 gold for the Dragons. And they're gonna extend it even further as they step forward. But Trelly, got a minute and a half on the power play. What are they playing with? Well, time as it is. They back away, massive lead. Dardes gets a reset again. We're looking at level 20 spikes that are starting to come through and Vision. But it's an early Fire Giant, and even with the minions pushing forward, they want to take their time. Pyromancer's going to be spawning in. Objective still on the board for the Dragons. An absolute control so far for 22 minutes. The Warriors are going to have to fight back, and Trelly, they're holding on as best they can.
Jade Dragons did not go back for the beacon. I thought Titans is what they were looking for. No, they wanted to push in with this enhanced wave. They'll grab the last tier 2 tower off the map for them. Gold in hand, plenty. They're gonna head on back to base. Their Fire Giant push is just about over, but they could get the beacon gore. They could launch the Titans out. PBM goes back, gets a Spectral Armor, and a Phantom Shell online as well. Even if Genetics gets the wall of his life, could be dealt with that one relic. Fire Giant was on all four. Remember, Lasbra did get shut down. He did get shot by that final judgment right through the wall. So Pagon hits level 20, should be able to upgrade that starter item soon. I'm just looking at the positives here for the Oni Warriors because it's looking rough as far as defense goes, but they've got damage dealers at level 20, that's big. SOT did not go auto attack, he did not go Kins, he did not go Xe, so he's tanky, he can set up for the squad as well. And of course, Genetics getting that Emperor's Armor means whoever's tanking up that Phoenix, whoever is letting that Phoenix door build damage up upon is gonna get shredded. These tankier targets, Nika and PBM, they're gonna have to watch out, that damage will add up.
Well, it's 12,000 gold, 23.5 minutes into this game. 9-4 with the kill lead, leaning over towards the Dragons. Charlie, they've got everything they need. They've even got the crowd support. They even have a trombone in the crowd.
Oh, I've heard it. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
But yeah, there it is.
You can hear it.
And when you've got support like that, the question is how you can transition this into the late game. Fire Giant gonna be spawning in soon. Third beacon of the game up on the left side of mid. And the Dragons have absolute control of this. Right now, looking at the Warriors' positioning, they don't seem to think of Fire Giants anywhere nearby for the Jade Dragons.
Haven't spawned in yet. Titans will be unleashed. Right lane is where they're headed. That's lucky for the Oni Warriors. They don't have to worry about losing their best Phoenix. That'd be the far left one. But this Fire Giant completely uncontested. No way a Warrior gets in range of this one. Fire Giant on all 5. Titans marching up right lane any second now, and the Jade Dragons have all the momentum in the world. You'd think they'd be waiting for these Titans, Gore, but it seems like they just want to shred it down as quickly as possible. They want the Chaos Titan first, and then they'll decide how they want to siege. Runic Bombs, just one. PBM's got it. Pay attention to Pagon. Pay attention to Panatom. If the Oni Warriors want a defense, those two have to go massive.
1 ult from Pagon can determine a lot on the right side of the map here. Panatom, left side of the lane, has Lasbra in his sights. If he can find the CC, might be able to open up a conversation. Fire Giant causes some trouble. Chaos Titan, it's not gonna have a lot of damage to be dealt as it gets taken down quickly by the Jade Dragons. And Trelly, they're looking to knock on the door of the Phoenix.
Playing this one slow, Gore. They've got a Titan. It's at tier 1 tower at the moment. No reason to step forward without it. That's a 6th man with a lot of HP, a lot of damage. And there's no reason to let Pagon poke you down for free. Waves just trying to slow this one down. Remember, that Emperor's Armor will start to add up if Nika steps forward, if Mike steps forward. But the Jade Dragons are playing this one slow. I like the idea. Panatom tried to find a 1v1 beforehand versus Lasbra. That play is gone. Panatom is back, showed himself underneath the Phoenix. But the engage here, Mike's gonna drop ult, Nika's gonna go to the back line. Just try and get the bird, that is the play. The Jade Dragons have a very easy strategy here. They just drop all the ultimates and focus out the Phoenix, and here comes the Titan.
Yeah, the Titan joins the Dragons on right. Nika goes into zone. They just want to get the bird. That's the main target, and goes the damage. They've got exactly what they need. Phoenix taken off the board. Dragons crack open the base of the Warriors. Nika still playing a little aggressive. Lasbra as well. They've got the Titan standing there, and it's distraction. It's the zone out and open up this middle Phoenix for the Jade Dragons. But now you've got some performance. Panatom comes in and at least sets up a defense.
Good win to Samaj. Stalls this one out for a bit, but there's some low health bars on the side of the Oni Warriors, and the Titan is still around. That mid Phoenix should drop, and it will. Pagon charged up. The Judgment could not send it out. You'll grab 2 Phoenixes, and the Jade Dragons go in for a reset. They drop 0 kills. That's a picture-perfect siege. If you're the Oni Warriors, you're really hurting now. You got to deal with fire minions coming through right, fire minions coming through mid, and the Jade Dragons grab one more Runic Bomb. Gore, they've got some time. Primal Fury is available. They still have FG for another minute. It'd be risky to go in for the bird, but they can certainly grab some more gold off the map.
It's like you're balancing if you're the Warriors on the tip of a needle. Things can go wrong so drastically. 1 kill opens up that base and goes to that burn that you just mentioned. Right now, though, Primal Fury, a minute left on the power play, maybe You slow it down. Next Fire Giant. Depending on how long the dance goes, or if the burn is quick enough for the Dragons. Maybe. It's enhanced, maybe. It won't be. But for now, the lead, Trelly, continues to grow ever more for the Dragons. Fire minions in mid and right. Where do the Warriors set up? How do they stop this? Because they are talking about their world's life. Their championship is on the line.
I mean, Panatom needs to find another gank like he just did. I think it was a beautiful play. If Pagon was ready for it and sent an ult through, maybe that siege goes different. That's step one. Step two, not getting picked here. The left side Phoenix, you'd love to keep it alive, but I think that's not happening. I think the Oni Warriors might have to let this one go to keep the Titan alive. It's not enhanced Fire Giant. You could let the bird go and try and defend afterwards. Mike already finds some good poke onto Pagon. That CC, pay attention to it. Atlas can really disrupt the team fight. They're backing up though. Their Fire Giant buff is worn off, and they cannot fully break the base of the Oni Warriors, so it looks like it will be an enhanced Fire Giant. The good news, the Phoenixes will not respawn. The Oni Warriors are gonna have to deal with fire minions if they want to step forward. The bad news, you don't have too much to step forward to. The Oni Warriors are behind a heavy margin still. They found some farm, they've hit some XP, guys, but look at the recipes, they're still available. They're not 6 slotted yet. Netroid cannot match the damage of Vaporous Coast. Vaporous Coast has 3K gold in hand. He's about to get an elixir of power, and I think he just purchased it. Yeah, these crits, pay attention to the Hachiman. We're about to see some big crit damage coming from the ADC of the Jade Dragons.
17,000 gold. This Fire Giant's gonna be coming in, and it's gonna come in hot. Enhanced. As the Warriors step out of the base. What could be, Trelly, a deciding factor in this game is how much the Warriors are able to commit to this, how much they can get out of it. 3 towers and 3 Phoenixes still stand on the Dragon's side of the board. And it's just making sure that's set up, making sure you don't misstep right here for the Warriors to make sure you stay alive.
And the Jade Dragons playing it flawlessly, sitting back. They have fire minions pushing. There is a wave in the base of the Oni Warriors. Eventually someone has to go back. No reason to get poked out before then. They've got vision, they've got ward coverage, they've got the map state. The Jade Dragons just have to be patient. The second they see someone in the Titan, the second they see someone channel that back, Fire Giant needs to be pulled. Pagon needs to be zoned. And they know this. This is something they've done many times already. Pagon shows himself, Fire Giant begins.
Immediately looking for the burn down. And Trelly, do they have the burn? Fire Giant enhanced, all 5 of the Dragons powered up and ready to start running it down.
Right side bird already spawned back in, but that's the target. The Jade Dragon siege forward. Remember, this Fire Giant is enhanced. The Oni Warriors, they're not waiting in the Phoenix. They want to find a fight themselves. Lasbra forced the ult defensively just at the SOT of SOT. That is ridiculous. You lose Volcanic Lightning, but the team siege is forward. They've got minions and they have EFG.
All you need is a couple of autos from Coast. That's going to be massive. Right side Phoenix taken down instantly. And the Warriors with a small reset. Now they know where they can set up a defense, but look at Nika. Immediate over to the left lane where minions happen to be trying to push up a little bit for his team. And no full reset from the Dragons just yet.
Nika's got damage, but no runic bomb. It would take him a while to chop through that Phoenix. Mid Phoenix, you could get no problem. If we're doing a 4-1 split, the Jade Dragons got to send 4 left. I mean, that makes way more sense. That mid Phoenix could drop in an instant. 2 runic bombs for Polar Bear Mike. The structures could be deleted. The Titan could be deleted if that's the call, but look at this, SOT, Panatom, they're pretty far forward, and it looks like the Jade Dragons want to fight.
They're going for the cutoff path. Panatom has to play carefully, and you need what you need, but he didn't blink in time, and the damage not quite there for the Dragons, but you've got SOT surrounded by 5, the crits ringing true for Vaporous Coast. Force SOT to fall back.
He's gone!
The damage, they've got what they need to at least crack this open. Panatom jumps to the back immediately.
He's gone!
But oh my God, Coast! Oh my God, Coast! He does what's needed!
He gets the crits. 1 more Phoenix to go. The Jade Dragons don't want to overstep here. The Titan should be the target, but they're playing it slow. You have Fire Giant, you have Regen. Lasbra and Dardes looking a little bit worse for wear. They're going to play this one slow. 45 seconds without Panatom, 30 without SOT. They're going to play it slow and go in for the end call, Gore. That Titan needs to drop.
Fire minions on right. The Jade Dragons on the precipice of a championship, and they're going to do it. They're going to walk forward and break the curse and win a championship.
score. The curse is broken. The Dragons will not be slain.
I've been playing, this is my 8th year playing, and you know, I felt like every year I got closer and closer, and I'm just so glad end of SMITE 1 we can finally close it out, and I love this team so much. I'm so proud of all of us, and yeah, I love you guys as well. Thank you so much for the support. We couldn't have done it without you, and this is just like the best day of my life, honestly. Like, I can't even describe it. I'm just lost for words.
It was an incredible run. For a second, it looked like what you guys did yesterday was about to happen to you, winning 2 games and going down 2. I have to know from you guys, Lasbra, maybe I can get a word from you. What was going on in the discussion between the team? What was going on in between games 4 and 5 that allowed you guys to walk away with this win?
We were just trying to stay confident and like really find out our confident picks. And I mean, going back on Pele game 5, even though it wasn't like the best pick and they got Jameer, which is a counter, we just ripped it and we got the dub, you know?
PBM, I think you have a lot of fans here right now, and I think they'd like to hear some words for you. What does it mean to be up on this stage right now?
This is gonna sound troll, but it just means everything. Before the games, like, this is the most emotional win ever. I literally, like, to pump myself up, I watched the 2 finals that I lost, and I just wasn't losing today. It just wasn't happening. The support is insane.
We got the audience here right now, but is there anything that you want to say to them? Anything you want to say to the fans at home?
I mean, thank you, everyone. You just gave us so much. You gave us so much confidence. I love you guys. I love you.
Real quick, final thoughts on everything. Being able to be here for the Season 10 SMITE World Championships, to be holding the axe after this incredible run that you've done.
It's an absolute honor. I'd like to thank everyone, the Hounds for giving me the chance to even be SPL. Obviously, Dragons for picking me up, but especially, I want to give a shout out. I want to give a shout out to 2 people. The first one's Kenneth. He just took me to the next level. I'd never want to be SPL, and the other one's Rapio. They're my longest teammate ever, like 6 years, and they're best friends. And this one today is for him, so I hope he's happy.
Everyone, one last time, please give it up for your winners right here, the Jade Dragons. And let's head back on to the desk.
I'm gonna let us soak it in for just another second. That emotion, I don't know, guys. This is gonna be a hard one to get through. There are tears. What we just witnessed, what we were all just a part of, is something that I hope we can all look back on and realize the importance of for the rest of our lives. And inbound, Miff, we'll get you off stage, buddy. The emotion hitting everyone up here hard. Inbound, Hazer, I mean, I guess we got to break down game number 5. Jade Dragons come out, they come out swinging, and they really turn things around after going 2 up, 2 even into game 5.
I mean, you got to shout out the Hachiman pick and coast on this Hachiman pick. Game 3, game 4, he looked uncomfortable. He didn't look confident. And then you get to game 5, and he's sitting around corners. He's literally hunting, trying to find somebody to kill. And he played fantastic in that 5th game. And the team as a whole, like, to be able to go into that game 4, lose game 4, be on the precipice of that reverse, and then to be able to just pull it all together and in that game 5, have enough wherewithal to actually take that, it's incredible. What an incredible group of guys.
This whole thing feels like one big moment of glory, but for one last time, let's look back at your Steel Series moments of glory from game number 5. Jade Dragons fans, they lit it up here today. Things quieted down in the middle of that set. They erupt once again, Hazer, at moments just like this.
Yeah, feast or famine is what we talked about. Ymir, and I've never been so glad to be so wrong about a pick. Pele for Lasbra. He absolutely ate it up on there. And I cannot believe that a team under this much pressure in game 5, they've got a history of being reverse swept. They've been reverse swept, and they've gotten a reverse sweep themselves. It wrote itself for them to go down here in 5, but the confidence they played with, they went all out. They showed no fear, and the sieging problems they've had all year seemed to be completely absent. Perfect play. Once they got the lead, they did not take their foot off the gas, and they ran it all the way home.
Now, I don't know if you believe in superstition, omens, those sorts of things. That early wall from genetics is going to live in my head for a long time. It really set a tone for this game that never really turned around. Certainly not all on the wall, but if you're looking at an example of what happens later on in the game, things like that come to mind. We will be handing out MVP trophy here shortly, so if you're in the arena or at home, keep watching. We're going to hand it out. Plenty of options here for the Jade Dragons.
And we touched on the Ymir, we touched on the Hachiman. Dardas did 26,000 damage in that final game. Perfect positioning. They couldn't really ever find him. And Panatom on this guild, something we were a little worried about in the few games we saw it, wasn't able to do any damage this game. Netroid also not able to do much damage at all. And he just didn't build the damage really to actually dive that backline.
No, couldn't get to them, but it was just all that early game. With a comp like this, the Jade Dragons able to open out that early game, and they just ripped objectives every single time. There was no chance to hit them because you didn't see them. They went to gold, and they dropped the Atlas ult, and they bursted it down before anybody could get a look in. Just incredible play by them. To do that, I don't think people understand just how hard it is to make those calls and stick to them in this circumstances.
Well, a lot of fan favorites from the Jade Dragons on stage, but only one of them can win MVP. I'm sure the rest are not concerned. They've got the big one. They've got the hammer. They won the whole thing. But let's find out who your MVP of this weekend was with Kelly on the stage.
I have the absolute pleasure to announce our MVP of this SMITE World Championships, and it is Dardas. You all deserve it. Dardas, congratulations. Your entire team did incredibly well. But I have to ask, from your side, representing the Jade Dragons, what is it about your team that skyrocketed you to victory?
I actually don't know what to say. I think the crowd was such a big part of it. Honestly, you just carried us so hard. I don't think we would have done it without you guys, so.
And to all the people out there that see you and are inspired by you and want to become a professional player like you, is there any words that you have to say to them, any way that they can become as great as you?
Just play Melon. That's it.
Dardas, everyone, please give up. And of course, for the rest of the Jade Dragons here, thank you all so much for joining us. And if I'm not mistaken, we're actually going to have a few more stars coming out. Everyone, this has been an absolutely incredible journey. Starting this all the way back in 2014 during this SMITE launch tournament, and all the incredible players and all the incredible talent that we've had. I can't even express myself how much this means to me, but Dolson, I think you personally would do a lot better at this, so please, the final words.
I mean, This is all about the Dragons and what they were able to do. Every hoarse voice that you guys hear, every tired eye that you see from production and all the casters is a labor of love, and we do it for all of you guys. This is what it's all about, and bringing everyone together, and this, all of this is what this is all about. And everyone gathered here for one unbelievable moment, for I guess a few over the course of this weekend, but everything this community has been able to build together, you know, I really just owe so much thanks to the players who put on such an amazing show, and the casters who came before me. John Finch, we love you, buddy. We know he was watching here today. This is a big one for him. He helped all of us be ready for moments like this, and he deserves this moment as much as all of these players do. I don't know what else there is to say. Dragons, we love you guys. Players, we love you guys. Fans, all of this for you. Thank you for everything. You have loved us, you have supported us, you have been here for everything. And there is nowhere else any of us would rather be than right here, right now. So for one last time in season 10, thank you so much for watching. We love you all, and we'll see you soon.
I am a monster. But I don't care if you speak ill of me. Thank you for speaking ill of me behind my back. I am only becoming stronger and stronger, like the firefly shines incomparably.